Section 36 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, The Catholic Kings by H. Butler Clarke, Part 2. The natural products of Spain are as varied as her climates, but her chief riches have always been cattle, corn, wine, and minerals. Cattle breeding was specially favored by legislators because of the ease with which its stock could be put beyond reach of invaders. Climate made a change of pasturage necessary in spring and autumn. So long as the land was thinly populated, this was an easy matter. When agriculture became general, the rich owners of the migratory flocks formed a guild for the protection of their traditional rights and obtained many privileges injurious to cultivators. The enclosure of waste lands was forbidden, and broad tracts were reserved, even through the richest valleys, to provide pasturage for the traveling flocks. In spring and after harvest, they ranged at will through cornlands and vineyards. Nevertheless, at the end of the 15th century, Castile still exported corn, while Aragon and even Valencia, in spite of the fabulous richness of its irrigated fields, were forced to import from the Balearic Islands and Sicily. In 1480, the export duty on food passing from Castile to Aragon was abolished. The result was a revival of agriculture, particularly in Murcia. But the flocks diminished, and the policy of protecting them was resumed. For many years the Spaniards in America, intent upon nothing but the finding of gold, imported the necessaries of life from the mother country. Until 1529, the trade with the Indies was reserved exclusively to Seville, and the result was a great development of corn and wine growing in parts of Andalusia. But agriculture was ruined by the alcabala, a tax of 1/10 on all sales. Bread paid 3 times over as corn, as meal, and as manufactured. To remedy this, the alcabala was assessed at a fixed sum levied by districts, 1494. But now a larger horizon was beginning to dawn. Brilliant actions took place in the New World and in Italy, and agriculture still remained neglected. Gold began to be imported in large quantities, and prices trebled. The evil was further increased by disturbances among the industrious Moriscos, by bad seasons, and by the ruinous policy of fixing a maximum price, which still further depressed the greatest national industry and drove the country population to the towns, which overflowed with beggars. Spain's position made her a natural halfway house for seaborne trade between the Mediterranean and Atlantic. Her exports were chiefly raw products: silk, fruit, and oil from the south, iron, wool, wine, and leather from the north. By prohibiting the export of gold and silver, and by the imposition of heavy export and import dues, it was sought to encourage manufactures and to prevent the necessity of buying back home products manufactured abroad. In spite of repeated protests of the Cortes, the settlement of foreign artisans was encouraged by the kings. Manufactures, chiefly wool and silk, increased tenfold in the course of a century. The great fairs drew buyers from foreign lands. It seemed as though the inborn Spanish dislike of commerce and industry had been overcome. But the progress which thus manifested itself was not destined to endure. The revolt of the comuneros, to be noticed below, ultimately resulted in the partial ruin of a rising middle class. The most enterprising of the population emigrated as soldiers or settlers, and the great discoveries of precious metals in America raised prices to such a pitch that Spanish goods could no longer compete in foreign markets. A mistaken economic policy led to a neglect of the objects in favor of the means of exchange, and encouraged the accumulation of unproductive wealth. Nevertheless, a fictitious prosperity was for a time maintained. The period of Spain's greatest commercial energy falls within the reign of Charles I. It has been supposed that Spanish population sank rapidly during the first half of the 16th century. The data on which this calculation was made have, however, been proved to be misleading. It is probable that population remained nearly stationary at about 8 millions, or somewhat less than half its present amount. Trade was hampered by a coinage made up of foreign pieces of various values and of debased money issued from local and private mints. Ferdinand and Isabel asserted their exclusive right of minting and established a high standard in their ducats, 1476. These ducats were coined at the rate of 65 1/3 from a mark of gold of the standard of 23 3/4 carats. The silver coin of these sovereigns was the real, 67 to the mark of silver, the standard being 67 parts out of 72. The maravedi, 1/375th of the ducat, was the basis of calculation. There was, however, no actual coin of this value or name, but the real was worth 34 maravedis. In 1518, the money of Aragon was made uniform with that of Castile. The chief sources of revenue were the dues and rents of the crown lands and the alcabala. The last named, a tax of a tithe on all sales, was in 1494 commuted for a fixed sum assessed on districts. Isabel's will forbade alteration of its amount, but a new assessment was made in 1512. To these sources of revenue has to be added extraordinary supply, the one direct impost. In Castile this amounted to 50 millions of maravedis yearly. Under Charles an additional supply was demanded. The total supply received by the Crown of Aragon amounted to less than 1/5 of that received by the Crown of Castile, and the whole sum was less than 1/4 of that produced by the alcabala. Customs dues, the sale of indulgences under a constantly renewed bull of crusade, the revenues of the Grand Masterships, the tax of 2/9 on ecclesiastical tithes, and the king's 1/5 of the gold of the Indies, brought up the revenue at the beginning of Charles's reign to about 600 millions maravedis. Almost the whole of this was farmed by Jews and Genoese, and above all by the Fugas. When it proved insufficient, fines were levied for a renewal of the assessment of the alcabala, and loans were raised at high rates of interest. The law forbidding alienation of the royal patrimony was constantly infringed. Charles sold royal and municipal offices, letters of naturalization and legitimacy, and patents of nobility. Though the sum produced by the taxes increased 30-fold within 60 years, the burdens on the people were not augmented in like proportion. Much alienated revenue was recovered. The value of gold sank to less than 1/3. Industry and commerce had vastly increased. The exemption of the nobles and of certain districts and towns from direct taxation was, financially, not very important. A source of much injustice was the lack of a recognized code of laws. Since the promulgation, 1348, of the Partidas and Ordenamiento de Alcalá as supplementary to municipal law, a great number of statutes had been enacted, while others had fallen into disuse without being repealed. Isabel sought to remedy the confusion by ordering the scattered decrees to be collected and printed in the Ordenamiento de Montalvo, 1485. But neither this nor a further collection, 1503, proved satisfactory. Montalvo's book left many important matters doubtful, and the laws it contained were not faithfully transcribed. Isabel's will, 1504, provided for the continuation of the work of unification. The result was the Laws of Toro, 1505, a further attempt to reconcile conflicting legislation. The Cortes of 1523 still complained of the evil, nor was it remedied until the publication of the Nueva Recopilación, 1567. Under firm government, the country recovered rapidly from its exhaustion, and reconquest was again taken in hand. For 10 years, 1481 to 91, it was carried on untiringly by the heroic resolution of Isabel and the stubborn valor of Ferdinand. In spite of disasters like that of the Asarquía, 1483, and obstinate resistance like that of Baza, 1489, and notwithstanding the enormous difficulties of transport, the slender resources of the crown, and the unserviceable nature of their feudal army, the kingdom of Granada fell piecemeal into the hands of the Catholic kings. Owing to internal feuds and the treachery of the last of its Nazarite dynasty, not more than half of its natural defenders were ranged at one time against the Christians. Some cities, like Malaga, were treated with great harshness, while others capitulated on favorable terms. For the victor was eager to press forward, and it lay with him to decide whether or not he would be bound by his word. At last, the city of Granada, isolated and helpless, submitted almost without a struggle, 1492. The terms of capitulation included a guarantee of the lives and property of the citizens, with full enjoyment of civil and religious liberty, the right to elect magistrates to administer the existing laws, and exemption from increase of the customary taxation. Ferdinand thus sought to gain time to establish his authority over the excitable and still formidable population. Even before the fall of Granada, the problem of the alien races had presented itself. Living under the special protection of the crown, the Jews in Spain, in spite of occasional massacres and repressive edicts, enjoyed great prosperity and were very numerous. They controlled finance, and had made their way even into the royal council. The noblest families were not free from the taint of Jewish blood, and it was known that many professing Christians shared their beliefs. In 1478, a bull granted at the request of Ferdinand and Isabel established in Castile the Inquisition, a tribunal founded in the 13th century for the repression of heresy. Its object was now to detect and punish Jews who had adopted Christianity, but had afterwards relapsed. 2 years of grace were allowed for recantation. In 1481, the Inquisition began its work at Seville. In 1483, in spite of protests on the ground of illegality, it was extended to Aragon, where the first inquisitor, St. Peter Arbues, was murdered in the Cathedral of Saragossa, 1485. Under the presidency of Torquemada, 1482–94, the Inquisition distinguished itself by the startling severity of its cruel and humiliating autos and reconciliations. Sixtus IV made several attempts, 1482–3, to check the deadly work, but was obliged by pressure from Spain to deny the right of appeal to himself. The inquisitors were appointed by the crown, which profited by their ruthless confiscations. Their proceedings checked instead of promoting conversion, and a large body of professing Jews remained isolated and stubborn among the Christian population. Against these was turned the religious and national enthusiasm that greeted the fall of the last stronghold of the infidel. The achievement of political unity made the lack of religious unity more apparent. It was rumored that the Jews were carrying on an active propaganda. Old calumnies were revived. They were accused of plotting against the state, of sacrificing Christian children, and of torturing and insulting the host. In 1478, an edict expelled them from Seville and Cordova. The severest repressive measures were renewed in 1480, and in March 1492, in spite of Ferdinand's protest, the Jews of Castile were bidden to choose within 4 months between baptism and exile. On the strength of an existing law prohibiting the export of precious metals, they were stripped of a great part of their wealth, and many hundred thousands quitted Spain. The treasury seized their abandoned property, but Spain was the poorer for the loss of a thrifty and industrious population. The work of the Inquisition now increased. Many of the exiles returned as professing Christians, while many suspected families of converts had been left behind. Pedigrees were subjected to the closest scrutiny. Not even the highest position in the church or the most saintly life secured those whose blood was tainted from cruel persecution. Even if their faith was beyond suspicion, they were made social outcasts. Statutes as to purity of blood excluded them in spite of the protests of the Church, at first from universities, chapters and public offices, and later even from religious congregations and trade guilds. Torquemada died in 1498, but the persecution went on until Cordova rose against the fierce and fanatical Lucero, 1506–7. Ximenes became Grand Inquisitor, 1507, and the tribunal became less savage, while its sphere of activity widened. At the beginning of the century, the baptized Saracens had been placed under its authority. When Islam was proscribed throughout Castile, 1502, the Inquisition stamped out its last embers by methods hardly less rigorous than those directed against the Jews. Afterwards it was employed to further absolutism in church and state. Such are the passions roused by the very name of the Inquisition, that it is difficult to judge its work. The Jesuit Mariana, a bold and impartial critic, calls it, quote, "a present remedy given by heaven against threatened ills." End quote. He admits, however, that the cure was a costly one, that the good name, life and fortune of all, lay in the hands of the inquisitors, that its visitation of the sins of fathers upon children, its cruel punishments, its secret proceedings and prying methods caused universal alarm, and that its tyranny was regarded by many as worse than death. For nearly 8 years after its conquest, the kingdom of Granada was ruled with firmness and moderation by its captain-general, the Count of Tendilla, and by Talavera, archbishop of the newly created see. The capitulation had been respected. Men's minds were reassured, and many who had at first preferred exile to submission had returned. Talavera, a man of earnest but mild temper, devoted all his energies to the conversion of the Muslims. He secured their confidence and respect, and by encouraging the study of Arabic, partly broke down the barrier of language. Already the results of his good work were apparent, when his persuasive and forbearing policy was abandoned. To the religious advisers of the Queen, the results attained seemed paltry. Shocked at what they considered a stubborn rejection of evident truths, they regarded the respect shown to the religious and social peculiarities of the Muslims as impious trafficking with evil, while the salvation of thousands was at stake. Ximenes shared the fanaticism of his age and country. Having obtained a commission to aid the archbishop in his work, he assembled the Moslem doctors, harangued, flattered, and bribed them till many received baptism. 1499. Still unsatisfied, he adopted more violent measures. He began to ill-treat the descendants of renegades, and to tear their children from them. He imprisoned the more obstinate of his opponents, and confiscated and publicly burned all books treating of their religion. A savage revolt within the city was quelled only by the influence of the captain general and the archbishop. Ximenes, when recalled to court to be reprimanded for his high-handed action, succeeded in winning over the queen to his views. A commission was sent to punish a revolt provoked by the infraction of guaranteed rights. It was evident that the capitulation was no longer to be respected, and while thousands, cowed but unconvinced, received baptism, others quitted Spain for Africa. The districts round Granada showed none of the submissive spirit of the city. On hearing of the injustice done to their fellow countrymen, the mountaineers of the Alpujarras revolted, and the Count of Tendilla, with Gonzalo de Cordova, then a young soldier, undertook a difficult and dangerous campaign in an almost inaccessible region. In the spring of 1500, Ferdinand himself assumed the command, and the rebellion was crushed out by irresistibly superior forces. Each little town perched upon its crag had to be stormed. Men taken with arms in their hands were butchered as rebels. The survivors were punished by enormous fines and cajoled or forced to receive baptism. No sooner was this rising repressed than a still more formidable one broke out in the Sierra Bermeja on the western side of the kingdom. Christians were tortured and murdered, and the alarm was increased by the belief that the rebels were in communication with Africa. A splendid force, hastily raised in Andalusia, marched into the fastnesses of the mountains, but becoming entangled among passes where the heavy-armed horsemen were helpless, it was nearly exterminated at Rio Verde, March 1501. The rebels, however, were terrified by their success. The revolt spread no further, and when Ferdinand hurried to Ronda, prepared for a campaign, they sued for peace. Again, the choice between baptism and exile was offered, and thousands quitted the country. In July 1501, the whole kingdom of Granada was declared to be Christian, and the only Moslem element left within the realms of Castile consisted of small groups settled in cities even as far north as Burgos and Zamora, under the protection of the crown. These Mudejares were now forbidden to communicate with their newly converted brethren of the south. 6 months later, all who refused to become Christians were banished. In Aragon and Valencia, the Mudejares were allowed, for a time, the private exercise of their religion. The harsh treatment of the Saracens seemed justified by fear of their numbers and of their intrigues with the African corsairs. They sank into a state of serfdom, being left dependent for protection upon the landowners who throve on their industry. Even so, they clung to their faith, and the Inquisition found 100 years insufficient for rooting it out. The results of intolerance are still to be traced in the wide wastes, once rich in corn, vine, and olive, of central and southern Spain. While the rest of the land had been won back in a half-ruined and desolate state, Granada was seized in full prosperity, but even she was not spared. Profiting by the eagerness of the King of France to settle outstanding differences before invading Italy, Ferdinand in 1493 recovered by negotiation the counties of Roussillon and Cerdagne, which had been pledged by his father to Louis XI. In 1494, following the traditions of the Crown of Aragon, He began actively to interfere in European politics by forming the League of Venice for the purpose of driving the French out of Italy. A period of peace followed the death of Charles VIII, 1498. When the war was resumed, the crown of Naples was added by the great captain Gonzalo de Cordova to those of Castile, Aragon, and Sicily, 1503. The New World had been discovered, but its supreme importance was misunderstood. Spain was embarked upon the current of European politics, which was to drag her to her ruin. Defeated in Italy and baffled in negotiation, the French king decided to carry the war into the enemy's country. In the autumn of 1503, two armies set out to invade Spain, one through the western passes of the Pyrenees, and the other, supported by a fleet, through the eastern. The former never reached its destination. The latter entered Roussillon unopposed, but wasted time in besieging the castle of Salsas near Perpignan until Ferdinand marched to its relief. The French retreated to Narbonne without fighting. The loss of the fleet in a storm completed the disaster of the French, and a humiliating peace ended the war. In 1496 were negotiated the marriages which eventually gave the crown of Spain to the House of Austria. Juan, only son of Ferdinand and Isabel, married Margaret, daughter of Maximilian, Archduke of Austria and King of the Romans. His sister Juana married Maximilian's son Philip the Fair, who had inherited 1493 from his mother the Netherlands, Flanders, Artois, and Franche-Comté. The death of the Infante Juan left his sister Isabel, Queen of Portugal, heiress apparent to the throne of Castile, 1497. By her death, 1498, and that of her infant son, 1500, the hope of the union of the whole peninsula under one crown was defeated. The succession fell to Juana and her husband Philip. From the first, their marriage had been an unhappy one. Philip gave his wife abundant cause for jealousy, and repressed her violent outbreaks by making her a prisoner within her palace. Her mind became disordered, and she soon showed signs of the intermittent insanity which later overtook her. It became necessary for Juana and Philip to visit Spain to receive the oath of allegiance as heirs to the crown, but Philip delayed till the end of the year 1501, and caused additional displeasure by seeking the friendship of Louis XII and doing formal homage to him as he passed through France. The Cortes of Castile swore allegiance to Juana and her husband at Toledo, 1502. The Cortes of Aragon, which had previously refused to acknowledge her sister Isabel, alleging that females were excluded from the succession, now took the usual oath. At the beginning of 1503, Philip quitted Spain, leaving his wife with her parents. He again passed through France and concluded a peace with King Louis. But this peace, Ferdinand, on hearing news of the victories of the great captain, repudiated, alleging that Philip had exceeded his instructions. The war in Italy went on as before. After the birth of Ferdinand, her second son, Juana's insanity increased. In March 1504, she quitted Spain against her mother's will, leaving her in feeble health. Isabel was broken by long years of toil and by family sorrows. She died of dropsy at the end of the year. The character of the great queen is well described in the simple words of Guicciardini, quote, "A great lover of justice, most modest in her person, she made herself much loved and feared by her subjects. She was greedy of glory, generous, and by nature very frank." End quote. Her will named Juana as her successor, but a codicil directed, quote, that Don Fernando should govern the realm during the absence of Queen Juana, and that if on her arrival she should be unwilling or unable to govern, Don Fernando should govern. End quote. Ferdinand proclaimed Juana and Philip and undertook the regency, but Isabel's death marks the beginning of a period of anarchy, which lasted until Charles established his rule, 1523. The year 1505 was spent in plots and counterplots. Philip, supported by a strong party in Spain, attempted to drive out Ferdinand. Instigated by Don Juan Manuel, he intrigued with Gonzalo de Cordova and with the King of France. Ferdinand, on his side, was ready to sacrifice the Union of Spain to private ambition. His first plan was to marry and revive the claims of Princess Juana, la Beltraneja. When this failed, he married Germaine de Foix, niece to the King of France, October 1505. King Louis made over to her as dowry his claims on the disputed portions of the Kingdom of Naples, with reversion to the French crown should the union prove childless. In this way, Ferdinand broke up the dangerous alliance between Louis, Philip, and Maximilian, but he also alienated from his cause a large portion of the Castilians, who regarded his hasty marriage as an insult to the memory of their queen. At the same time, Philip's agents in Spain were undermining Ferdinand's authority, and had won over many of the nobles of Andalusia, for he was still regarded as a foreigner in the land which he had so long ruled, and his harsh, suspicious, and niggardly nature increased his unpopularity. By the Treaty of Salamanca, November 1505, it was agreed that Ferdinand, Juana, and Philip should rule jointly and divide the revenues and patronage. In the following spring, Philip was obliged, by stress of weather, to land at Corunna. It had been his intention to sail round to Seville and collect his partisans, since neither party meant to abide by the agreement. Ferdinand hastened to meet his son-in-law, but Philip evaded an interview, for every day more grandees joined him, and he would soon be able to dictate his own terms. When the meeting actually took place, June, Ferdinand's following was reduced to 3 or 4 old friends, and he was compelled to declare that, owing to Juana's infirmity, her interference would be disastrous to the kingdom. In consideration of a pension, he gave up the regency and sulkily withdrew into Aragon with his young wife, and otherwise unaccompanied, quote, holding it unworthy to exercise delegated powers in realms over which he had been absolute king. End quote. He was welcomed by the Aragonese, who rejoiced to have shaken off the union with the preponderating power of Castile. Shortly afterwards he sailed for Naples, where the conduct of Gonzalo de Cordova had excited his suspicions. In July, Philip met the Castilian Cortes at Valladolid. Aided by Ximenes, he attempted to have his wife declared incapable of governing, but he was successfully opposed by a party led by the Admiral of Castile. Juana was acknowledged as queen in her own right, Philip as king by right of marriage, and their infant son, Charles, as heir to the throne. Acting in his wife's name, Philip hereupon conferred the offices of state and wardenships of the royal castles on members of his own party. The malcontents began to draw together to liberate the queen, whom they believed to be sane and a prisoner in the hands of her husband. The threatened rebellion was, however, for the moment arrested, and Philip was called away northward to watch the frontier. He evaded the danger of invasion by means of a treaty with the French king, from which Ferdinand was excluded. In September 1506, Philip died suddenly at Burgos, leaving Spain in a ferment of rival factions. Within Castile, no authority existed, for Juana refused to act. The grandees nominated Ximenes with 6 members of the council to carry on the regency until the guardianship of the infant heir to the throne should be decided. They summoned the Cortes, but their summons was disregarded as unconstitutional. Ferdinand had already reached Italy when the news overtook him. He sent a commission to Ximenes to carry on the government during his absence. On his return to Spain, July 1507, he crushed the party, headed by Juan Manuel, which supported the claim of Maximilian to act as regent for his daughter-in-law and grandson. Ferdinand's position was a strong one, for the event foreseen in Isabel's will had come to pass. Juana, wandering from village to village with the weird procession that bore her husband's corpse, stubbornly refused to sign papers of state. Most of the Flemish party fled. Then Burgos and Jaén, held for a time in Maximilian's interest, submitted, and calm fell upon Castile, for the majority welcomed the prospect of speedy repression of the disorder which had broken out during Ferdinand's absence. After a meeting with Juana, who refused to lend herself to his schemes by marrying Henry of England, he gave out that she had resigned the government to him, and thus remained undisputed master of the kingdom. Ferdinand showed no wish to avenge himself upon those who had driven him with ignominy from the kingdom, but bore himself ruthlessly towards those who now questioned his authority. Don Juan Manuel had fled. The Duke of Nájera refused to deliver up his fortresses, but when an army was sent against him, he submitted, and his lands and titles were given to his eldest son. At Cordova, the Marquis of Priego revolted. Ferdinand called out all Andalusia to crush him. He threw himself on the king's mercy, but was condemned to death. The interest of the great captain, his kinsman, availed only to obtain a commutation of his sentence to confiscation, fine, and banishment. Although the suspicions against him were probably groundless, the great captain felt the weight of Ferdinand's jealousy. They had returned from Italy together, and Ferdinand had shown him all deference, and had promised him the Grand Mastership of Santiago, but the promise was never fulfilled. He was treated with marked coolness, and withdrew to his estates near Loja, where he ended his days in haughty and magnificent retirement. Once only, after the Battle of Ravenna, 1512, when it was believed that he alone could save Spain's possessions in Italy, he received a commission to enlist troops. Thousands had already joined his banner, when the danger passed away, and Ferdinand, alarmed and jealous, withdrew his commission. End of section 36. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 37 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, The Catholic Kings, by H. Butler Clarke, Part 3. The Barbary pirates not only rendered the sea unsafe, but, acting in concert with the Moriscos, made frequent descents upon the Spanish coast, spreading terror and devastation far inland. In 1505, at the instigation of Ximenes, Bers el Kebir, one of their strongholds, had been captured. The disturbed condition of Spain made it impossible immediately to follow up this success, but Ximenes had not lost sight of his policy of African conquest. A war against the infidel always stirred the crusading spirit of the Spaniards, and Ferdinand saw in it a way of turning public attention from late events. In 1508, a small expedition under Pedro Navarro captured Peñón de la Gomera. In the following year, a larger one was prepared. Ximenes lent money out of the vast revenues of his see, and himself accompanied the army of 14,000 men to Oran, May 1509. The city was captured, and many Christian captives were set free, but the glory of the victory was stained by a brutal massacre of unarmed inhabitants. Within a month, Ximenes was back in Spain. He had quarreled with Pedro Navarro, the general in command of the expedition, and was, moreover, alarmed by reports that Ferdinand was plotting to deprive him of his archbishopric in favor of his illegitimate son, the Archbishop of Saragossa. Pedro Navarro remained behind, and in a few months effected a series of brilliant conquests. Budja fell after a siege. Algiers and Tlemcen surrendered. Tripolis was stormed. Grown overbold, Navarro fell into an ambuscade among the sandhills of the waterless island of Leathes. The greater part of his army perished, and the tide of Spanish conquest in Africa was stayed for a time. August 1510. The recovery of Roussillon and Cerdagne gave Ferdinand command of the eastern passes of the Pyrenees, but Spanish unity was still incomplete, while the kingdom of Navarre, lying astride of the western end of the range, held the keys of Spain. Torn by the continual wars of her two great factions, the Beaumonts and Gramonts, and crushed by the neighbourhood of more powerful states, Navarre could not hope to preserve her independence. She was, moreover, ruled by a feeble dynasty that had not taken root in the soil. Navarre had belonged to Ferdinand's father in right of his first wife, but had passed by right of marriage to her great-grandson, François Phoebus, Count of Foix, and later to his sister Catherine. Ferdinand sought to secure the prize by marrying his son to Catherine. The scheme was frustrated by her mother, Madeleine, sister of Louis XII. And Catherine married Jean d'Albret, a Gascon nobleman, whose large estates lay on the border of Lower Navarre. Nevertheless, Ferdinand found means of frequently interfering in the affairs of his neighbours. He protected the Beaumont faction and the dynasty against King Louis, who supported the claims of a younger branch of the House of Foix, represented first by the Viscount of Narbonne and later by Gaston Phoebus, brother of Ferdinand's second wife. In 1511, Pope Julius II, the emperor, the Venetians, Ferdinand, and Henry VIII of England formed the Holy League for the purpose of crushing France. Bent on his scheme of recovering Guyenne, Henry sent an army to Guipuscoa to cooperate with the Spaniards, 1512. Ferdinand's opportunity had now come. He demanded a free passage for his troops through Navarre, and the surrender of fortresses as a guarantee of neutrality. Jean d'Albret tried to evade compliance by allying himself with the French. Ferdinand retaliated by a manifesto declaiming against his faithlessness and ingratitude, and by ordering the Duke of Alva to invade Navarre, July 1512. 5 days later, the Spaniards, aided by the Beaumontais, encamped before Pamplona, and Jean d'Albret fled to seek help from the French army encamped near Bayonne. Pamplona surrendered on receiving guarantees of its liberties, which it held dearer than its foreign dynasty. Failing to get help from the French, Jean d'Albret, though his capital was already in the enemy's hands, attempted negotiation, professing his readiness to accept any terms that might be dictated. Ferdinand, however, insisted on his claim to hold Navarre until he should complete his holy enterprise against France. Most of the Navarrese towns and fortresses now surrendered. Tudela was besieged by the Aragonese under the Archbishop of Saragossa. Early in August, Ferdinand renewed his promise to give up the kingdom at the end of the war. His messenger was seized and imprisoned, and on the 21st of the month he published at Burgos the bull Pater ille coelestis, excommunicating all who resisted the Holy League, and declaring their lands and honours forfeited to those who should seize them. Although Jean d'Albret and Catherine were not named, the bull specially mentioned the Basques and Cantabrians, and dread of its threats brought about the surrender of the few places that still held out in Upper Navarre. Ferdinand now threw off the mask and took the title of King of Navarre. Meanwhile, Alva had crossed the mountains and summoned the Marquis of Dorset from his camp near San Sebastian to aid in the conquest of Lower Navarre. The English, however, declared that they had come to conquer not Navarre but Guyenne, and since it was now too late in the year for that purpose, they sailed home after plundering a small part of the frontier. A French army advanced against Alva, who recrossed the mountains without fighting and shut himself up in Pamplona. But after 2 fierce assaults, the French in turn withdrew on the approach of Spanish reinforcements. The whole of Upper Navarre and the district of Ultrapuertos, north of the mountains, remained in Ferdinand's hands. In 1513, the Navarrese Cortes swore allegiance to him, and the French king abandoned his allies by concluding a truce. Navarre was incorporated with Castile, 1515. Ultrapuertos was, however, afterwards abandoned on account of the expense of keeping up an outpost beyond the mountains, 1530. The last 3 years of Ferdinand's life were uneventful so far as Spain is concerned. Although he was involved in the tangled skein of alliances and plots by which the fate of Italy was decided, his interest in politics was no longer active. His chief anxiety was to leave a son to succeed to his patrimony. One had been born of his second marriage, but had died shortly after birth. Although he was eager to become a father once more, he was not destined to undo his life's work, Spanish unity. He fell ill, 1513, and with the restlessness of a dying man, wandered through the mountain villages of Castile, pursuing his favorite occupation of hunting. A strong Spanish party, led by Don Juan Manuel and supported by France, still opposed him, scheming in favor of Maximilian's claim to govern Spain as regent for his grandson. King Ferdinand held them in check, and set up against Charles his younger brother Ferdinand, who had been brought up in Spain and was now regarded as the probable successor to the United Crowns, or at least to that of Aragon. In 1515, King Ferdinand visited Aragon for the last time and held Cortes at Calatayud. His arbitrary temper had grown upon him, and when supply was refused, he struck a last fierce blow at his country's liberties by angrily dismissing the deputies and imprisoning their president. When his end was known to be near, September 1515, the Flemish party sent to Adrian of Utrecht to act in the name of his former pupil, the Infante Charles. King Ferdinand died in the village of Madrigalejo, January 1516, leaving behind him a reputation for political wisdom, astonishing when it is remembered that he was an unlettered man. But it was his unscrupulousness that left the deepest mark upon the age. During Isabel's lifetime, he had screened his grasping policy behind her religious enthusiasm, and had used her haughty and upright spirit as an instrument for attaining his selfish ends. He had never sought to be loved, and after her death his character stood revealed in its native harshness. Quote, "No reproach attaches to him," says Guicciardini, "save his lack of generosity and his faithlessness to his word." End quote. Shortly before his death he revoked a will which favored his younger grandson and namesake, and now bequeathed to him only a pension so modest as to preclude all chance of rivalry with his brother. He left the crowns of Aragon and the two Sicilies to his daughter Juana, Queen of Castile, appointing her son Charles regent in her name. To Ximenes he entrusted the government of Castile, and to his bastard son, the Archbishop of Saragossa, that of Aragon. Ximenes, although more than 80 years old, undertook the charge with his wonted energy. Acting under instructions from Flanders and disregarding the protests of the Castilians, he proclaimed Charles as king conjointly with his mother, May 1516. He reformed the household of Queen Juana, who had been ill-treated by a brutal governor. He fixed the seat of government at Madrid, on account of its central position. He secured the person of the Infante Ferdinand, whose discontent was being fomented by interested advisers. By sheer force of character, he set aside Adrian of Utrecht, who had been sent to share the regency. He revoked all grants of lands and pensions made since Isabel's death. When a commission of grandees waited upon him to inquire by virtue of what power he had taken this step, he pointed to the artillery massed below his palace. Not content with the regular forces of the crown, he attempted to revive in more efficient form the old militia, and sent commissioners to enroll a force of 31,000 men. Exemption from taxation was promised to all who gave in their names. A certain number in each district were to be armed and drilled, and to receive pay when called out. The nobles took alarm, and stirred up the municipalities to resist what was represented as a new burden and an encroachment on their liberties. Valladolid and other cities rose in revolt, and forwarded a protest to Charles in Flanders. The matter was ordered to stand over until his arrival. 4 years later, the municipalities had reason to regret their lack of military organization. Thinking to profit by the unsettled state of Spain, Jean d'Albret invaded Navarre and laid siege to Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port. He was supported by native exiles who broke in through the pass of Roncal, hoping for a rising within the country. They were met before effecting a junction with the king, and were utterly defeated, March 1516. Jean d'Albret gave up the enterprise. He died 3 months later, leaving his claims to his son Henri. Ximenes began to fortify Pamplona as a stronghold for the Castilian garrison, while he dismantled a number of outlying castles which might give protection to invaders. In pursuit of his policy of African conquest, Ximenes sent an expedition against Algiers, which had been seized by Barbarossa, the famous renegade corsair, September 1516. In consequence of the incapacity of its leader, the expedition met with a crushing defeat and was almost annihilated. Ximenes's schemes were everywhere thwarted by Charles's Flemish councillors. With their chief, William de Croy, Seigneur de Chèvres, he had tried unsuccessfully to establish a good understanding. Flemish interests required alliance with France, and in pursuit of this object they were ready to sacrifice Spanish interests in Italy and Navarre. For a time they were successful. By the Treaty of Noyon, October 1516, Charles became betrothed to Francis's infant daughter, promising to satisfy the claims of the Albrets in Navarre and to give up Queen Germaine's dowry. Moreover, a growing feeling of discontent was provoked in Spain by the shameless traffic in Spanish offices of dignity and profit carried on by Flemish courtiers. The grandees, who writhed under Ximenes's strong hand, flocked with their complaints to Flanders and obtained a ready hearing. The people were persuaded that Juana was sane and shut out from her rights by a cruel plot. Ximenes, surrounded by difficulties, wrote repeatedly urging Charles to come to Spain and warning him of the rising discontent of the municipalities. At last, in September 1517, Charles landed on the Asturian coast. He was only 17 years old. His health was delicate, and his diffidence had been increased by his being brought up under such masterful spirits as Chèvre and his Aunt Margaret. He found himself in a strange country, seething with half-repressed rebellion. He could not speak a word of Spanish. The grandees hastened to welcome the king, but access to his presence was barred by the Flemings. Ximenes, too, journeyed northward to meet the prince whom he had so manfully served. He wished, before his death, to explain the policy by which the mutinous spirit of Castile might be appeased, and the anarchy of Aragon quelled. The Flemings, foreseeing that their influence would be at an end if Charles fell under the influence of the cardinal's powerful will, did their utmost to prevent a meeting. Ximenes was accordingly checked by a letter, in which Charles thanked him for his services and invited him to an interview, after which he was ordered to retire to his diocese and take such rest as his health demanded. Ximenes did not survive his political downfall. His death, November 8, left Spain entirely in the hands of the foreigners, among whom his honours were speedily divided. Adrian was made cardinal. Chèvre became chief minister of the crown. His youthful nephew, William de Croix, Archbishop of Toledo, and Jean le Sauvage, chancellor. Ximenes's policy had been directed to assure the supremacy of the crown, while giving to the people such rights and a cohesion as should balance the power of the nobles. He had also attempted to found a Spanish empire in Africa. The latter scheme was intermittently prosecuted after his death, but its special importance was lost sight of amid dreams of universal empire. The natural development of the political rights of the people was checked, and their hardly won municipal liberties were crushed in the struggles that followed. Charles aimed from the first at the absolute power, which in the end swallowed up the liberties of nobles and commons alike. After a brief visit to his mad mother at Tordesillas, where she passed 50 years of her life, Charles made a triumphal entry into Valladolid, November 1517. Here, in the following spring, the Castilian Cortes assembled. The grandees were disgusted to find that all favours fell to foreigners. The sessions opened stormily, for Spanish jealousy had been aroused by the appointment of a Fleming to preside in conjunction with the Bishop of Badajoz, a known ally of the foreign party. 2 legal assessors watched the proceedings on behalf of the crown. The Commons had hoped to profit by the inexperience of the prince in order to extend their rights. Led by Dr. Zumel, proctor of Burgos, they adopted a haughty tone, reminded Charles of his duties as king, and actually addressed him as "our hireling." They claimed, contrary to custom, that he should swear to observe their liberties before receiving the oath of allegiance, and should hear petitions before they granted supply. Charles submitted to the former demand, and was acknowledged as sovereign in conjunction with his mother. This was a disappointment, for he had hoped to rule alone. The Cortes voted a supply of somewhat more than the usual amount, spread over 3 years. In answer to a long list of petitions, the king promised to learn to speak Spanish, to forbid illegal exportation of gold and silver, to grant no further offices or letters of naturalization to foreigners, to keep his brother in Spain till the succession should be assured, not to alienate crown property, and not to give up Navarre. Charles then hurried on to hold Cortes at Saragossa. The Aragonese proved more stubborn. Freed from Ferdinand's strong hand, The nobles had shaken off all respect for the crown, and moreover, Charles was thoroughly distrusted. Regardless of his late promises, he had sent his brother Ferdinand to Flanders, and on the death of Jean le Sauvage had appointed another foreign chancellor, Arborio di Gattinara. The Aragonese first disputed Charles's right to call Cortes. They next demanded proof of Juana's incapacity, and when, finally, they consented to acknowledge him as king in conjunction with her, they insisted on declaring that, if she should recover, she alone would be queen in Aragon. Charles was forced to adopt a submissive attitude. He sought to win over the people by breaking down the usurped privileges of the nobles, but it cost him 8 months, and he had to undergo many affronts before he could obtain a grant of money so small that it was insufficient for paying his expenses. In order to replenish the treasury, the supply voted by the Castilians was farmed, offices were sold, and the Inquisition was urged to ruthless confiscation. The tide of discontent rose higher than ever. At Barcelona, objection was again taken to swearing the oath of allegiance to Charles during his mother's lifetime. Only after 10 months were bribery and flattery able to break down opposition and elicit a moderate grant. Charles was preparing to meet the Parliament of Valencia, January 1520, when news was brought of his election as King of the Romans in succession to his grandfather Maximilian. The report that the king was about to quit Spain roused the indignation against him to the highest pitch. The Castilian cities were jealous of the time he had spent in Aragon and Catalonia, haggling to obtain small supplies, while loyal Castile, which had voted an extra sum, was neglected. There was no reason to fear that Spain would sink to the level of a mere province of the empire. Already, in November, Toledo had sent a circular letter to the cities possessing votes in the Cortes, urging them to combine in order to prevent the departure of the king, the export of gold, and government by foreigners. Some made no reply. Others, like Salamanca, joined eagerly in the protest. A commission was appointed to lay before Charles the demands of the kingdom, whereupon he sent to Toledo a new and more energetic corregidor to check the spirit of mutiny. Wishing to obtain money and at the same time to tranquilize the public mind by explanations and promises, he summoned Parliament to meet him at Santiago de Compostela, February 1520. As he hurried northward, he was overtaken at Valladolid by the commissioners from Toledo and Salamanca, who insisted, in spite of his orders, on fulfilling their charge. He bade them follow the court until he could find time to attend to them. A report that Queen Juana was to be carried out of the country provoked a riot and a rash attempt to check the king's departure from Valladolid. The cruelty with which these excesses were avenged still further irritated the people. At Villalpando, the promised audience was granted to the commissioners of the cities, but Charles was in no mood for yielding. He harshly bade them await the meeting of Parliament to lay their wishes before him. Meanwhile, the court party was doing its utmost to secure submissive deputies. A royal decree directed that an unlimited commission should be given to the proctors according to a prescribed form. Toledo refused to comply. Her proctors were instructed merely to hear and report on the proposals of the king. Other cities, while granting a commission in the prescribed form, limited it by secret instructions to resist all demands for money. It was amid the gloomiest forebodings that the Cortes met at Santiago, March 1520. The selection of a place so far removed from the center of Spain was suspicious. Even if promises were wrung from the departing king, their fulfillment was unlikely. At such a distance from their electors, deputies might easily be bribed or intimidated. The chief cause of complaint, however, was the demand for further supply, while the grant of 1518 had still a year to run. An attempt was made to soothe irritation by the appointment of a Spanish president, and a conciliatory speech from the throne was read by the Bishop of Badajoz in the presence of Charles himself. Toledo was unrepresented, having refused to grant the prescribed commission. The deputies of Salamanca were excluded for refusing to take the oath before petitions had been heard. The nobles, disgusted at their exclusion from the royal favor, had quitted the court. Charles hurried on to Corunna, in order to be able to embark at a moment's notice and reach England, April. The remaining deputies followed, and were cajoled and threatened until, by a narrow majority, they voted a supply of 300 millions of maravedis. They petitioned for a Spanish regent, for the speedy return of the king, for the better administration of justice, against the nomination of deputies by the crown, and the exaction of unlimited commissions, that the Cortes should meet every 3 years, that the summons should contain a list of the matters to be discussed, and that deputies should be compelled to render an account to their electors within a stated time. Most of these petitions were refused or left unanswered. The Cortes were dismissed, and in May Charles set sail, leaving nobles and people equally discontented. Adrian of Utrecht was appointed by him regent in his absence. The return of the deputies from Corunna was the signal for rioting in many cities. Some who had voted supply contrary to instructions were murdered by the mob. Led by Toledo, the cities from León to Murcia and from Burgos to Jaén formed a league under the name of the Santa Comunidad and expelled the corregidores to the cry of "Long live the king! Down with the bad ministers!" Avila was chosen on account of its central position as the meeting place of their junta, July 1520, which included nobles and ecclesiastics as well as commons. It began by declaring itself independent of the regent and council, and organizing the levies of the cities under the command of Juan de Padilla, a nobleman of Toledo. Adrian's attempts to check the revolt were feeble and unsuccessful. A small body of troops sent with Ronquillo, a judge of notorious severity, to punish Segovia, where the outbreak had been specially violent, was easily beaten off. An attempt made by Fonseca, one of the royal captains, to seize the artillery which Ximenes had kept in readiness at Medina del Campo, not only failed, but resulted in the destruction by fire of the town, one of the richest in Spain. Adrian was obliged to disband Fonseca's army and disavow his action. A more serious blow to the royal cause followed. Padilla seized Tordesillas and with it the person of Queen Juana, August 29. The Santa Junta now removed to Tordesillas and proclaimed that the queen was sane and approved its actions. Valladolid, the seat of the regency, was captured. Some members of the royal council were imprisoned. Others, among them Adrian himself, fled, October 18. The great seal of the kingdom and the state papers fell into the hands of the rebels. Led by Adrian, who despaired from the first, the friends of Charles in Spain wrote to him that all was lost unless he returned at once and came to terms with the comuneros. But Charles never yielded. His cause was aided more by the incapacity of its opponents than by the energy of the royalists. Instead of setting up a government in the place of that which it had overthrown, the junta continued to declare its loyalty. Unable to conceive any authority other than that of the monarchy, it wasted its time in trying to persuade the imbecile queen to confirm its acts. Juana had received its members, when they broke into Tordesillas, with some show of favor, but her steady refusal to sign documents was not to be shaken. The main theory of the revolution, that the queen was sane, and that her faithful commons were to deliver her and shake off the hated yoke of the foreigner, had broken down. Juana's obstinacy acted as a physical obstacle. Disheartened and irresolute, the junta betook itself to the only other source of legitimate authority, and sent a deputation to Flanders to assure the king of its loyalty and beg confirmation of its acts. At the same time, it forwarded a long list of petitions. These included Charles's return to Spain and marriage, the reform of the court on the model of Ferdinand and Isabel's, the reduction of taxes to the standard of 1494, the better administration of justice, together with demands that corregidores should not be appointed without a request on the part of the municipality concerned, and then only for 2 years, that municipalities should elect their proctors without interference, that the commission of the proctors should not be prescribed, and that death should be the penalty for accepting bribes, that the Cortes should meet every 3 years, and that the 3 orders should be represented, that nobles should be excluded from municipal and financial offices, and from the exclusive use of waste and common lands, that such lands as they had seized should be restored within 6 months, that Isabel's will and Charles' own oath forbidding the alienation of any part of the royal patrimony should be observed, so as to obviate the necessity for extraordinary taxation. These petitions never reached Charles, for the messengers' hearts failed them, and they turned back. But they show that the junta utterly misunderstood its position and the character of the king. The last 2 clauses mark a change of spirit. They are directed against the nobles, some of whom had acquiesced in or favored the insurrection. So soon as their usurped privileges were threatened, they began to rally round the throne. This tendency was furthered by a masterly stroke of policy. Urged by Adrian's despairing appeals for help, Charles nominated 2 Spanish grandees, the Constable and the Admiral of Castile, to share the regency. He bade them temporize and dissimulate, call Cortes in his name if advisable, but sanction no curtailment of the royal authority. The Constable raised an army in the north under the command of his son, the Count of Haro, and, aided by Zumel, who, a year before, had figured as a champion of popular rights, but had been brought over by a bribe, he recovered the city of Burgos, where jealousy of Toledo's leadership was strong. The admiral joined Adrian at Rio Seco, which forthwith became the rallying place of the royalists, and began to treat with the comuneros. These appointments silenced the complaints of the grandees as to the neglect of their order, nor could the popular party any longer complain that the land was left to the government of strangers. Internal quarrels still further weakened the comuneros. Flattered by the adhesion of Pedro Giron, a nobleman with a private grievance, they made him captain in place of Padilla, November. This was considered as a slight by the Toledans, and their contingent marched home. The loss of Padilla and his men was compensated by the arrival of Alonso de Acuña, Bishop of Zamora, one of the boldest and most skillful captains of the time. Giron marched against Rio Seco, but, either betraying the cause he served or fooled by sham negotiations, he let his opportunity slip. His army melted away. The Count of Haro relieved Rio Seco, and recaptured Tordesillas together with the queen and some members of the junta, December 5. The cry of treachery was raised, and Giron became a fugitive. An amnesty and a few conciliatory measures would now have put an end to the movement, But the regents were hindered by Charles's obstinacy. He not only sternly forbade further concession, but disavowed the moderate conditions under which Burgos had returned to its loyalty. He seemed utterly reckless, leaving his agents to fight alone, and even allowing their letters to remain unanswered. But the regents had now the nobility on their side, for the comuneros became daily more democratic and radical. When the junta reassembled at Valladolid, its disorganization was more than ever apparent. Its authority was lost. It had not even a definite rallying cry. Now that his rival was gone, Padilla returned with his troops from Toledo. Though his unfitness for command was known, he was elected captain by popular acclaim. A French army was on the point of invading Navarre, and a powerful noble, the Count of Salvatierra, had revolted in the north. But again, the forces of the comuneros were divided. For Bishop Acuña, hearing that the see of Toledo was vacant, marched southward, hoping for the second time in his life to win a mitre by force of arms. The royalist party was not more united. Adrian wrote that any one of the grandees would gladly lose an eye in order that his fellow might suffer the same. The constable and the admiral had fallen out as to the proper course of action. The former advocated force, the latter the continuation of negotiations. In the spring of 1521, Padilla led out his ill-equipped forces, and by a stroke of fortune captured the strong castle of Torre-lo-Baton. Instead, however, of following up on his success, he lingered while the constable, after defeating the Count of Salvatierra in the north, marched with a fresh army to join his son at Tordesillas. Fear and a suspicion that their leaders were busy making terms spread confusion in the comuneros' ranks. Many of the soldiers deserted. Others betook themselves to indiscriminate plunder. Convinced that to risk a battle with the remainder of his disheartened force would be madness, Padilla retired as the Count of Haro advanced. While making his way down the valley of the Douro to the protection of the castle of Toro, he was overtaken at Villalar, April 23, 1521. His troops were easily dispersed, and though he sought death, he was himself captured alive. On the following day he was put to death, together with his second in command. An enthusiastic but not unselfish supporter of the popular cause, he had devoted his valor to its service, but his jealousy and incompetence unfitted him alike for command and for the rank of hero to which latter-day liberals have raised him. Bishop Acuña, after one or two skirmishes in the neighborhood of Ocaña, wasted his time and popularity in an attempt to compel the chapter of Toledo to accept him as archbishop. On receipt of the news of the disaster of Villalar, he fled. Padilla's widow, whose family connections and high spirit gave her great authority, held out at Toledo for a few months. After a useless struggle, she escaped to Portugal, and the war of the comuneros was at an end. End of section 37. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 38 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, The Catholic Kings by H. Butler Clarke, Part 4. When Charles returned to Spain, July 1522, he was received, as he states, with much humility and reverence. But he came accompanied by a foreign guard, and determined to punish ruthlessly. At Palencia, the regents laid before him their proposals for amnesty. Not only were these rejected, but pardons granted in his name were withdrawn. On All Saints' Day at Valladolid, he mounted a dais and declared that he would be justified in punishing all who had shared in the late rebellion, the municipalities by deprivation of their liberties, and individuals by confiscation and death. Nevertheless, he promised to pardon all save 300. This proscription, in the form of an amnesty, was mercilessly carried out. The list contained the names of many members of noble families. The supplications of relatives who had fought on the royalist side availed nothing, and the sum brought into the treasury by confiscation amounted to 2,000,000 ducats. Many executions followed, and even as late as 1528, the Cortes still prayed for mercy on fugitives. The revolt of the comuneros originated in indignation against particular acts of misgovernment and hatred of foreigners, rather than in any meditated scheme for winning popular liberties. It has been represented as an attempt to resist the encroachments of the crown, but was really an attempt to limit its traditional privileges. Under the weak kings of the 15th century, the Castilian Cortes had neglected to secure the abolition of the antiquated forms, which represented the king as everywhere paramount. Under strong kings, the strict letter of the law was enforced. Ferdinand and Isabel were despots, with the consent of their subjects. Charles was strong enough to disregard the popular will. The movement never spread beyond Castile. The Andalusians offered to suppress it, but their aid was not required. It was crushed by Castilian troops. So soon as its democratic character became pronounced, it was opposed by the nobles, whose aid or acquiescence was essential to its success. It failed through local jealousy, respect for tradition, and lack of a leader and of a plan. It was not openly directed against the crown. The junta denied the accusation of disloyalty, asserting that, quote, "never did Spain breed disobedience save in her nobles, nor loyalty save in her commons," end quote, January 1521. The failure of the movement so depressed the popular cause that until the beginning of the 19th century, the Spanish commons but rarely again raised up their heads beneath the scepter of their absolute kings. While the rising of the comuneros stirred Castile into a ferment, a distinct and much more violent rebellion was in progress in Valencia. This was entirely social in character. The city population was composed of restless and turbulent artisans, descendants of the adventurers who had settled here when the land was won back from the Saracens. The country population was chiefly made up of Saracen peasants, vassals of the nobles. Between nobles and people stood the rich burgesses, despised by the former and envied by the latter. The industry of the Saracens, stimulated by a heavy burden of taxation, pressed hard on the Christians. In the autumn of 1519, while most of the magistrates were absent on account of the plague, the 48 trade guilds of the city took up arms to resist an expected attack of the Barbary pirates. The contemplation of their own strength gave rise to a feeling of independence among the commons. They began to claim a larger share in the government, and appointed a junta of 13 members to rule over them. The nobles sought to interfere, but the guilds formed a brotherhood, Hermania, to resist them, and petitioned Charles to prevent the dispersion of their forces. On receipt of a favorable reply, the movement spread to such an alarming degree that the nobles called upon the king to come in person and check the disorder. A commission was sent to examine the situation, and in accordance with its report, the Hermania was ordered to lay down its arms. By this concession, Charles thought to persuade the Valencian nobles to take the oath of allegiance, and to vote supply, without insisting on his presence at their cortes. On their refusal, he again changed his policy, favoring the Germania and sending Adrian of Utrecht to inquire into its grievances, February 1520. In view of their danger, the nobles, when Charles was on the point of quitting Spain, consented to receive his oath by deputy, and in answer to their appeal, he sent Diego de Mendoza, a nobleman of haughty temper, to restore order, April 1520. After an interval of quiet, riots broke out again. In June, the city was left in the hands of the Germania by the flight of the governor. Shortly afterwards, he was driven from Játiva to Denia, while all the cities of the kingdom of Valencia, with the exception of Morella, rose against their magistrates and appointed juntas like that of the mother city. The movement spread as far as the Balearic Islands, and now began to show itself in its true light. The grievances originally put forward were that the people were deprived of their rightful share in the government, that taxes were excessive, and that justice was badly administered. But when the rabble gained the upper hand, instead of attempting political reforms, they plundered the houses of the nobles and called upon them to produce the titles by which they held their estates. This attack on property alienated the burgesses, who henceforth sided with the nobles, and the action of the Germania became more violent and fanatical than before. Despairing of help from the Regency, the nobles armed their vassals. The army of the Germania marched out against them, but was crushingly defeated at Oropesa and Almenara, June and July 1521. The governor, however, was again routed at Gandia and driven to seek refuge at Peñíscola. Meanwhile, owing to the frantic excesses of the populace, which now openly avowed its intention of exterminating nobles and infidels, the moderate party was increasing. At its head was the Marquis of Zenete, a nobleman of well-known benevolence and impartiality. Negotiating between the opposing factions, he succeeded in obtaining the submission of the city and bringing back the governor. But the more violent members of the Germania were still encamped at Játiva. Having imprudently put himself into their power, he was treacherously imprisoned, but escaped to Valencia, rallied all the moderate citizens, seized and executed the ringleaders of the mob, and after a fierce fight, remained master of the city. Játiva and a few outlying towns were not subdued until after Charles' return. In March 1523, the Queen Dowager, Germaine, was sent as regent to punish the guilty. The pardons granted in return for submission were revoked. A ruthless proscription and many executions followed. Thousands fled, and the guilds were ruined by heavy fines. Like the comuneros, the agermanados never ceased to proclaim their loyalty. The two revolts were simultaneous, and were, at all events, directed against the same enemy, but cooperation was never attempted. Local jealousy and traditional hatred were still strong. The Castilian, in the eyes of a Valencian, was, nay, is, to this day, a foreigner. The rebellion of the comuneros had hardly been suppressed when Navarre was invaded by Henri d'Albret, with the connivance of Francis I. Charles had engaged to restore Navarre to the house of Albret, but negotiations had failed to bring about fulfillment or confirmation of the promise. Henri d'Albret entered into communication with the comuneros, with a view to combined action, but his army came too late. It was commanded with more courage than discretion by a scion of the exiled family, André de Foix d'Asparos, or L'Espard. The garrison of Navarre had been greatly weakened by the withdrawal of troops to crush the revolt in Castile. Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port was easily captured. The fortifications of Pamplona were not yet sufficiently strong to offer more than a feeble resistance. Henri d'Albret was welcomed by his partisans within the kingdom, and the whole of Navarre was overrun. Elated by his easy conquest, Asparos crossed the frontier of Castile and laid siege to Logroño. The Duke of Nájera, Viceroy of Navarre, had hurried south to obtain assistance from the regents. Logroño made a heroic defense, while he marched to its relief with the troops lately victorious at Villalar. Meanwhile, Sangüesa had been recaptured in the rear of the French, who now retired towards Pamplona, fearing to have their retreat cut off. They were overtaken by the Spanish army, 2 leagues from the city. The garrison which they had left for its defense was unable to join them. Driven to bay, Asparos ordered an immediate attack while the Spaniards were resting after their long march. He was utterly defeated and taken prisoner at Noailles, June 1521. The Albrets never again attempted to win back their kingdom by force of arms. Charles returned to Spain 1522, no longer a diffident and delicate young man, passive in the hands of his advisers. His views had broadened, and his temper was haughty and autocratic. Spain was now part of a larger whole. The accident of the possessions of the Aragonese crown in Italy, the election to the empire, and the inheritance of the House of Burgundy checked and warped her development as an African and Atlantic power, but foreign courtiers were no longer allowed to treat her as a conquered country. The emperor learnt to know and respect the Spaniards. Spanish statesmen sat in his council. Spanish soldiers formed the mainstay of his power abroad. The overthrow of the Comuneros had compelled their fear and respect. Association in worldwide schemes of universal monarchy and championship of the Church endeared him to them and roused them from their natural lethargy and absorption in provincial and class differences. Military glory turned away attention from the burden and sufferings of the land and increased the national contempt for all professions save that of arms. The middle class, which under the Catholic kings was struggling into existence, almost disappeared. But Charles attempted to found his worldwide power on submission, and not on political, social, and economic well-being. Spain was indeed formally united, and political unity was based on religious unity, as Isabel had intended. But the vigorous provincial and municipal life, checked by harsh centralization, became a source of weakness instead of a reserve of strength. A memorable intellectual, literary, and artistic development accompanied the political expansion and the growth of military glory. The striking originality of the new generation contrasts with the effete imitation that sufficed for its predecessor. The predominance of the Castilian dialect was already secured, but even in the 15th century, poets sought models in Provençal, Gallegan, and Italian. Ausias March, who died in 1466, the most notable among them, wrote in his native Limousin. Literature was an exotic, cultivated at court. Hardly a poem of the hundreds collected into the Cancioneros of Baena, Stúñiga, and Hernando del Castillo, published in 1511, possesses more than historical interest. The frivolity, artificiality, and disorder of the reigns of John II and Henry IV were reflected by their poets, and their tragedy by the chronicles, probably, too, by ballads now modernized beyond recognition. The introduction of printing coincides with the accession of the Catholic kings, and the next half-century produced translations of the Latin and Italian classics in abundance. Though the revival of learning influenced Spain, it bore no fruit there till later. The scholars who brought the new learning to the peninsula were mostly foreigners or Spaniards trained abroad. Peter Martyr of Angera, the two brothers, Heraldino and Marineus Siculus, were Italians. Arias Barbosa, a Portuguese, taught Greek by the side of Fernan Núñez de Guzman, a Spanish nobleman, but Spain produced no Hellenists of note. Luis Vives, the humanist, tutor to William de Croy, the boy Archbishop of Toledo, and to Mary of England, was Spanish only by the accident of his birth. Antonio de Nebrija, or Lebrija, the most distinguished native scholar of his age, was educated at Bologna, though his teaching was, like his Latin dictionary 1492 and Spanish and Latin grammars, addressed to his fellow countrymen. His daughter Francisca was one of a company of learned women who carried their teaching even to the universities and the court. Ferdinand himself was all but illiterate, but Isabel had a taste for learning. After her accession, she acquired some knowledge of Latin. So carefully were her children educated that Queen Juana could make impromptu speeches in the learned tongue. Isabel's schemes of reform included the education of the nobility. By her command, Peter Martyr opened a school at court. His success exceeded his hopes, and learning became so fashionable that the sons of grandees lectured at the universities. The church, though impoverished, aided the cause with splendid benefactions. Schools were founded at Toledo, 1490. The decayed Studium Generale of Valencia was revived, 1500. Barcelona followed suit, 1507. The noble College of Santa Cruz at Valladolid was finished in 1492. That of Santiago at Salamanca some 30 years later. Both were founded by archbishops of Toledo. As a patron of learning, no less than as a statesman, Ximénez de Cisneros led the way. In 1508, he founded the University of Alcalá, Complutum, alma mater of so many famous Spaniards, with professorial chairs of grammar, philosophy, and medicine. Its chief purpose, however, was the study of the Holy Scriptures, and its first fruits were the earliest polyglot Bible, of which the first part was published in 1514. The Semitic text is the work of converted Jews. A Greek cooperated with Spanish scholars on the Latin and Greek texts. The level of education was raised, and foundations were laid from which the golden age of Spanish literature could take its rise. But the notable books of the period owe little or nothing to classical or foreign influence. Play acting did not become popular till the time of Lope de Rueda, about 1550, and even then its methods were rude and simple. But the secular drama emerged from the religious early in the century. In the Annus Mirabilis 1492, the first drama was publicly acted by a regular company. The representations of Juan del Encina, 1468 to 1534, the comedies of Torres de Najarro, published in 1517, and those of Gil Vicente, 1470 to 1534, are much more than mere dialogues without action, like the one in which Princess Isabel had taken the part of a muse on a birthday of her brother Alfonso, who died in 1468. Gil Vicente was a Portuguese, and the other two lived long in Italy, but although there the drama was already established, the Spaniards took their own line. Encina calls his simple plays eclogues. Torres de Najarro cites Horace for method, and awkwardly divides drama into fact, noticia, and fiction, fantasia. But these classical reminiscences are merely superficial. Figures of everyday life were put upon the stage, and dialogue was cast in Castilian octosyllabic verse instead of in foreign hendecasyllables. A book that may be read for its own sake as well as for its historical importance is the tragic comedy of Calixto and Melibea, published in 1499, generally known as La Celestina. The authorship of the first part is disputed, but probably the whole is the work of Fernando de Rojas. La Celestina is a story told throughout in dialogue and divided into 22 acts. Its length is only one of the circumstances that unfit it for acting, but its vivacious and natural dialogue furnished a model for the drama. Its hero and heroine are the typical lady and gallant, the stock romantic characters of the comedy of cloak and sword, the primitive Romeo and Juliet. Celestina, witch and go-between with her train of thieving lackeys, low women and bullies, more than foreshadows the realistic and comic characters of the drama and novel. The rogues, pícaros, and buffoons, graciosos, who in later days were to play so prominent a part. The book was translated into many tongues. Its influence at home and abroad is incalculable. Another masterpiece, solitary in its kind, and contrasted in its noble earnestness with the artificiality of the other poems of its author and his generation, is the Coplas de Manrique, verses by Jorge de Manrique on the death of his father, which occurred in 1476, 2 years before his own. Longfellow has done all that a translator can do for this unsurpassed elegy, but half its beauty is lost with the language in which it is written. Its stately pageant of mourning and final resignation realize Christian chivalry as poets have dreamed of it, and the solemn knell of the majestic verse is worthy of the noblest daughter of Latin. At the beginning of the 16th century, the knightly chronicle degenerated into the romance of chivalry. Amadis of Gaul, the first and best of the kind, perhaps originated in a French fabliau. More than one allusion to it is found in Spanish writers before it was published, 1508, by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo as a translation from the Portuguese. The success produced many imitations and continuations, dealing with exploits of the innumerable lineage of Amadis. These heroes of the romances of chivalry are impossible beings, living in a shadowy and impossible world. The first of them exhausted the capability of the species. The others surpass it only in absurdity, while the abuse of the supernatural makes their stories tame and uninteresting. A Cervantes was hardly needed to dispel this fantastic dream of a debased chivalry. The advance from chronicle to history due to the revival of learning was not made in Spain till the middle of the 16th century. The story of the reign of the Catholic kings down to 1492 was written by their official chronicler, Hernando del Pulgar, in the form of annals. Despite some graphic descriptions and florid speeches, it is in general heavy and arid, lacking in the simple dignity of its kind, and inferior to the Claros Varones de Castilla, a gallery of contemporary portraits drawn with skill and energy by the same pen. Andrés Bernaldez, curate of Los Palacios, expanded his memoirs into a history of his time. He is at his best when he forgets the gravity of his subject and is content to gossip about the events of which he was an eyewitness. Nebrija condensed Pulgar's chronicle. Peter Martyr left a collection of letters on contemporary events, a rich but untrustworthy and puzzling mine of information. These books, like the De Rebus Hispaniae of Marineus Siculus, are Latin exercises upon historical subjects. Spain has never lacked learned men, but, except perhaps in theology, the Spaniards have never been a learned nation. The foreigners who came with Charles V were struck by the ignorance and contempt of letters prevalent in Spain, as well as by the semi-savagery of the bulk of its people. The revival of learning could not at once produce fruit on soil so scorched and seamed by centuries of war. Moreover, the richest fruits of Spanish genius are indigenous. Inspiration for the noblest poetry of Spain was found in the Bible and in her own history, rather than in Latin and Italian writers. Her novel and drama sprang from her own rough but teeming soil. With the exception of painting, which was still in its infancy, the arts had already reached the fullest expression to which they have at any time attained in this country. In architecture, in sculpture, in pottery, in gold, silver, and ironwork, and in embroidery, Spain never improved upon the skill of the Saracens and the masterpieces of the 14th and 15th centuries. The influences which molded her art are to be found partly in race, partly in climate, and partly in history. Possessing great power of adaptation, she set her mark upon all that she produced. In the northern and central regions, design and initiative in architecture are mostly French, but the influence of the Saracens leavens this northern style and informs it with richer beauty, the songs and shrines being equally tinged with the coloring of northern piety and oriental fancy. Introduced at first as a mere accessory in vestments and jewelry, and in Moorish caskets which guarded the relics of saints, little by little this more gorgeous ornamentation permeated the whole building. It was still a Christian cathedral, yet the lavishness with which the minor arts were used in decoration produced a result that is not to be found elsewhere, and is known as the plateresque or silversmith's style. Typical examples are the Puerta del Perdón of Seville Cathedral, the horseshoe arch of a mosque overlaid with Christian emblem and decoration, 1519, and, in less mixed form, San Marcos of León, 1514. To this period belong some of the choicest works of expiring Gothic and dawning Renaissance building. The church of San Juan de los Reyes at Toledo perpetuates the memory of the Battle of Toro. Cathedrals were planned for Salamanca, Segovia, Plasencia, and Granada, but the most valuable work of the age was the completion and decoration of the splendid designs of an earlier time at Burgos, at Toledo, and at Seville. To it belong also the church set down in the midst of the great Mosque of Cordova and the splendid but incongruous palace of Charles V on the Alhambra hill. Sculpture in Spain is usually associated with religious architecture. It is often in bolder relief and of more intense expression than elsewhere, and attains its greatest perfection in altar pieces and sepulchral monuments. Such are the marvels of marble and wood created by Philip de Vigarni or de Bologna about 1500 to 43, Alonso de Berruguete, a Spanish pupil of Michelangelo, about 1520, and Damien Forment of Valencia about 1511 to 32, the tombs of King Juan II in the Cartuja de Miraflores, that of the Infante Don Juan at Avila, those of Inigo de Mendoza and his wife at Burgos, and the kneeling statue of Padilla. They are, it must be confessed, delicate and gorgeous rather than grand. Marble and alabaster are treated like metal and lace. Beauty is sought in details and no longer in grand and simple lines. To the Spanish Saracens belongs the invention of a dwelling combining with convenience and suitability to their climate a high degree of beauty. Nowhere else has a fortress been made a home of strength and beauty like the Alhambra, mainly 14th century, and the other alcazars of Spain. The semi-oriental domestic architecture adopted by the Christians of Andalusia is seen at its best in the so-called Casa de Pilatos at Seville, 1521. Here there is no need to guard against the weight of snow, no cold to be kept out, no smoke to blacken, so the roof becomes a terrace. The arch is reared in fairy lightness. The glaze and color of brilliant tiles replace the heavy wainscot and arras. Stucco, molded into geometrical designs and harmoniously colored, makes up for the lack of pictures and for the scantiness of the furniture. The lonja, or silk exchange at Valencia, 1482, is an example, not without parallel, of the successful wedding of late Gothic design to Saracen detail of window, ajimes, and decoration. As a subject race, the Saracens continued almost to monopolize the more delicate industrial arts. Theirs are the pottery of metallic sheen and the exquisite designs of lace and filigree, damascening, and inlaying, which, with the rich silks and velvets, testify to their skill as handicraftsmen and to their exquisite taste in form and color. End of section 38. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 39 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 12, Part 1, France, by Stanley Leathes. 4 reigns almost fill up the space of time from Agincourt to Marignano. In that century, the slow, consistent policy of 4 kings and their agents raises France from her nadir almost to her zenith. The institutions and the prosperity built up by Louis the Fat, Philip Augustus, Louis IX, and Philip the Fair had been shattered under the first 2 Valois. The prosperity had been in part restored, the institutions further developed under Charles V. In the long anarchy, which we call the reign of Charles VI, all bonds had been loosened, all well-being blighted, all order overwhelmed. Slowly, the old traditions reassert themselves, the old principles resume their domination, and from chaos emerges the new monarchy, with all and more than all the powers of the old. Communal, feudal, representative institutions have proved too weak to withstand the stress of foreign and civil war. The monarchy and the monarchy system alone retain their vitality unimpaired and seem to acquire new vigor from misfortune. Under Charles VII, the new regime was begun. Under Louis XI and his daughter, the ground was ruthlessly cleared of all that could impede regal action at home, while the wars of Charles VIII and Louis XII, purposeless and exhausting as they were, without seriously diminishing domestic prosperity, satisfactorily tested the strength and solidity of the new structure. Thus equipped and prepared, France enters on the race of modern times as the most compact, harmonious, united nation of the European continent. All that she has suffered is forgotten. The sacrifice of individual and local liberty is hardly felt. In the splendor and power of the monarchy, the nation sees its aspirations realized. Nobility, clergy, commons abandon their old ideals and are content that their will should be expressed, their being absorbed, their energy manifested in the will and being and operations of the king. Institutions of independent origin give up their strength to feed his power, and exist, if at all, only by his sufferance. Time had been when clergy, nobility, even towns had been powers in the state with which the king needed to reckon, not as a sovereign, hardly as a superior. Before the French Church, 2 of these powers had been yoked in complete submission, and the third was far on the way to final subjugation. Critical in all respects, the period of Charles VII and his three successors was not least so in respect of the king's relations with the Church and the papacy. The conciliar movement, fruitless on the whole, had an important effect in France. It initiated a fresh stage in the struggle between Church and State in France, and for a time Gallican liberties were conceived as something different from the authority of the French king over the French Church, and especially over her patronage. From the beginning, the king played a conspicuous part, and in the end he succeeded in seizing the chief share of all that was won from the Pope. But at first he assumed the air of an impartial and sovereign arbiter between council and Pope. In 1438, the majority of the Council of Basel were in open rupture with the Pope, Eugenius IV. Charles VII, while negotiating on the one hand with the fathers of the council, and on the other with the Pope, had outwardly maintaining his obedience to Eugenius, was careful to preserve his liberty of action. In the same year, a deputation of the council waited upon Charles and communicated to him the text of the decrees of reform adopted up to that time by the fathers. The king called an assembly of the clergy of his kingdom to meet at Bourges, where together with himself and a considerable number of his chief counselors, ambassadors of Pope, and council were present. The result was the royal ordinance issued on July 7, 1438, and known as the Pragmatic Sanction of Bourges. In this solemn edict, issued by the sovereign authority of the prince, but supported by the consent and advice of the august assembly which he had summoned, more of conciliar spirit is observable than of royal ambition. The superiority of the council to the Pope was acknowledged in matters touching the faith, the extirpation of schism, and the reform of the Church in head and members. Decennial councils were demanded. Election by the chapter or the convent was to be the rule for higher ecclesiastical dignities, but the king and the magnates were not debarred from recommending candidates for election. The general right of papal reservation was abolished, and a strict limit placed on the cases in which it was permissible. No benefice was to be conferred by the Pope before vacancy under the form known as expectative grace. Provisions were made in favor of university graduates. In every cathedral church, one prebend was to be given on the earliest opportunity to a graduate in theology, who was bound to lecture at least once a week. Furthermore, in every cathedral or collegiate church, 1/3 of the prebends were to be reserved for suitable graduates, and the same principle was to obtain in the collation of other ecclesiastical benefices. Graduates were also to be entitled to a special preference in urban parish churches. No appeals or evocation of causes to Rome were to be allowed until the grades of jurisdiction had been exhausted. Moreover, where the parties should be distant more than 4 days' journey from the curia, all ordinary cases were to be judged by those judges in partibus to whom they belonged by custom and right. The decree of the council limiting the number of cardinals to 24 was approved. Annats were abolished, with a small reservation in favor of the existing pope. A number of edicts of the council, relating to the order of divine service and the discipline of the clergy, were confirmed. The decrees of the council, accepted without modification, were to be put in force immediately within the kingdom, and the assent of the council was to be solicited where modifications had been introduced. These purport to have been the decisions of the Council of Bourges, and the king, at his request, ordered that they should be obeyed throughout the kingdom and in Dauphine, and enforced by the royal courts. Yet, republican as is the constitution of the Church, as sanctioned at Basel and Bourges, it must be noticed that the sovereign authority of the king is expressly invoked by the Council of Bourges as necessary to secure execution of the reforms proposed. And, insofar the Church of France is subordinated to the state, and the ultimate issue of these developments foreshadowed. The usurpation of authority is patent, and forgery was needed to support it. Few now believe in the pragmatic sanction of St. Louis, which seems first to have seen the light after 1438. On the other hand, the freedom of election conferred meant little more than the freedom to entertain recommendations from the king and other great personages. For the conflict of intrigue at the court of Rome was substituted a conflict of influence within the kingdom. and the share of patronage obtained in this by the king was not destined long to satisfy him. The position of the clergy and people was so far improved that the drain of treasure from France to Rome, caused not only by the annates, but also, in great measure, by the receipts of non-resident beneficiaries, by the fees incident to litigation at Rome, and by the presents required from suitors and petitioners for favor, was under the Pragmatic greatly diminished. But the abuses in the Church, due to the holding of benefices in plurality, were not directly touched by the decree. The holding of abbeys and priories in commandam, so detrimental to the discipline of the religious orders, remained unaffected. The university received considerable privileges, and the power of the Parliament over the Church was greatly increased. Charles VII, though consistent in supporting Eugenius against the council's anti-pope, as steadily maintained the Pragmatic against the repeated protest of successive popes, and a very liberal concordat offered by Eugenius for some reason never came into effect. The king did not, however, always respect the liberty of election which he had restored to the Church, and we even find him approaching the Pope to solicit his nomination for certain benefices. Louis, on his accession, went further. It was said that during his exile at Genappe he had promised to abolish the Pragmatic sanction. No doubt he hoped in cooperation with a friendly pope to secure more complete control over the appointment to prelacies than was possible under the system of elections established by the sanction. He hoped, at the same time, by making a favor of the repeal, to secure the pope's support for the Angevin claims on Naples against Ferrante. Accordingly, toward the end of 1461, the pope was in possession of his formal promise to abolish the obnoxious edict, and the Parliament was forced to register the letter of abolition as a royal ordinance. But the Pope was too deeply pledged to Ferrante, and saw too clearly the danger of French intervention in Naples. John of Calabria, the representative of the Angevin claims, met an open enemy in Pius II. Neither did Louis find that promotion in France proceeded entirely according to his wishes. Thus, from 1463, an analogous situation prevailed. The Pragmatic was not formally restored, but a series of edicts were passed against the oppression and exactions of papal agents, against those who applied at Rome for expectative graces or the gifts of prelacies, against papal jurisdiction in questions relating to the possession of benefices, and against the export of treasure. In 1472, a concordat was arranged between Louis and Sixtus IV for the division of patronage between the ordinary and the pope, and to regulate other matters of dispute. But hardly any attempt seems to have been made to carry this agreement into effect. On the whole, the policy of Louis seems to have been to keep the whole question open, to resist as far as possible the export of treasure, to discourage the independent exercise by the Pope of his power to provide for prelacies, to oppose reservations and expectative graces, to keep the jurisdiction in question of prelacies and benefices in the hands of the royal judges, and thus, sometimes by suggestion at the court of Rome, sometimes by election under pressure, sometimes by the means of the king's influence on the Parliament and other courts, and not infrequently by the blunt use of force, to retain all important ecclesiastical patronage at his own disposal, and this without any acute breach within Rome or with the Galilean clergy. His means were various and even inconsistent, but his general policy is clear. The great estates of Tours in 1484 showed the trend of feeling, both lay and ecclesiastical. The estate of the Church demanded the restitution of the Pragmatic sanction, and the Third Estate speaks feelingly of the evacuation de pecune resulting from the papal exactions and prays for reform. The bishops indeed protested in defense of the authority of the Holy See, but the King's Council took no decisive step. The old confusion continued. It was impossible to say whether the Pragmatic was or was not in force, for Louis XII on his accession confirmed the Pragmatic, and the Parliament as before seized every opportunity to enforce it by its decisions. But so long as the king and the pope were on good terms, no serious question arose. for Amboise held continuously the office of legate for France, and was in effect a provincial pope. Julius promised to nominate to prelacies in France only titularies approved by the king. After the breach between Louis and Julius, the kingdom was in open disobedience, and the law was silent. It was left for Francis I and Leo X to put aside the principle of free election, so long defended by Parliament and clergy, and to agree upon a division of the spoils, which ignored the liberties of the Galilean Church, while conferring exceptional privileges on the King of France. The result was the Concordat of 1516. Elections were abolished. The king was to nominate to metropolitan and cathedral churches, to abbeys and conventual priories, and if certain rules were observed, the papal confirmation would not be refused. Reservations and expectative graces were abolished. The third of benefices was still reserved to university graduates. The regular degrees of jurisdiction were to be respected, unless in cases of exceptional importance. By implication, though not by open stipulation, annats were retained. The Lateran Council accepted this agreement. The Pragmatic was finally condemned. Although the Parliament and the University of Paris protested energetically, resistance was in vain. No power in France could withstand this alliance of king and pope, by which the material ends of each were secured, without any conspicuous tenderness being shown for the spiritual interest of the Church. During the same period, the proud independence of the University of Paris was successfully attacked. In 1437, the exemption from taxation claimed for its numerous dependents was abolished. In 1446, it was first made subject to the jurisdiction of the Parliament. In 1452, the Cardinal of Estorville, acting in concert with the king and the king's Parliament, opposed upon it a scheme of reformation, and its independence of secular jurisdiction was at an end. Under Louis XII, the old threat of cessation of public exercises was used in resistance to royal proposals of reform. The scholars soon found that the king was master, and were like the rest of the kingdom obliged to submit. The condemnation of the nominalists by Louis XI is a grotesque but striking proof that even the Republic of Letters was no longer exempt from the interference of an alien authority. The Church, whose independence was thus impaired by progressive encroachments, could not claim that its privileges were deserved by virtues, efficiency, or discipline. Plurality, non-residence, immorality, neglect of duty, worldliness, disobedience to rule were common in France as elsewhere. Amboise did something for reform in the Franciscan, Dominican, and Benedictine orders, but far more was needed to effect a cure. Unfortunately, the Concordat of Francis I tended rather to stimulate the worldly ambitions and interest of the higher clergy than to aid or encourage any royal attempts in the direction of reform. Passing to those secular authorities that were in a position to refuse obedience to the king, we have first to notice the appanaged and other nobility of princely rank. The successful wars of 1449–53 drove the English from the limits of France, extinguished the Duchy of Aquitaine, and left only Calais and Guienne to the foreigner. The English claims were still kept alive, but the only serious invasion, that of 1475, broke down owing to the failure of cooperation on the part of Burgundy. The Duchy of Aquitaine was revived by Louis XI as a temporary expedient from 1469 to 72 to satisfy the petulant ambition of his brother, while separating him by the widest possible interval from his ally of Burgundy. On the death of Charles of Aquitaine, the duchy was reoccupied. But during the English wars, a power had arisen in the East, which menaced the very existence of the monarchy. In pursuance of that policy of granting as ceded or conquered provinces as appanages to the younger members of the royal house, which facilitated the transition from earlier feudal independence to direct royal government, John had in 1363 granted the Duchy of Burgundy to his son Philip, and the gift had been confirmed by Charles V. By marriage, this enterprising family added to their dominions Flanders, Artois, the county of Burgundy, Nevers, and Bethel, Brabant, and Limburg, by purchase Namur and Luxembourg, and mainly by conquest Hainault, Holland, and Zeeland. Enriched by the wealth of the Low Countries, fortified by the military resources of so many provinces, animated against the House of France by the murder of his father in 1419, released from his oath of allegiance, and further fortified by the cession of the frontier fortresses along the Somme by the Treaty of Arras in 1435. During 30 years after the conclusion of that treaty, Philip the Good, 1419 to 67, had been content to maintain a perfect independence and to gather his strength in peace. Then, as the old man's strength failed, his son's opportunity came. Enraged that Louis had been allowed in 1463 to repurchase the towns on the Somme under the terms of their original cession, Charles the Bold contracted a league with the discontented princes and nobles of France, and in 1465 invaded the kingdom, and with his allies invested Paris. The treaties of Saint-Maur-de-Faux and Conflans dissolved the League of the public weal, but restored to Burgundy the Somme towns, and established Charles of France in the rich appanage of Normandy. Then, in 4 campaigns, Liege and other cities of her principality, which in reliance on French support have braved the power of Burgundy, were brought low, and in 1468 the episcopal city was destroyed in the forced presence of the King of France. Meanwhile, in 1467, Charles the Bold succeeded to the duchy whose policy he had controlled for 2 years, and in 1468 he married the sister of Edward IV, the hereditary enemy of France. The fortunes of Charles of Burgundy perhaps never stood higher than at the fall of Liege. Louis XI, his prisoner at Péronne, had been forced to promise Champagne to Charles of France, the ally of Burgundy, which would have made a convenient link between the northern and the southern dominions of Charles the Bold. But in the war of intrigue and arms that filled the next 4 years, Louis on the whole gained the advantage. Charles of France was persuaded to give up Champagne. The old league was almost, but never quite, revived. The death of Charles of France in 1472 came opportunely, some said too opportunely, for his brother the king. Charles the Bold, who had recently established a standing army of horse and foot, determined to force the game and invaded France. But Louis avoided any engagement, and Charles consumed his forces in a vain attack on Beauvais. He retreated without any advantage gained. Meanwhile, Brittany had been reduced to submission. From that time, Charles' ambitions seemed to look rather eastwards. In 1469 he had received from Sigismund of Austria, as security for a loan, the southern part of Alsace with the Breisgau. In 1473, after the conquest of Gelders and Zutphen, he entered on fruitless negotiations with the Emperor Frederick III, with a view to being crowned as king, and recognized as imperial vicar in the West. He even hoped to be accepted as king of the Romans. In 1474, he interfered in a quarrel between the Archbishop of Cologne and his chapter, and laid siege to the little town of Neuss. 11 months his army lay before this poor place. Imperial hosts gathered to its relief, and Charles was baffled. Meanwhile, his chance of chances went by, when, as the result of long-continued pressure, Edward IV at length invaded France. Charles, who had just raised the siege of Neuss, was exhausted and unable to take his part in the proposed operations. Edward made terms with Louis and retired. In the autumn 1475, Charles scored his last success by overrunning Lorraine. At length, his northern and his southern dominions were united. But meanwhile, his acquisitions in Alsace and the Breisgau had involved him in quarrels with the Swiss. Swiss merchants had been ill-treated. The mortgaged provinces were outraged by the harsh rule of Peter von Hagenbach, the Duke's governor. The Swiss took up their quarrel, instigated by French gold. A revolt ensued, and the Swiss assisted the inhabitants to seize, try, and execute Hagenbach in May 1474. In his camp, before Neuss, Charles received the Swiss defiance. Soon afterwards, the Swiss invaded France and defeated the Duke's forces near Héricourt. In March 1475, Pontellier was sacked, and later in the same year, the Swiss attacked the Duchess of Savoy and the Count de Romont, the Duke's allies, and were everywhere victorious. These were insults not to be borne. Charles marshaled all his strength, crossed the Jura in February 1476, and advanced to the shore of Neuchâtel, assaulted and captured the castle of Granson. Moving along the northwestern verge of the lake, a few miles further, he was attacked by the Swiss. An unaccountable panic seized his army. It broke and fled. All the rich equipment of Charles, even his seal and his jewels, fell into the hands of the Swiss, and the Duke himself fled. At Lausanne, under the protection of the Duchess of Savoy, he reorganized his army. In May, he was ready to set forth once more against the Swiss, and especially against Bern. His route this time led him to the little town of Murat, southeast of the Lake of Neuchâtel. Here he lingered for 10 days in hopes to overpower the garrison and secure his communications for a further advance. But the little place, whose walls still stand, held out. Time was thus given for the enemy to collect. On June 21st, their last contingent arrived. The next day, they moved forward in pouring rain to attack. The Burgundians awaited their arrival in the neighborhood of their camp to the south of Murat. The battle was fierce, but the shock of the Swiss phalanx proved irresistible. This time, the Duke's army was not only scattered but destroyed, after being driven back upon the lake. But few escaped, and no prisoners were made. Once more, the Duke threw himself on the mercy of the Duchess of Savoy, whose kindness he soon afterwards ill-repaid by making her his prisoner. After a period of deep depression, bordering on insanity, Charles was roused once more to action by the news that René of Lorraine was reconquering his duchy. Nancy and other places had already fallen when Charles appeared at the head of an army. René, leaving orders to hold Nancy, retired from the province to seek aid abroad. The Swiss gave leave to raise volunteers. The King of France supplied him with money, and while Nancy still held out, René at length, in bitter weather, set out from Basel. As he approached Nancy, Charles met him with his beleaguering army to the south of the town, January 5, 1477. But the Swiss were not to be denied. Once more Charles was defeated. This time he met with his death. His vast plans, which had even included the acquisition of Provence by request from the Duke of Anjou, so, as with the control or position of Savoy, to complete the establishment of his rule from the Mediterranean to the mouth of the Rhine, were extinguished with him. The King of France, who hitherto had left his allies to fight alone, now took up arms and occupied both the duchy and county of Burgundy, the remaining Somme towns, and Artois with Arras. But Mary, Charles' heiress, gave her hand to Maximilian of Austria, who succeeded in stemming the tide of Louis's conquest, and even inflicted a defeat on him at Guingate, 1479. Louis lost and recovered the county of Burgundy. At length, a treaty was concluded at Arras, 1482. Early in the same year, Mary had died, leaving 2 children. The Duchy of Burgundy was lost forever to her heirs and incorporated with the royal domain. Artois, the county of Burgundy, and some minor lands were retained by Louis as the dowry of Margaret of Burgundy, who was betrothed to the infant Dauphine. After this marriage had been finally broken off in 1491, Charles VIII restored Artois and Franche-Comté to the House of Burgundy by the Treaty of Senlis, 1493. Thus ended the great duel of war and intrigue between Louis XI and Charles the Bold. The struggle had taxed the strength of France, which had hardly yet recovered from the 100 Years' War. But the result was all, or nearly all, that could be wished. The old feud reappears in a new form in the rivalry of Charles V and Francis I. The danger was, however, then distinctly foreign. Charles the Bold, on the other hand, was still a French prince and relied on French territory and French support. Second, but far inferior in power to the Duke of Burgundy, came the Duke of Brittany, Duke by the grace of God. His duchy was indeed more sharply severed from the rest of France by conscious difference of blood. His subjects were not less warlike and of equal loyalty. But his province stood alone, and was not, like that of Charles the Bold, supported by other even more rich and populous territories forming part of France or of the empire. The undesirable aid of England could be had for a price, and was occasionally invoked, but could never be a real source of strength. On the other hand, like Burgundy, Brittany was exempt from royal aids, and was not even bound to support the king in his wars. The Duke of Brittany did only simple homage to the king for his duchy. The homage of his subjects to their duke was without reserve. He had his own court of appeal, his great days for his subjects. Only after this court had pronounced was resort allowed to the Parliament, on ground of déni de justice, or faux judgment. Brittany sent no representatives to the French States General. She had her own law, her own coinage of both gold and silver. In 1438 she refused to recognize the pragmatic. Yet French had here, since the 11th century, been the language of administration. The Breton youth were educated at Paris or Angers. Breton nobles rose to fame and fortune in the king's service. In 1378 Jean IV was driven out for supporting too warmly the English cause. French tastes and sympathies were thus consistent with obstinate attachment to Breton independence. To preserve this cherished independence, the dukes maintained a long and unequal struggle. Charles V had attempted to annex the duchy by way of forfeiture, but soon found the task beyond his powers. In all the intrigues of the reign of Louis XI, the Duke of Brittany was either an open or a covert foe. His isolated position exposed him to the king's attacks, and although at one time, when allied with Charles, then Duke of Normandy, his armies occupied the western half of that province, the close of Louis's reign showed him distinctly weaker. The character of the last duke, Francis II, was not such as to qualify him for making the best of a bad position. Weak, unwarlike, and easily influenced, he provoked a hostility which he was not man enough to meet. In the intrigues against the government of Anne of Beaujeu during the minority of Charles VIII, Francis of Brittany was leagued with the Duke of Orleans, the Count of Angoulême, Reign of Lorraine, and other discontented princes. Unfortunately, the Duke's confidential minister, Landois, by his corrupt and oppressive rule, alienated a large part of his subjects, and provoked a revolt, which was supported by the court of France. The Duke of Brittany was helpless. Louis of Orleans, who was already scheming for a divorce and an aspirant for the hand of Anne of Brittany, could render little assistance, and his undeveloped character was unequally matched with the political wisdom of Madame de Beaujeu. English aid was hoped for, but Richard III was fully occupied at home. Bourbon and d'Albret, who supported the coalition, were too distant to render effective aid. Thus, the only result of the guerre folle was that Landois fell into the hands of the rebels and was hanged. The hollow Peace of Beaugency and Bourges, 1485, decided nothing, but gave the government time to strengthen its position. Henry Tudor, who had in the interval established himself in England, was indebted to France for opportune support and protection, and remembered his obligation for a time. Landois removed, the Bretons remained disunited. French influence was disliked by all, and annexation to France abhorred. The Estates of Brittany, February 1486, declared that the succession to the duchy belonged to the Duke's two daughters in order of birth, thus barring the rights of the House of Penteuve, which Louis XI had purchased in 1480. But the Duke's attachment to his French advisers kept in vigor the Breton opposition, which was forced to lean upon the court of France, and hoped, nevertheless, by the Treaty of Chateaubriand, 1487, to secure the liberties of Brittany. For his part, the Duke allied himself with Maximilian, recently elected King of the Romans, who began hostilities on the northern frontier of France in the summer of 1486, and later, in the same year, with Orléans, Lorraine, Angoulême, Orange and Albret. Dunois, Lesson, now Comte de Comminges and governor of Guyenne, Comines, and others lent the weight of their experience and personal qualities. Bourbon this time stood aloof, and the French government promptly threw its whole force on the southwestern powers, who were forced to submit. Lesson was replaced in the government of Guyenne by the Sire de Bourgeois, March 1487. The French army was then directed against Brittany, remaining in concert with the opposition within the duchy. A desultory campaign ensued, while Bekere acting boldly and brilliantly against Maximilian in the north of France. The Sire de Condal, Bourgeois' lieutenant in Guyenne, prevented Albret from bringing aid to Francis, and forced him to give hostages for good behavior. The Breton opposition under the Sire de Rohan held the northwest of the country and captured Ploermel. The French army met with little serious resistance except at Nantes, where they were forced to raise their siege. Norman corsairs blocked the coast, and the land was ravaged by friend and foe. Early in 1488, the Duke of Orleans recovered for Francis Vannes, Auray, and Ploermel. Rohan was forced to capitulate. D'Albret obtained assistance from the court of Spain and joined the Duke's army with 5,000 men. Maximilian had previously sent 1,500 men. The young French general, La Tremouille, delayed on the borders of the duchy until his forces were complete. An English force landed under Lord Scales. On the other hand, the Roman king was busy with rebellious Flanders, supported by Bekere, and D'Albret was pushing his claim to the hand of the heiress of Brittany, which conflicted with the hopes of Maximilian and of Louis d'Orléans. At length, La Tremouille was satisfied with his army of 15,000 men, including 7,000 Swiss, and equipped with an admirable artillery. He gave battle, July 1488, at Saint-Aubin-de-Cormier, defeated the Breton host, and captured the Duke of Orleans. By the Peace of La Végère, August, the Breton government pledged itself to dismiss its foreign allies, and to marry the Duke's daughters only with the king's consent. 4 strong places and a substantial sum were to be given as guarantee. A few days after Francis II died, an amnesty was granted to D'Albret, Dunois, Lesson, and others, but the Duke of Orleans was kept a prisoner till 1491 as a penalty for his share in the rebellion. Francis had left the guardianship of his daughters to the Marshal de Rieux, but this was promptly claimed by the royal council. The French armies advanced to take possession of the duchy. Foreign powers intervened. Alliances were concluded in February 1489 between Henry VII, Maximilian, and the Duchess Anne. Ferdinand and Isabel demanded the restitution of Roussillon, and on its refusal joined the League. Hereupon, 2,000 Spaniards and 6,000 English landed in Brittany. But the Breton leaders were themselves divided. Rieux favored the marriage proposals of D'Albret, who was with him at Nantes. The English, after first upholding D'Albret, advanced a candidate of their own, Dunois and others, with whom were the young princesses opposed to D'Albret, to whose unattractive person Anne took a strong dislike. Rowan had hopes for one of his sons. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 12, Part 2, France, by Stanley Leathes. The Peace of Frankfurt, July 1489, proved abortive so far as regards the affairs of Brittany, though it gave Maximilian a breathing space for making favorable terms with the cities of the Netherlands. Meanwhile, the state of war in Brittany continued. Like Mary of Burgundy before her, Anne sought a deliverer from unwelcome suitors and the stress of war in the Austrian Archduke. Covetous as usual of a profitable marriage, Maximilian snatched a moment from the claims of other business and caused full powers to be made out for the conclusion by proxy of a marriage contract on his behalf. 10 days afterwards, the King of Hungary and conqueror of Austria, Matthias Corvinus, died, April 6, 1490. The prospect of recovering Vienna and acquiring Hungary opened before the eyes of Maximilian. He was at once immersed in correspondence and preparations, then in war. Successes were followed by difficulties, difficulties by reverses. The war in Hungary was closed in November 1491 by the Peace of Pressburg. Meanwhile, his emissaries had not found their course quite clear in Brittany. A Spanish suitor was in the field, and a series of delays followed. At length, December 1490, the wedding of Maximilian to the Breton heiress was solemnly concluded by his proxy. But, while to protect his bride, even to make the bond secure, his personal presence was needed. The bridegroom lingered in eastern lands, and the French pressed on. Albert, disgusted at his own rebuff, surrendered the castle of Nantes to Suzerain, and the town was shortly occupied. Henry VII and Ferdinand sent no aid. The Duke of Orleans was liberated and reconciled to the king, who was beginning to act on his own behalf. The Duchess was besieged at Rennes and was forced to accept the French terms, consisting of the rupture of her marriage with the Roman king and her union with the King of France. Without waiting for the needful dispensations, the contract was concluded, and the marriage followed, December 1491. The marriage with Anne involved a breach of the Treaty of Arras, 1482, which stipulated that Charles should marry Margaret of Austria. Indeed, the marriage had been solemnized, though not consummated, and led to the retrocession in 1493 to Maximilian of Franche-Comté, Artois, and minor places. Yet the gain was adequate. Brittany was not as yet united to the French crown, but preserved its liberties and separate government. It was, however, agreed that Anne, if she survived her husband, should be bound to marry the successor, or presumptive successor, to the crown. Louis XII, on his accession, realized his early wish, obtained a divorce from his saintly, unhappy wife, and became Anne's third royal consort. Dangerous plans were at one time pushed by Anne for the marriage of her daughter to the heir of Burgundy, Spain, and Austria, but these plans fortunately broke down, and the marriage of her elder daughter and heiress Claude to Francis of Anjou prevented the separation of Brittany from France. In 1532, the Estates of Brittany, under pressure, agreed to the union of the province to the crown, and its formal independence actually came to an end on the accession of King Henry II in 1547. The Duke of Anjou, as holding in addition Lorraine, Provence, the titular crown of Naples, and the family appanage of Maine, was another powerful rival to the king. But Charles VII had married an Angevin wife, and was in intimate alliance with the House of Anjou. Throughout his long reign, the Duke René, 1431–81, more interested in literature and art and other peaceful pastimes than in political intrigue, gave little trouble to France. His son, John of Calabria, joined in the League of Public Weal, but was afterwards reconciled to Louis XI. He lost his life in an adventurous attempt to win a crown in Catalonia, 1470. The grandson, Nicholas of Calabria, was one of the aspirants to the hand of Mary of Burgundy, but died in 1472. The independence of Anjou, like that of most of the later appanages, was strictly limited. The Duke received neither ale nor aid, but generally drew a fixed pension. Strictly, he had not the right to maintain or levy troops, though this rule inevitably failed to act in time of revolution. But the domain profits were considerable, and the lack of direct royal government was a considerable diminution of the king's authority, and might at any time become a serious danger. In 1474, Louis XI took over the administration of Anjou, and in 1476, as it was reported that René had been meditating the bequest of Provence to Charles of Burgundy, the king forced on the old duke a treaty, whereby he engaged never to cede any part of that province to the enemies of France. On the duke's death in 1480, his nephew Charles succeeded, but only survived him for a year, when by his will all the possessions of Anjou, except Lorraine, reverted to the crown. The The process of consolidation was proceeding apace. Provence had never hitherto been reckoned as part of France. The tradition of feudal independence was nowhere stronger than in Guyenne. The revolt of the South against the Black Prince was occasioned by the levy of a feuillage at a time when France was accepting a far more burdensome system of arbitrary taxation, almost without a murmur. The great principalities of the South were Armagnac, Albret, and Foix. The counts of Armagnac had been associated with the worst traditions of the anarchical period. Jean V carried into private life the lawless instincts of the family. Imprisoned by Charles VII for correspondence with the English government, he was liberated and treated with favor by Louis XI. He requited his benefactor by revolt and treachery in the War of the Public Weal. Pardoned, he continued his game of disobedience and intrigue. The king's writ could hardly be said to run in Armagnac and its appendant provinces. The king's taxes were collected with difficulty, if at all. The count's men-at-arms owned no restraint. Driven out in 1470, Jean returned under the protection of the king's brother, the Duke of Guyenne. In 1473, a fresh expedition was sent against him. Lectoure was surrendered, and the count killed, perhaps murdered. His fate deserves less sympathy than it has found. The independence of Armagnac, Rouge, and La Marche was at an end. His brother Jacques had a similar history. Raised to the Duchy of Nemours and the Pairie by Louis XI, he became a traitor in 1465 and was implicated in all the treacherous machinations of his brother. His fate was delayed till 1476, when he was arrested. His trial left something to be desired in point of fairness, but there can be little doubt that substantial justice was done when he was executed in 1477. Charles VIII restored the duchy to his sons, one of whom died in the king's service at the Battle of Cerignola. With him, the male heir of Armagnac became extinct. The House of Albret was more fortunate. Though implicated in the League of Public Weal and in the Breton Rebellion, this house incurred no forfeiture. But the long rule of Alain le Grand, 1471 to 1522, illustrates pathetically the humiliations, vexations, and losses that so great a prince had constantly to endure through the steady pressure of the king's agents, lawyers, and financiers, and in some cases through the ill will of his own subjects. In spite of his vast domains, his appeal courts, his more than princely revenue, he was unable to meet his still greater expenses, swelled by the new luxury and by legal cost, without a heavy pension from the king. A man, reckoned to have received from the crown in his 50 years no less than 6 millions LT, cannot, however powerful he was, be regarded as independent. By marriage, his house in the next generation acquired Navarre with Foix, and was ultimately merged in Bourbon and in the crown. Other appendages call for little remark. Bourbon, with its appendants, Auvergne, Beaujolais, Forêt, and 1477 La Marche, was the most important. It was preserved from reunion to the crown by the influence of Anne of Beaujeu, who secured it for her daughter and her husband, the Count of Montpensier. The Duchy of Orleans, with the County of Blois, was united to the crown at the accession of Louis XII. None of these important fiefs were free from the royal taxes or authority, though they enjoyed some administrative independence. Princes and minor nobles alike were gradually brought into the king's obedience by the king's pay. While the poor gentlemen entered the king's service as guards, as men-at-arms, or even as archers, the great princes drew the king's pensions, or aspired to the lucrative captainship of a body of ordinances. If of sufficient dignity and influence, they might hope for the still more valuable post of governor in some province. When they had once learned to rely on the mercenary stipend, they could not easily bring themselves to exchange it for the old honorable, though lawless, independence. The provincial nobility became dependent on the court, and, in large measure, resident there. This process begins in early times, but advances more rapidly under Charles VII and his successors, and is nearly completed under Francis I. The Third Order, that of the bourgeois of the Bonneville, has lost all the political independence that it had ever possessed. The free communes of the north and northeast had succumbed as much by their own financial mismanagement as from any other cause. Throughout the 14th century, the intervention of the king in the internal affairs of the towns became a normal experience, and Charles V actually suppressed a number of communes. A considerable degree of municipal liberty is left, but the power of political action is gone. The government is as a rule in the hands of a comparatively small number of well-to-do bourgeois, who support the king's authority, and from whom is drawn the most efficient class of financiers and administrators. In time of need, they help the king with loans and exceptional gifts. Many of the towns are exempt from tithe, but the aids fall heavily upon them. Louis XI continued on the same lines. He granted abundant privileges to towns, fairs, markets, nobility to their officers, and the right of purchasing noble fiefs. But their intervention in politics was not encouraged. On a slight provocation, the king took the town government into his hands, and heavy was the punishment of a town like Rheims or Bourges that ventured to rebel. The position of the peasants can only be faintly indicated here. Personal servitude still exists, though probably a majority of the serfs have been enfranchised. In either case, the rights of the lord have as a rule become fixed. The peasants are for the most part holders at a quit rent or en métonnage, though bound to the corvée, and to the use of the lord's mill and of his bakehouse. If serfs, they are mémotables, that is, their personal property belongs to their lords on their decease. Such a right obviously cannot be strictly exercised. Necessary agricultural stock must at least be spared. The lord can no longer tillage his peasants at will. His courts are rather a symbol of his dignity and a source of petty profit than a real instrument of arbitrary authority. Everywhere the king's power makes itself felt. The peasant was beginning to be more concerned in the character and policy of the king than in those of his lord, though, if the latter was imprudent, his peasants' crops might be ravaged. The rate of the king's tithe made the difference between plenty and want. The tithe cut the sources of wealth at their fountainhead, while the seigneur only diverted a portion of their flow. The tithe was liable to more momentous variation than seigneurial dues, as imposed by Louis XI. It was almost, though not quite, as ruinous as the English war. Under Charles VIII, and still more under Louis XII, the cessation of internal war and the remission of tithe made these reigns a golden memory to the French peasant. Cecil says that 1/3 of the land of France was restored to cultivation within these 30 years. Moreover, it was not until the reign of Louis XII that the peasant felt the full benefit that he should have received from the establishment of a paid army. Under Louis XI, the discipline of the regulars was still imperfect, and the arrabon was even worse. For good government and for bad government alike, the peasant had to pay. To pay less for better government was a double boon. But what of that institution, the Estates General, that attempted to bring the three orders, in which the peasants were not included, into touch with the central government? The representative institutions of France had always been the humble servants of the monarchy. At the utmost, for a moment, in the time of Etienne Marcel, they had ventured to take advantage of the king's weakness and to interfere in the work of government. The interesting ordinance of 1413, known as the Cabochien, is not the work of the Estates, but of an alliance between the University, the people of Paris, and the Duke of Burgundy. As a rule, the Estates approach the king upon their knees. They supplicate, they cannot command. Legislation is not their concern, even if a great ordinance, as that of 1439, is associated with a meeting of estates. It cannot be regarded as their work. Their single important function, that of assenting to the tithe, is taken from them almost unobserved in 1439. The provincial estates of central France continued to grant the tie till 1451, when their cooperation also ceases. Normandy, and more definitely Languedoc and the later acquisitions, retain a shadow of this liberty. But with the power of the purse, the power of the people passes slowly and surely to the king. Parliamentarism was doomed. Louis XI only summoned the estates once, in 1468, to confirm the revocation of the grant of Normandy which he had made to Charles. The Treaty of 1482, which required the consent of the estates, was sanctioned by not less than 47 separate local assemblies of the estates. On his death, an assembly was summoned to Tours, 1484, which was perhaps the most important meeting of Estates General previous to 1789. Each estate was here represented by elected members. Thus the freedom of the assembly was not swamped by the preponderance of princes and prelates. The persons who took the lead were distinctly of the middle class, gentlemen, bourgeois, clerks. 3 deputies were as a rule sent from each bailliage or sénéchaussée, but to this there were many exceptions. The assembly was divided into 6 sections, more or less corresponding to the generalities: Paris with the northeast, Burgundy, Normandy, Guyenne, Languedoc with Provence and Dauphine, and Languedoc, which comprised the whole of the centre of France, together with Poitou and Saintonge. Each section deliberated separately. Then the whole met to prepare their bills of recommendations, cahiers, which were presented separately by the 3 estates. The recommendations are businesslike and strike at the root of many abuses. They suggested or foreshadowed many reforms actually carried out in the next 30 years. But they had no binding force. Their execution depended on the goodwill of the king's government. With such high matters as the constitution of the Council of Regency and the settlement of the rivalry between Beaujeu and Orléans, the estates ventured at most timidly to coquet. Finally, they decided to take no part in the controversy and to leave all questions of government to be determined by the princes of the blood, who alone were competent to deal with them. They ventured, however humbly, to recommend that some of the wisest of the delegates should be called in to share the counsels of the government. In the matter of the tie, they showed more earnestness, begging, indeed almost insisting, that a return should be made to the lower scale of Charles VII. Large concession was made to them in this respect, but the government neither resigned, nor had ever intended to resign, the absolute control over finance which it had acquired. Parliamentarism had perhaps a chance in 1484, but the tradition of humility and obedience, the sense of ignorance and diffidence in things political, were too strong, and the opportunity slipped away. The Assembly of Estates in 1506 was summoned to confirm the government in abandoning the marriage agreement already concluded between the eldest daughter of Louis XII and the infant Duke of Luxembourg. Louis knew that his change of policy was popular and was glad to strengthen his feeble knees with popularity against opposition in exalted quarters. But the royal will was decisive with or without the sanction of popular support. After the Battle of Nancy, the king had no longer any single formidable rival within the limits of France. After the wars of Brittany, he needed no longer fear any coalition. His direct authority was enormously extended. Burgundy, Provence, Anjou, Maine, Guyenne, with the dominions of Armagnac, had been annexed by the crown, and Brittany was in process of absorption. Orléans and Blois were soon added. His power was at the same time gaining, and not only in extension, as the organs of his will became more fitted for its execution. Legislation was in his hands. The ordinances were his permanent commands. In the business of making laws, he was assisted by his council, a body of sworn advisers to which it was usual to admit the princes of the blood, though the king could summon or exclude whom he pleased at his discretion. The amount of authority entrusted to the council varied. It was said of Louis XI that the king's mule carried not only the king but his council. It is certain that the council never dominated him. He kept all high matters of state to himself, and a few confidential advisers, though he made extensive use of the council's assistance for less important things. Under a powerful minister like Georges d'Amboise, the council's advice might be useful, even necessary, but its wishes might be neglected. On the other hand, during the youth of Charles VIII, the support of the council was a valuable prop to Anne, who skillfully introduced it into men of her own confidence. The princes of the blood, with few exceptions, were irregular and fitful in their attendance. The professional men of affairs, legates and financiers, by their knowledge, industry, and regular presence, must have effectively controlled the business. And this was of the most varied and important character. Not only legislation, but all manner of executive matters came under its notice: police, foreign policy, ecclesiastical matters, finance, justice. Nothing was excluded from its purview. The members of the council were numerous, their total amounting to 50, 60, or more. After the death of Louis XI, some attempt was made to limit the numbers to 12 or 15, and the name Conseil Étroit was applied to this smaller body. But the endeavor, if serious, was unsuccessful. The numbers soon rose again, and were further swelled by the great men's habit of bringing with them their own private advisers. The exercise of jurisdiction by this body often brought it into collision with the Parlement of Paris, whose decisions it sometimes quashed, and whose cases it evoked while still sub judice. Apparently, under Louis XI first, and afterwards under his successors, a judicial committee of the King's Council was created to deal with contentious litigation. The specific name of Grand Council seems to attach to this tribunal, which was especially occupied with questions relating to the possession of benefices and to the right of holding offices under the crown. It is probable that the Parliament, always favorable to the pragmatic, could not, after its revocation, be trusted in beneficiary actions to give judgments satisfactory to the crown. Hence this extension and regularization of the exceptional jurisdiction of the council. The Estates of 1484 complained of the frequency of evocations and interference with the ordinary course of justice, but in 1497 the Grand Council was consecrated by a new ordinance, making it in the main a court of administrative justice. It then had in its turn to suffer the encroachments of the King's ordinary council. The Parliament of Paris was the supreme constitutional tribunal of law for the chief part of the kingdom. The jurisdiction of the King's Council sprang out of the plenitude of the royal power, and was hardly, except so far as the Ordinance of 1497 extended, constitutional. For Languedoc, the Parliament of Toulouse was created in 1443. For Dauphine, that of Grenoble, in 1453. That of Bordeaux for Guyenne in 1462, and that of Dijon for conquered Burgundy in 1477. Aix was the seat of a similar tribunal for Provence after 1501, and in 1515 the Exchequer of Normandy took the style of Parliament. Outside the limits of these jurisdictions, the Parliament of Paris was the sovereign court of appeal, and a court of first instance for those persons and corporations enjoyed the privilege, cominimis, of resorting to it direct. Ordinances required to be registered and promulgated by the Court of Parliament before they received the force of law. The court assumed the right to delay the registration of objectionable laws, and its protest was in some cases effectual, even under Louis XI. But, as a rule, in response to its protest, peremptory lettres de jusson proceeded from the king, to which they yielded. The court has succeeded to the rights of the Cour des Pairs, to whom belonged the exclusive power of judging those few members of the highest nobility who were recognized as Pairs de France. When such a peer came before the court, a few peers took their seat with the other councillors, and the court was said to be garnie de pairs. Besides the peers, there were in the Parliament 8 maîtres de recht and 80 councillors, equally divided since the time of Louis XI between clerical and lay. The councillors were appointed by the king on the nomination of the members of the court. It was usual at this time for the Parliament to present 3 selected candidates, the king to name one. But it is difficult to say how far this really held good under Louis XI. Authors of the time speak as if the king had it in his hands to nominate councillors at his will. But a councillor would not infrequently resign in favor of some relative, who was allowed to continue his tenure as if no vacancy had taken place. The magistracy was thus in some measure heritable. Louis XI promised in 1467 not to remove any councillor except for misconduct, and instructed his son to respect this decision. It is doubtful whether the venality of offices in Parliament, whether by councillors selling their seats to successors, or by the king, had begun to establish itself before the reign of Francis I. The Parliament was an august and powerful body. It could on occasion show a high degree of independence and even of obstinacy, but it was accessible to influence. To push a case, to avoid delay, to secure delay, even to obtain a favorable decision, the letter or the personal intervention of a great man was powerful, the half-expressed desire of the king almost irresistible. In the highest criminal cases, the jurisdiction of the Parliament was often, especially under Louis XI, superseded by the establishment of a special commission appointed for the case. Such commissions could hardly deliver an independent judgment, especially when, as sometimes happened, the prospective confiscation of the prisoner's property had been distributed beforehand among the members of the court. Subordinate jurisdiction was exercised in the first instance on the royal domain by prévôts, vicomtes, or vigueurs. Above them stood the baillis or sénéchaux, who acted as judges of appeal for their districts. The whole of France was divided into some 24 bailliages and sénéchaussées, varying greatly in size. Roughly speaking, the former term is used in the north, the latter in the south. Royal officers, which were considerable in size, not only from the royal judges, but also from the seigneurial courts within the limits of their authority. They held periodical assises and were bound to appoint lieutenants under them. The baillis and sénéchaussés had by this time lost their financial attributes, but they still duplicated military and judicial functions. When the ban at Aurier-Bonne was called out, these officers assumed the command, and it was not till a later time that the office was divided so as to suit the two somewhat incompatible duties. Frequent edicts were passed to secure the residence of those important functionaries, but we not infrequently find the office held by a courtier or by a soldier on campaign. Among the great legislative acts of Charles VII, the Ordinance of Montil-les-Tours ranks high, and settles the general rules of judicial procedure for the kingdom. The reign of Louis XII saw considerable reforms in the detail of judicial machinery, 1499 and 1510, but the outline of the judicial constitution was not seriously changed. The codification of local customs projected by Louis XI was begun under Charles VIII, and carried on vigorously under Louis XII, but not completed at his death. More than a century elapsed before this great task was finally achieved. This reform affected the northern part of France, which was governed by droit coutumier, as opposed to those provinces, Dauphine, Provence, Languedoc, Guyenne, and Lyonnaise, which were dominated by droit script, a modified form of Roman law. There were many officers of more dignity than real authority, whose posts were a heritage from the more primitive organization of feudal times. The foremost of these was the Constable of France, whose sword of office was coveted by the greatest nobles of the realm. Great nobles were also given the rank and style of governors of provinces, with vice-regal powers. But the functions of such governors were not an essential part of the scheme of rule. More humble, but perhaps not less important, were the secretaries and notaries of bourgeois rank attached to the king's chancellery. Many of these, Bois, for instance, and Balue, rose to great authority, wealth, and influence. The tendency to give real power and confidence, rather to bourgeois, clerks, and poor gentlemen, than to the highest nobility, is marked both in Charles VII and Louis XI. Of poor gentlemen so elevated, Comines and Humbert de Bâtiment are conspicuous examples. The multiplication of offices, especially of financial offices, is a cause of complaint, at least from the time of Louis XI onwards. That king, regarding himself in virtue of his consciousness of supreme political wisdom, as emancipated from all rules that experience teaches to small men, would, when anxious to reward a useful servant, create without scruple an office for his sake, as readily as he would alienate for him a portion of domain, or fix a charge upon a grenier of salt. The complaints of the Estates of 1484 suggest that the venality of offices had already begun. Certainly, it was an evil day for France when the sale of offices was first adopted as a financial expedient, whether by Louis XII in 1512 or by another sovereign. The efficiency of the king's officers throughout the land is chiefly shown by their zeal for his interests and their own. Under Louis XII, a considerable improvement is evident in the matters of public order and police, but on this side very much still remains to be desired. The police is in the hands of the prévôts and baillis, assisted by their sergeants. The prévôt of Paris also exercised a singular police jurisdiction throughout the land, and Louis XI made extensive use of the summary jurisdiction of the prévôt du marché, whose powers properly extended only over the military. End of section 40.
Section 41 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12, France, by Stanley Leathes, Part 3. Complicated as is the financial system of France at the end of the Middle Ages, an effort to understand it is not wasted. The life of the Middle Ages, for the most part, escapes all quantitative analysis, and even the detail of anatomy and function must in great measure remain unknown. It is much, then, that we are permitted to know the main outlines of the scheme which supplied the means for the expulsion of the English, for the long struggle with Charles the Bold and Maximilian, and for the Italian campaigns, as well as for the not inconsiderable luxury and display of the French court in this period. It is much that we are able to give approximate figures for the revenue, and to guess what was the weight of the public burdens, and how and on whom they pressed. Moreover, the financial institutions are themselves of rare historical interest, for each anomaly of the system is a mark left on the structure of the government by the history of the nation. The history of French finance in the 14th and 15th centuries can be summed up with relative accuracy in a few words. When Philip the Fair first felt the need of extraordinary revenue, he endeavored to secure the consent of the seigneurs individually for the taxation of their subjects. Afterwards, the estates made grants of imposts, direct and indirect, to meet exceptional emergencies. As the result of masked or open usurpation, the kings succeeded in making good their claim to levy those taxes by royal fiat over the greater part of the kingdom. In the earlier half of the 15th century, it was still usual to secure the consent of the provincial estates of at least the centre of France for the taille. Under Charles VII, this impost, the last and the most important, became definitely and finally an annual tax, and the fiction of a vote by the estates, whether general or provincial, was almost entirely given up in Languedoc. From that time till the reforms of Francis I, no important change in method was introduced. The screw was frequently tightened and occasionally relaxed. New provinces were added to the kingdom and received exceptional and indulgent treatment, but the main scheme of finance was fixed. Many of its features, indeed, were to remain unaltered till the Revolution. The revenue, as collected in the latter half of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century, is classed as ordinary and extraordinary. The ordinary revenue is the ancient heritage of the kings of France, and comes from the domain lands and rights, being increased on the one hand by the acquisitions of the sovereigns, and diminished on the other by war and waste, extravagant donations, and from time to time by grants of appanages to the members of the royal house. A variety of profits accrue to the king from his position as direct proprietor of land or as suzerain. Rents and fines, reliefs and escheats, sale of wood, and payments made in kind form one class of domain receipts, while the official seal required to authenticate so many transactions brings a substantial income, and the king still makes a profit by the fines and forfeitures decreed by his prévôts and baillis in his local courts. The inheritance of foreigners, Oman, and of bastards is yet another valuable right. Régal, francs fiefs, droit d'amortissement are further items in a long list bristling with the technicalities of feudal law, as developed by the kings with a single-minded attention to their own interest. Language, if not public feeling, still insists that this revenue is to be regarded as ordinary, while other revenue is in some sort extraordinary, if not illegitimate. But a king who should attempt to live upon his ordinary receipts would be poor indeed. The expenses of collecting the domain are heavy. The waste and destruction of the 100 Years' War and the extravagant administration of successive kings have reduced the gross returns, until, under Charles VII., the domain is estimated at no more than 50,000 clear annual livres tournois. And although under Louis XI it may have risen to 100,000, under Louis XII to 200,000 or more, the total is insignificant compared with the needs even of a pacific and economical king. Footnote: an exact equation is impossible, but the purchasing power of the livre tournois in the later 15th century was probably not much greater or less than that of the pound sterling today. End footnote. To his assistance come the aides, gabelle, and taille. The aides are indirect taxes formerly imposed by the Estates General, but levied since Charles V by royal authority. There is a 20th, levied on the sale of goods, and an 8th, sometimes a 4th, on liquors sold retail. There are many kinds of duties and tolls levied on goods in transit, not only on the frontiers of the kingdom, but at the limits of the several provinces and elsewhere. These imports, multiplex as they are, and oppressive as they seem, bring in, from the farmers who compound for them, no more than 535,000 livres tournois in 1461, and in 1514 their return has not risen above 654,000 livres tournois. Languedoc has its separate excise duty on meat and fish, known as the équivalent, and collected by the authority of the estates. The gabelle du sal, once a local and seigneurial tax, has since the time of Philippe de Valois become a perpetual and almost universal royal impost. As a rule, the salt of the kingdom is brought into the royal warehouses, greniers, and left there by the merchants for sale, this taking place in regular turn. A fixed addition for the royal profit is made to the price of the salt as it is sold, and heads of houses are required to purchase a fixed annual minimum of salt. In Languedoc, the tax is levied on its passage from the salt works on the sea-coast, and the black salt of Poitou and Saintonge gets off with a tax of 25%. But the general principle is the same. From a quarter upwards is added to the price of a necessary of life, and the product is, in 1461, about 160,000 livres tournois, rising in the more prosperous times and with the more accurate finance of Louis XII to some 280,000 livres tournois. Finally, there is the taille, fouage, hearth or land tax, the gradual process by which the right of the seigneurs to levy taille on their subjects had passed into the exclusive possession of the king is too long to admit of being followed here. Here, as in other cases, the estates at first permitted what the king afterwards carried on without their leave. Under the agonizing pressure of foreign and civil war, Charles VII was allowed, we can hardly say that he was authorized, to transform the taille into an annual tax levied at the king's discretion. The normal total was fixed at 1,200,000 livres tournois, but Charles VII established a precedent by imposing crus, or arbitrary additions to the tax levied for some special emergency. The intervention of the estates in Languedoc and Outre-Seine ceased. In Normandy it became a mere form. In Languedoc it was reduced to a one-sided negotiation between the province and the king, in which he might show indulgence, but the deputies could hardly show fight. Yet resistance was not infrequently tried, and was sometimes successful even with the inexorable Louis XI. On the other hand, even in Languedoc, a crus is sometimes ordered, and paid without a vote, though never without protest. The taille fell only on the roturiers, and spared the privileged orders of clergy and noblesse. In Languedoc, the exemption followed the traditional distinction of tenements into noble and non-noble. In Languedoc, the peasant paid if occupying a noble fief. The noble was exempt, although in actual possession of a villein holding. Thus the clergy and the nobility escaped, except in a few cases, the direct burden of the principal tax. Speaking generally, they did not escape the burden of the aides and gabelle, though they had certain privileges. Royal officers for the most part escaped not only taille, but gabelle. Many of the principal towns also escaped the former. Such were Paris, Rouen, Laon, Reims, Tours, and many others. There were other inequalities and injustices. Normandy paid 1/4 of the whole taille, a monstrous burden upon a province which had suffered not less than any other from the war. The proportion of 1/10 fixed on Languedoc was probably also excessive. In the Recherche of 1491, it was calculated that Languedoc paid 19 livres tournois per head, Outre-Seine 27, Normandy 60, and Languedoc 67, an estimate which may be very far from the facts, but gives the result of contemporary impression. Guyenne, when added to the direct dominion of the crown, escaped in large measure the aides, and was allowed to vote a small contribution by way of taille. Burgundy compounded for her share of taille by an annual vote of about 50,000 livres tournois, contributing also to aides and gabelle. Provence was allowed to keep her own estates and to vote a moderate subsidy. The independent and privileged position of Brittany was not altered until after the death of Louis XII. Dauphine was treated with a consideration even greater than was warranted by its poverty. Thus the main tax, unevenly distributed as it was, pressed the more heavily on the cultivators of the less fortunate regions. It is not uncommon to hear of the inhabitants of some district under Charles VII. Or Louis XI. Preferring to leave home and property rather than bear the enormous weight of the public burdens. The taxable capacity of the people was constantly increasing in the latter half of the 15th century, but under Louis XI the burdens increased with more than equal rapidity. The taille increased from 1,035,000 livres tournois in 1461 to some 3,900,000 in 1483. From the pressing remonstrances of the estates in 1484, a great alleviation resulted. The taille was reduced to 1,500,000 livres tournois, and although the expedition of Naples, the war of Brittany, and other causes necessitated a subsequent rise, the figures remained far below the level of Louis XI's reign. Louis XII was enabled, in spite of his ambitious schemes, to effect further reductions, but the War of Cambrai and its sequel swept away nearly all the advantage that had been gained. The revenue raised in 1514 was as high as the highest raised under Louis XI. But the aides and domaines were more productive. The taille was less, and weighed less heavily on a more prosperous nation. Under Philip the Fair and his successors down to Charles VII, a considerable though precarious revenue had often been realized by the disastrous method of tampering with the standard of value. In the latter years of Charles VII, and under his three successors, this device was rarely employed. A considerable depreciation may be indeed observed between the standard of Louis XII and that of Charles VII, but the changes were far less important and frequent than those of the earlier period. A certain revenue was obtained by legitimate seigniorage, and the illegitimate profits of debasement and the like may be almost neglected. The system of collection was still only partially centralized, and marked the imperfect union of the successive acquisitions of the monarchy. For the collection and administration both of domaine and extraordinary revenue, the older provinces were distributed into 4 divisions. Western Languedoil was administered with Guyenne, but the parts of Languedoil beyond Seine and Yonne, when reunited to the crown about 1436, were organized as a separate financial group, Outre-Seine. Normandy formed a third and separate administrative area, administrative Languedoc, that is to say, the 3 sénéchaussées of Carcassonne, Bekere, and Toulouse forms the fourth. Picardy, Burgundy, Dauphine, Provence, Roussillon, and of course Brittany were not included in the general scheme. Milan had its separate financial establishment and maintained 600 lances. In these last-mentioned provinces, the ordinary and extraordinary revenue were administered together. Elsewhere, domaine and extraordinary revenue were separated. For the administration of the domaine, each of the 4 main divisions had a separate treasurer, who was practically supreme in his own district. Under them were, as administrators on the first line, the baillis, or sénéchaux; on the second, the prévôt, vicomte, or viguier. The separation of the receipt from the administration of funds is a principle that runs through the whole system of finance, both ordinary and extraordinary. Accordingly, there is a receveur for each prévôt or other subdivision, and a general receiver for the whole domain, known as the chargeur de trésor. But the actual collection of cash at the central office was in large measure avoided, partly by charging the local officer of receipt with all local expenses, and partly by a system of drafts on local offices adopted for the payment of obligations incurred by the central government. The beneficiary presented his draft to the local receveur or grenetier, or discounted it with a broker, who forwarded it to his agent for collection. The same plan was adopted in the extraordinary finance, and made an accurate knowledge of the financial position and correct supervision of the accounts a matter of extreme difficulty. Contentious business was either settled by the bailli or prévôt, or by a central tribunal of domain finance, the Chambre du Trésor, or, in some cases, by the Chambre des Comptes or the Parlement. The same regions of France were similarly divided for extraordinary finance into 4 généralités. At the head of each were 2 généraux, one pour les faits des finances, the other pour les faits de la justice. The 4 généraux de la justice met together to form the Cour des aides, an appeal court for contentious questions arising out of the collection of the extraordinary revenue. There are other Cours des aides at Montpellier for Languedoc, and at Rouen for Normandy. Each général des finances was supreme in the administration of his own généralité. Associated with each général, there was a receveur général who guarded the cash and was accountable for it. In Languedoc, the partition and collection of taille and the collection of aides was managed by the estates of the province. The other 3 généralités, except Gairdner, which was administered by commissioners, were divided into élections, a term reminiscent of the earlier system when the estates collected the sums they had voted and elected the supervising officers. The élus, who stood at the head of each élection, and whose duty it was to apportion the taille over the several parishes, to let out the aides, and to act as judges of first instance in any litigation that might arise, were now, as they had long since been, the nominees of the king. Beside them stood the receveur, who, as a rule, handled the product both of taille and aide. As a general rule, each receveur, whether of ordinary or extraordinary finance, was doubled with a comptroller, whose business it was to check his accounts and fortify his honesty. The aides were let out at farm. The actual collection of the taille was carried out by locally appointed collectors, who received 5% for their trouble. The assessment on individuals was the work of locally elected assieurs. The collection of the gabelle was in the hands of special officers. Each grenier had a receiver called grenetier, and the inevitable contre-roleur. All accounts of the area so circumscribed were inspected and passed by a superior body, the Chambre des Comptes. Separate courts were also set up at Nantes, Dijon, Aix, and Grenoble for their respective provinces. The Chambre des Comptes of Paris was differently composed at different times, but consisted in 1511 of 2 presidents and 10 maîtres de compte. It had power to impose disciplinary penalties on financial officers, and claimed to be a sovereign court exempt from the controlling jurisdiction of the Parlement, but this claim was not always successfully maintained. All alienations of domain and pensions for more than a brief period of years had to be registered in the Chambre des Comptes, a form which gave this court the opportunity to protest against, and at any rate to delay, injudicious grants. As will be seen, this financial system by no means lacked checks and safeguards, rather perhaps it erred on the side of over-elaboration. Although an immense improvement is perceptible since the time of Charles VI, there can be little doubt that the system suffered from considerable leakage. The men employed in the king's finance were mostly of bourgeois rank. Jacques Coeur, Guillaume and Pierre Brissonnet, Jacques de Beaune, Étienne Chevalier, Jean Bourret are among the most famous names. In many cases they were related to each other by blood or marriage, and they all, almost without exception, became very rich. In some cases this need be thought no shame. Thus Jacques Coeur no doubt owed his wealth to the inexhaustible riches of Oriental trade. But, as a rule, servants only grow rich at the expense of their master, and it is a sign of evil augury when the servant lends his master money, as, for instance, Jacques de Bon did on a large scale. This great financier was in the ambiguous position of a banker who himself discounted the bills just signed by him for his king. The business was legitimate and lucrative because of its very hazardousness, but it comported ill with a position of supreme financial trust and responsibility. Not only was the system of control imperfect and the tradition of honesty unsatisfactory, but the scheme lacked unity of direction. There was no single responsible financial officer. Jacques de Bon, Sieur de Semblançay, 1510–23, enjoyed a certain priority of dignity, but exercised no unifying authority. Once a year the treasurers and généraux, messieurs des finances, met in committee and drew up in concert the budget for the year. So much being expected as receipt from domaine, aide, and gabelle, and so much anticipated as expenditure, then the tie must be so much to meet the balance. And to a certain extent the Council of State kept its hand on finance, assisted at need by the financial officers specially convened. But unity of management and administration was conspicuously wanting. The expenditure of the four kings cannot, on the whole, if tried by a royal standard, be called extravagant. The most questionable item is that of pensions. Pensions were not only used to reward services and gratify courtiers, but were also given on a large scale to princes of the blood and considerable nobles. Historically, such pensions may be regarded as some compensation for the loss of the right of raising aide and taille in their own domain, which had once belonged to personages holding such positions, but which since 1439 had remained categorically abolished. With the fall of Charles the Bold and the absorption of Brittany, the last examples of princes enjoying such rights, unquestioned, disappeared. Politically, such pensions were intended to conciliate possible opponents and enemies, for the great princes, though stripped by law of their chief powers, still possessed, in spite of the law, sufficient influence and authority to raise a war. How strong such influence might be, we see in 1465, when not only Brittany and Burgundy, but Bourbon, Armagnac, and d'Albret found their subjects ready to follow them against the king. Such pensions were an old abuse. Louis XI found in them one of his most powerful political engines, and distributed them with a lavish hand. The pensions bill rose under him from about 300,000 livres tournois to 500,000. In addition, there were the great English pensions, and the pensions to the Swiss. The totals were probably not much less under Charles VIII, but Louis XII reduced them at one time so low as 105,000, and seems to have effected a substantial average diminution. However, the practice of charging pensions on local sources of revenue, especially the renier of salt, prevents the whole magnitude of this waste from coming into view. The expenses of the court, largely military, rose under Louis XI from about 300,000 to 400,000 livres tournois, and seem to have been reduced by half or more by Louis XII. Military expenses are, of course, the chief item of the budget. The constantly increasing expenditure of Louis XI is chiefly due to the cost of the army. The establishment rose from 2,000 lances to 3,884 in 1483, when there was also a standing army of 16,000 foot at Pont de l'Arche in Normandy, including 6,000 Swiss. The cost of the army on a peace footing is not less in this year than 2,700,000 livres tournois. The difficulties of Louis XI were very great, and the result of his military expenditure on the whole commensurate with the sacrifices, but he seems in his later years to have been driven by nervous fear to excessive precaution. The military budget of the succeeding kings was conspicuously less. The War of Naples was chiefly waged on credit, and at the death of Charles VIII, a deficit of 1,400,000 remained unliquidated. But in no year can the totals of Louis XI have been passed. Perhaps in 1496 they may have been reached. Louis XII carried on his wars very economically, until the deserved disasters of the War of Cambrai. The tie of these years speaks for itself. It rises steadily from 2,000,000 livres tournois in 1510 to 3,700,000 in 1514, and the father of his people left an additional deficit of 1,5 million. The new conditions, political and social, of the 14th and 15th centuries in France had long demanded a reorganization of the army. Service by tenure had lost its meaning since, in the time of Philip the Fair, the practice of paying the contingents had been adopted. There is little that is feudal in the organization of the French army during the 100 Years' War, much more that is anarchical, and a little that is royal. At most, the feudal aristocracy supplies some of the cadre in which the troops are embodied. But the aristocracy is not a necessary but an accidental feature of the scheme. The organization of the host and of its units does not follow the lines of the feudal hierarchy. The king is a rallying point, giving rise to a delusive sense of unity of direction. Chance and the love of fighting accomplish the rest. For a few years the centralizing purpose of Charles V warranted better hopes, which perished with his death. As the war continues, the professional soldier, the professional captain, becomes all in all. This soldier or captain may be a noble born to the art of arms, but side by side with him are many adventurers sprung from the lower orders. They are glad to receive pay if pay is forthcoming. If not, they will be content with loot. In any case, they are lawless, landless, homeless mercenaries who live upon the people and are the terror rather of friend than of foe. This lack of even feudal discipline in France is the cause of the success of the better organized armies of England. It is also the principal cause of the horrors of the endless war. When a respite intervenes, the country knows no peace till the mercenaries are sent to die abroad, in Castile, in Lorraine, or against the Swiss. To have put an end to this misrule is the conspicuous service of Charles VII and his successors. In 1439, on the occasion of a great meeting of the estates at Orléans, the king and his council promulgated a notable edict. The number of captains was henceforth to be fixed, and no person was under the gravest penalties to entertain soldiers without the king's permission. A pathetic list follows of customary outrages which are now forbidden, and the captains are made responsible for the good conduct of their men. The senescals and bailiffs are given authority, if authority suffices, to punish any military crimes whatsoever and wheresoever committed. The financial side of the measure is indicated by a clause prohibiting all lords from levying tithes in their lands without the king's leave, impeding the collectors of the king's tithe, or collecting any increment on their own account. The king intends to have an army, to have the only army, to have it disciplined and obedient, and to have the money for its pay. Unfortunately, The revolt known as the Praguerie, which broke out soon after, impeded the development of this plan. The Armagnacs were then sent to be let blood in Lorraine and Switzerland. The warlike operations of 1444 having been carried out, the scheme took effect in the following year. 15 companies of 100 lances were instituted, each under a captain appointed by the king. It would seem that 5 more were to be supported by Languedoc. Each lance was to consist of 1 man-at-arms, 2 archers, a swordsman, a valet, and a page, all mounted and armed according to their quality. The page and the valet were the servants of the man-at-arms, but the valet at least was a fighting man. The method of organization is strange, but has an historical explanation. It had long been customary for the man-at-arms to take the field accompanied by several armed followers. The ordinance adopted the existing practice. Its effect was to establish several different sorts of cavalry, light and heavy, capable of maneuvering separately, and useful for different purposes. But tradition required that they should be grouped in lances, and it was long before the advantage of separating them was understood. For a time, the superstitious imitation of English tactics made the men-at-arms dismount for the shock of battle, but they learned their own lesson from experience, and found that few could resist the weight of armored men and heavy horses charging in line. At first, the new companies were quartered on the several provinces, and the task of providing for them was left to the local estates. But before long the advantage of regular money payment was perceived, and a taille was levied to provide monthly pay at the rate of 31 livres per lance. The force of standing cavalry so formed became the admiration of Europe. Their ranks were mainly filled with noblemen whose magnificent tradition of personal courage and devotion to the practice of arms made them the best possible material. In 4 campaigns they mastered and expelled the English. In Brittany, in Italy, on a score of fields, they proved their bravery, their discipline, their skill. They had undoubtedly the faults of professional soldiers, but their virtues no body of men ever had in a higher degree. Even the moral tone of an army that trained and honored Bayard could not be altogether bad. Fortunately, perhaps, for Europe, the king's efforts to form an adequate force of infantry were not equally successful. In 1448, each parish was ordered to supply an archer fully armed for fighting on foot. The individual chosen was to practice the bow on feast days and holidays, and to serve the king for pay when called upon. In return, he was freed from the payment of taille, whence the name Francs archers. Later, the contingent was 1 archer to every 50 fous, and under Louis XI it was reckoned that there were some 16,000 men in this militia. 4 classes were then differentiated: pikemen, halberdiers, archers, crossbowmen. They were organized in brigades of 4,000 under a captain-general, and bands of 500 under a captain. They did not, however, prove efficient, and in 1479 disgraced themselves at Guingas. Louis XI then dismissed them and established a standing army of 16,000 foot at Pont de l'Arche in Normandy, of whom 6,000 were Swiss. To meet the expense and provide regular pay, an extra taille was imposed. The cost of this army led to its disbandment in the next reign, and Charles VIII tried to revive the institution of free archers. Free archers fought on both sides in the wars of Brittany, but they were not taken to Naples, and although they are still mentioned occasionally, they saw no further service in the period now under review. Louis XII relied largely on Swiss and afterwards on Germans. But he also organized bands of French aventuriers under the command of gentlemen. Those who guarded the frontier of Picardy were known as the Bande de Picardie. Levies were also made in Gascony, Brittany, Dauphine, and Piedmont, but they were usually disbanded on the conclusion of a war. For garrison duty, a force of veterans was kept on foot, known as mortepes. But the infantry arm of the service continued to be unsatisfactory. The general levy of all those bound to bear arms, known as ban et arrière-ban, was not infrequently called out by Louis XI, but proved disorderly and unserviceable. The artillery was first organized under Charles VII by the brothers Bureau. The French artillery was distinguished by its comparative mobility and discharged iron shot. It was under the command of the Grand Maître de l'Artillerie and served as a model to the rest of Europe. We find under Louis XI and afterwards an organized force of sappers. The navy depended still in large measure on the impressment of merchant vessels and seamen. Normandy, Provence, and afterwards Brittany were the chief recruiting grounds. In the Italian wars, we find the French kings chiefly dependent on Genoa for galleys. But under Louis XII, a few war vessels were built and owned by the king. The French mounted heavy guns on large ships with excellent results. Everywhere we find invention at work, directed for the most part to practical construction and consolidation. Commerce was stirring. The French were directing their attention to the Oriental trade, in which Jacques Coeur and the Bon family founded their fortunes. Breton sailors went far afield, traded with the Canaries and Madeira, and were fishing cod off Iceland, perhaps on the banks of Newfoundland, long before the recognized discovery of the New World. But internal trade was more prosperous than foreign. In spite of paralyzing tariffs on the frontiers of provinces and the myriad peages which the kings in vain attempted to keep down, steady progress was made. The misfortunes of Bruges and Ghent, Liege and Dinan left a gap in home markets which French traders partly succeeded in filling. The silk trade took root at Tours and Lyons, and was encouraged by Louis XI. Reviving agriculture stimulated commercial and industrial life in many a country town, and small fortunes were frequently made. The marvelous recuperative power of France was never more clearly seen than in the half-century after the English wars. The middle of the 15th century saw a national revival of art in France. French miniaturists had long explored the resources and perhaps reached the limits of their charming art. The oeuvres of the Duke of Berry, dating from the early 15th century, are hardly to be surpassed. But Jean Fouquet, 1415–80, was not only a master among masters of miniature, but a painter prized even in Italy. His work is interesting as showing the taste for classical architecture in works of fancy long before it had begun to influence the constructions of French builders. It is probable that the competition of Italian painters for the patronage of the great, which begins immediately after the Italian wars, checked the growth of an indigenous French school of painting, which might have fulfilled the promise of French miniaturists. In sculpture, a school arose at Dijon under Charles VI, which is original and fruitful. In this school was trained Michel Colomb, who died in 1512. His masterpiece is perhaps the tomb of Francis II at Nantes. Gothic ecclesiastical architecture had lost itself in the meaningless elaborations of the decadent flamboyant, but in domestic architecture, the corps de métier were still capable of producing such masterly works as the house of Jacques Coeur at Bourges, and, in the reign of Louis XI, the castles of Langeais and Le Plessis-Bourget. still standing solid and reminiscent of the necessities of defense. Amboise, of a still later date, shows the same characteristics. Gradually, classical influence begins to modify, first detail, then construction. The results may be seen in Louis XII's part of the castle of Blois. But the golden age of French Renaissance architecture is the reign of Francis I, when first the castle put off its heavy armor and assumed the lightness, grace, and gaiety so well known to travelers on the Loire. In literature, the excellence of the best is so great that it makes us the less willing to remain content with the dull mediocrity of the mass. Charles of Orleans' melancholy musical verse fixes in perpetuity the fragrance of the passing ideals of chivalry. Villon, closely conversant with the pathos and humours of the real, veils it gracefully and slightly in transparent artificialities. Comines, naïf for all his dignified reserve, cold wisdom and experienced cynicism, ranks alike with those who have rediscovered the art of history, and with those who have assisted to perfect French prose. Chastelain, burdened with cumbrous rhetoric and prone to useless sermonizing, can on occasion tell a stirring tale, and proves his faults to be not of himself, but of his school. For the rest, in poetry and prose, whether the tedious allegories learnt from the Roman de la Rose prevail, or the not less tedious affectations of classical imitation, or the laboured tricks of a most unhappy school of verse, there are few names that deserve to be remembered. In the world of thought, the French clung longer than other nations to the traditions of scholasticism. But the school of Nicholas of Cusa, which represents a transitional movement from medieval to Renaissance philosophy, had its followers in France, of whom the first was Jacques Lefebvre d'Etaples and the most distinguished Carolus Bovius. To deal adequately with the men whose accumulated endeavours restored order, unity, and prosperity to France after the English wars would need a volume, not a chapter. Many of them, humble, obscure, energetic, faithful, escape the notice of the historian. Valuable monographs have been written upon some, but no adequate memorial exists of the most powerful French minister of the time, Georges d'Amboise, without whom nothing of moment, whether good or bad, was done during the best years of Louis XII. One figure stands out above all others, Louis XI, of the four kings, the only one who both reigned and governed. Whether we condemn or whether we condone the remorseless rigour with which that king pursued his public ends, whether we regret the absolute monarchy which he established, or accept it as having been the only possible salvation of France, we cannot deny to him the name of great. Great he was in intellect and in tenacity of purpose, great in prosperity and even greater in misfortune. Whatsoever he did had its determined end, and that end was the greatness of France, or, if the expression be preferred, of the French monarchy. The universal condemnation which he has incurred may be ascribed chiefly to two causes: the unrelenting sternness with which he visited treachery in the great, and the severity of the taxation which he found it necessary to impose. The world was shocked by the fate of Jean d'Armagnac, Jacques de Nemours, Louis de Saint-Pol, Cardinal Balue, and by the cynical methods which achieved their ruin. Looking back without passion, we pronounce their sentence just. The burden of taxes was cruel, and the stories we read in Brantôme and elsewhere of lawless and inhuman executions are probably not without foundation. These methods may be supposed to have been required to bring the enormous taxes in. The Estates of 1484 speak of 500 executions for offences against the gabelle. We need not accept the number. The estates believed many strange tales, but the suggestion is instructive and helps to explain the legends of apparently meaningless slaughter wrought upon the humble. In the struggle for life and death in which France was engaged, those taxes and perhaps those executions saved her. The king's crimes were national crimes, and national crimes are not to be judged by the standards of domestic morality. The France of Louis XII is the justification of Louis XI. End of section 41. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 42 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, The Netherlands, by A. W. Ward, Part 1. When, after the catastrophe of Nancy, the cautious doubts of Louis XI as to the personal fate of his adversary had at last been set at rest, many of Charles the Bold's former subjects refused to believe him dead, and from Burgundy to the Flemish communes the rumour ran that he but lay concealed in some sure retreat, whence, sooner or later, he would issue forth in the full blaze of his accustomed grandeur. Some had seen him in Lorraine, others in Germany, others in Portugal, to whose nationality he had laid claim as descending to him from his mother, and in England, of whose throne he had loved to describe himself as the next heir. Yet others in Jerusalem, which he and his father had vainly hoped to reach as crusaders, and in Rome. Men of business lent out large sums of money to one another, to be repaid on the day of his return, on which, strange to say, even those fixed their hopes who had previously testified to having seen him dead in the snow and ice of his last battlefield. A delusion was upon them all, says the chronicler Molinet in his bombastic way, like that possessing the Jews who await the coming of the Messiah in Judea, or the English who expect King Arthur back in their island. But what wonder, he asks, since there never was in the Burgundian dominions a duke more magnificent, more warlike, more terrible than he, the scourge of the rebels, the alarum of Germany, the exterminator of the folk of Liege, and the terror of France. Of so strong and splendid a prince, it might indeed seem hard to understand so great a fall. Yet even more difficult to grasp than the fact of his personal overthrow was this other fact, that with him had been pulled down suddenly, and to all seeming irrecoverably, the mightiest and wealthiest monarchy known to the West in the 15th century. This vast inheritance, welded together by the policy of his ancestors, and above all of his father, and augmented by his own ambition, to which Charles had allowed so many princes to aspire as suitors for his daughter's hand, he had left to her precarious tenure as a mutilated, dislocated, and disorganized heap of territories. Furthermore, in those centers of civic life, whose mercantile and industrial prosperity had, in the Europe of the later Middle Ages, been the real source of the importance of the Netherlands and of the Burgundian monarchy, that prosperity was, except in certain specially favored seaports, helplessly and hopelessly on the wane, and the great communes, which had of old been its most favored seats, were, in the truthful words of a modern historian, smitten to the heart. The territories under the dominion of the House of Burgundy, which had formed part of the northern division of ancient Lotharingia, and were known to later political geography as the provinces of the Netherlands, were, for the most part, acquired by the fortune of marriage and inheritance. But a settled plan of policy had, from an early date, continuously directed and developed the process of annexation. The inheritance brought by Margaret of Maille to the French prince, who was the founder of the ducal dynasty, included the county of Artois, with its capital of Arras, a city of great mercantile prosperity as early as the 13th century, and the whole of Flanders. To the latter, on the eastern side, Malines, Mechlin, and Antwerp had been yielded by Brabant, and, on the south, certain Walloon districts, long united with France, and including Lille and Douai, had been restored, so as likewise to be left to his daughter by the last Count of Flanders of the native line. Without the support of the good towns of Flanders, Bruges, Ghent, and Ypres, Philip the Bold could not have secured the hand of the richest heiress in Europe, and of the political greatness achieved by his dynasty, the true foundations are to be sought in the resources of the great communes themselves, with whom it was engaged in perennial conflict, and in a less degree of the other towns around them. There is no indication, on the other hand, that even during the Burgundian period, agriculture, except perhaps pasture, reached a high level in Flanders. In a considerable proportion of its villages, the inhabitants gained their livelihood by manufacturing industry, the villages aiming at becoming small towns, and the small towns at becoming large in their turn. Artois and Flanders remained fiefs of the French crown, although, by the Peace of Arras, 1435, Philip the Good was relieved for his own person of all obligations of homage to his French overlord. The great acquisitions which ensued in the course of his long reign were not altogether due to his own resolution and statecraft. He shared the credit of them with his grandfather and namesake, who had induced Joan, heiress of Brabant and aunt to his wife Margaret of Flanders, to designate his second son Anthony as her heir, and who married his daughter, another Margaret, to the future Count William VI. Of Hainaut, Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland. But they could not have been actually accomplished except by the extraordinary strength of will and perseverance displayed by Philip the Good in the course of the long and momentous struggle carried on by Jacqueline of Bavaria for the maintenance of her rights as William VI.'s heiress. Philip began the systematic extension of his dominions by the business-like purchase of the county of Namur, Namen, 1422, of which he came into actual possession 8 years later, by the death of the last female representative of the house of Dampierre. This district was of some consequence by reason of its mining industry, whose products the Meuse carried north, after uniting the waters of the Sambre to its own at the capital. Brabant fell into his hands in 1430 on the death of the young Duke Philip, the brother of Jacqueline's unhappy husband. To the Duchy of Brabant, that of Limburg had been annexed, 1288, with its chief town of Maestricht, the higher ford of the Romans and the residence of many Caroline kings, over which the Bishop of Liege claimed joint rights of sovereignty with the Dukes of Brabant. Unlike the Flemish counts, these dukes had consistently remained on friendly terms with their towns, where the patriciate Geslachten vigorously maintained itself throughout the 14th century. Ample and solid liberties were conceded to his towns and nobility by Duke John II in the compact known as the Letter of Cortenburg, 1312, enlarged by later charters, and above all, when the accession of Wenceslaus of Luxembourg offered an irresistible opportunity by the famous Joyeuse Entrée, Blithe Inkomst, 1356, which remained the chief pillar of the liberties of the two united duchies down to the tempestuous times of Philip II. of Spain. At the beginning of this century, Leuven had still regarded herself as the foremost city of Brabant, mindful of the day when she had numbered 100,000 inhabitants, and the cloth industry and the linen trade had alike flourished within her walls. Soon, however, though she became the seat of the first Netherlands University, 1426, a large emigration set in to Brussels, whither the court likewise transferred its seat. Here, the active lower town, and the residences of the nobility lining the descent from the Kessel to Saint-Gudule, together contained all the chief elements in the Brabançon population, while the French tastes and manners, introduced together with the use of the French tongue by the new dynasty, familiarized its favorite residents with an exotic license of life. But owing to the decay of the cloth industry early in the century, the democratic ascendancy of the trades was short-lived in the capital of Brabant, and, like the great Flemish cities themselves, Brussels, though other industries flourished here, was commercially distanced by Antwerp. Over Hainaut, Holland, Zeeland, and, more or less nominally, Friesland, Philip's sovereignty was definitively established in 1433, 5 years after the resistance of Jacqueline had finally collapsed, at the very time when the fury of the Kabeljauws had risen to fever pitch against her supporters, the Hoeks. Their last fleet had been annihilated, and he was preparing for a decisive campaign against his seemingly indomitable adversary. At that time, the recognition of Philip as next heir had been voted even in chivalrous Hainaut, where Jacqueline had always been able to count on ardent loyalty, and where, amidst feudal conditions of life, only 1 or 2 towns, Valenciennes and, more recently, Mans, had developed their communal institutions. In Holland and Zeeland, the towns attained to an advanced condition of prosperity and importance later than in Brabant, just as the latter had lagged behind Flanders. Yet, though the growth of the towns in the northern Netherlands was relatively slow, neither was their commercial and industrial progress hampered, as was the case in Germany, by too close a control on the part of transmitted interests, nor was their political life, like that of the Flemish communes, handed over to the gusts of the marketplace. As a rule, practical considerations led them from more to less broadly popular methods of government. In matters of trade, on the other hand, the towns of Holland generally favored freedom as against privilege and protection, and towards the close of the Middle Ages, the single port in the northern Netherlands which retained any staple rights of consequence was Dort, whose ancient monopoly of all goods carried on the main rivers of Holland nominally outlasted the Burgundian period. But long before this, Amsterdam, converted into a seaport by the formation of the Zuider Zee in the 13th century, had risen into prominence, and, by the middle of the 15th, she had left behind all the older towns of importance: Dort, Delft, Haarlem, Alkmaar, Middelburg, and Zierikzee, while among the younger Gouda, Leyden, Schiedam, and Rotterdam were likewise active centers of industrial and mercantile life. Few great noble families remained either in Holland or in Zeeland, but in the latter the small nobility was still numerous in the days of Jacqueline, and it was from them that the main strength of the Hoeks had been recruited in her wars, while that of the Kabeljauws lay with the ruling classes in the towns. The vanquished cause, however, was consecrated in the memory of the people as having been that of resistance against the dominion of the stranger. In no instance had his hand been heavier than in his treatment of the peninsula now known as North Holland, stretching out between the North Sea and the Zuider Zee, where dwelt the Kennemer, a primitive race of great and tried vigor, who clung to their liberties as they held fast to the fragments of land left to them by the waters. In Kennemer land proper, Alkmaar was the only town, with thriving Haarlem on their borders. These peasants were constantly engaged in petty warfare, and it was from here that Philip proceeded on his expedition of vengeance, which reduced them to the condition of overtaxed dependents. A few of the mercantile settlements along the western coast of the Zuider Zee came in the Burgundian period to rank among the busiest towns of Holland. Hoorn, as the chief market in the Netherlands for dairy produce and cattle, Enkhuizen as a centre of the herring fishery. Friesland proper, on the northeastern shore, over which Philip asserted his claims as Count of Holland and Zeeland, was not actually absorbed by him. Here the party name of the Schieringers mainly applied to the lower population settled round the waters of the ancient Westergouw, and that of the Wetkoopers to the men of substance in and around Groningen, which town held a position so distinctive that it afterwards became eponymous of a whole province, officially called Statenlanden. Philip the Good might possibly have been acknowledged as Lord of Friesland, like John of Bavaria before him, had he been prepared to bind himself to respect the liberties of the population, but this he consistently refused, and the remote region was once more left to itself. Even the subsequent recognition by Groningen of the overlordship of the Bishop of Utrecht was purely nominal, as was the episcopal protection claimed by her against the attempt of Charles the Bold to assert the ducal authority over all West Friesland, 1469. From the renewed internal party conflicts in Friesland, Groningen discreetly held aloof, intent upon the advancement of her commercial prosperity, by whose side that of ancient Golden Staveren was passing away, while that of Leeuwarden had hardly yet begun. Philip's last important territorial acquisition was that of the Duchy of Luxembourg, a sparsely peopled land of mountains and forests, whose capital derived importance from the incomparable natural strength of its position. It had been twice temporarily united with Brabant, first under Wenceslas, upon whom it had been bestowed by his brother the great Emperor Charles IV, and who was married to the heiress Joan, and then under Elizabeth, niece of the second Wenceslas, King of the Romans, who had left it very much to itself and the protection of its natural outworks, the wild Ardennes. To her, commonly called Elizabeth of Görlitz, he had, after her marriage to Duke Anthony of Brabant, Philip's younger brother, made over his rights in Luxembourg. And since both Anthony and her second husband, John of Bavaria, formerly Bishop-elect of Liege, left her a childless widow, her duchy was plainly marked out for incorporation in the Burgundian dominions. In 1445, Philip purchased it from Elizabeth, who, after he had averted an extraneous attack and established his authority in every part of the duchy, made a formal donation to him of the whole. Of the four great dioceses into which the Netherlands were up to the time of Charles V divided, Liege and Utrecht retained the character of self-governed ecclesiastical principalities beyond the duration of Philip's reign. Liege, Leuc, was one of the most important sees in the empire, and the spiritual authority of its bishop extended over parts of Brabant and Hainaut, as well as over Namur, Limburg, and Upper Gelderland. In the principality, the Diets were composed of representatives of clergy, nobility, and towns, but these last were in enjoyment of liberties resembling those possessed by the Flemish communes. In the city of Liege itself, the struggle which had long been carried on between the old patrician families, relatively few in number but favored by the bishops, and the mass of the Walloon population, had been decided in favor of the latter, even before "a city of priests had been changed into one of colliers and armourers." The faction feuds between the Awan and the Warou had ended with the utter extrusion of the patrician element from the city, and Liège became a democracy of the most advanced type, with a governing body based directly upon the suffrage of all the 32 trades. It was as a community, swayed by leaders who gloried in their rupture with the past, et droit, that Liège, with the support of the other good towns of the principality, revolted against the bishop-elect, John of Bavaria. The terrible chastisement inflicted by this pitiless prince, in which his kinsman, the fearless John of Burgundy, had hastened to have his share, 1408, was followed by a reconstitution of the government, from which the trades were absolutely excluded, 1414, but some concessions were made to them a few years later. Half a century later, the Liégeois, instigated by Louis XI of France, waged another struggle against another bishop, Louis of Bourbon, a nephew of Duke Philip of Burgundy. His son, the future Duke Charles, forced the principality to acknowledge the Burgundian dukes as its hereditary protectors, Mambourgs, 1465. But another insurrection speedily broke out, nor was the defiant spirit of the artisans who were masters of the city broken even by the bloody sack of Dinan, hitherto the seat of a flourishing industry in the working of copper and brass. In 1467, after defeating the Liégeois in the field, Charles, now duke in his father's place, annihilated their privileges and re-established the bishop, but at the same time reduced the principality to the condition of a Burgundian fief. In the following year, when Louis XI had placed himself in the power of Charles at Péronne, and a fresh rising had taken place at Liège, the recalcitrant city was overtaken by a fearful doom, at the wreaking of which the French king assisted perforce. Laudentium clades et excidium became the most flagrant of Charles the Bold's titles to fame, and the pillaged churches, in which, formerly, according to Comines, as many masses had been daily said as at Rome, were virtually all that, after a 7 weeks' sack, was left standing of Liège. But the principality, which had never been formally annexed by Charles after his death, recovered its political independence, and with characteristic vitality, the great Walloon city rose rapidly from its ruins. At Péronne, Charles also made use of his strange opportunity to strengthen his hold over the series of towns along the line of the Somme, extending from Saint-Quentin to Saint-Valery at the mouth of the river. These Picard towns, the key of France, had been left in pledge by France to Burgundy already in the Treaty of Arras, 1435, which first impressed upon Western Europe a sense of the magnitude of the Burgundian power. Redeemed by Louis in 1463, at a time when Philip and his heir were on ill terms with one another, they had been recovered in 1465 for the Netherlands and the protection of their southern frontier. The temporal power of the bishops of Utrecht covered, at least in name, the later provinces of Overijssel and Drenthe, called the Upper Sea, Groningen and Utrecht, called the Lower. Although much restricted by the 5 chapters, whose deputies took the first place in the Diet, the episcopal system of government, as well as the institutions of the city of Utrecht, showed considerable lasting power, largely because, while the representatives of the trades controlled the civic council, members of the noble families residing at Utrecht had been frequently placed on the roll of the trades themselves. Conflicts, however, repeatedly broke out on the occasion of the filling up of the sea, and in Jacqueline's times the factions of the Lichtenbergers and the Lockhorsts, respectively, supported the Hoches and the Gabeljaus. In 1425, the question of the episcopal succession gave rise to a protracted contest, in which Philip took part, and when, after this had come to an end on the expulsion of one of the claimants and the death of the other, the succession was again disputed. He menaced Utrecht with a large armada, and thus managed to secure the see for his illegitimate son David, who kept possession of it till the death of Charles the Bold. From 1456 onwards to that date, Utrecht was entirely under Burgundian influence. But though, as will be seen, Maximilian in 1483 assumed the administration of the principality, and though from 1517 to 24 another of Philip the Good's bastards was put in possession of the bishopric, it was not till 1529 that the temporal government of the Upper and Lower See was definitively assumed by Charles V as the sovereign of Brabant and Holland. It was still later that Gelderland in its turn acknowledged the authority now established over all the rest of the Netherlands. The dynastic broils of the House of Gelders had been tragic enough, while they merely affected its own dominions and the neighbouring duchy of Juliers, brother supplanting brother, and sister striving against sister. The contending factions in the Duchy of Gelders, whose fury survived the occasion of their origin, went by the names of the Hekerens and the Bronkhorsts. The spheres of English and Burgundian influence in the Netherlands were respectively enlarged when Duke William IX of Juliers and Gelders, himself the grandson of an English princess, opposed the efforts of Joan of Brabant, the friend of Burgundy, and defied the power of France. His reign, which lasted till 1402, marked an important advance in the prosperity of the chief Geldrian towns, Nimwegen, Roermond, Zutphen, and Arnhem, where the rise of a considerable cloth industry connects itself with his firm attachment to the English alliance. Under his brother and successor, who remained childless like himself, the Diet of the duchy resolved that no duke should henceforth be acknowledged in Gelderland unless approved by the majority of the knightly order, many of whose members down to the close of the 15th century were virtually independent, and by the smaller towns, with the unanimous assent of the above-mentioned chief towns of the four quarters, while any partition of the duchy, or alienation of any section of it, was made conditional on the sanction of the Diet. Thus, in 1423, on the death of Duke Reynald IV, the towns raised to the ducal dignity his sister's grandson Arnold of Egmont, who was still a boy in years. Although the Emperor Sigismund had invested the Duke of Berg with the Duchy of Gelders, Arnold retained the confidence of the estates by enlarging their privileges, and enjoyed the support of Duke Philip of Burgundy, to whose niece, the daughter of Duke Adolf of Cleves, he was betrothed, and afterwards united in marriage. Subsequently, however, Duke Arnold fell out with his ally as to the succession to the see of Utrecht, whereupon Philip joined with the four chief towns of Gelderland in the successful attempt of Arnold's son Adolf to substitute his own for his father's authority. But when, in 1467, Charles the Bold became Duke of Burgundy, who could not bring himself to befriend a friend of the towns, Adolf, after rejecting a compromise, was thrown into prison, and his incapable father, against the will of the towns and the law of the land, pledged his duchy to Charles for 300,000 Rhenish florins, 1471. On Arnold's death 2 years later, Charles took possession of the duchy. Nimwegen, whose stout resistance he had overcome by force, was subjected to a heavy fine, and only such of the towns as had voluntarily submitted to the Burgundian regime were confirmed in certain of their privileges. During the rest of the reign of Charles the Bold, Arnold's son Charles and his sister were kept at the Burgundian court, and Gelderland was ruled with an iron hand. But the Burgundian system of administration was probably to the advantage of the Geldrian population at large, though it had to furnish troops for his wars. As will be seen, a long and troublous interval of rebellion and war was to ensue, before, in 1543, William of Juliers, whom Charles of Egmont had named his successor, resigned his claims to Gelders and Zutphen, and the entire Netherlands were united in the hands of the Emperor Charles V. The extension by the Dukes of Burgundy of their territorial dominion over the Netherlands necessitated the establishment by them of a strong monarchical authority. A number of states, of which each had a history and institutions of its own, while the most important of them abounded in large and populous towns, were brought under the control of one and the same dynasty. The physical and economic conditions of these several provinces varied greatly, while in the country at large two very dissimilar races continued to dwell side by side and to employ two forms of speech differing from one another, as well as from the language spoken at the ducal court. But the Dukes of Burgundy from the first were intent upon something more than securing to themselves a strong control over all their Netherlands dominions. They had come into the Low Countries as strangers. They had no traditional sympathy with the memories, no inborn respect for the rights and liberties of any section or class of their subjects, and the last two of these dukes in particular were deliberately resolved on setting up a centralized system of rule in the face of all claims, legal, historical, or other. Herein they followed both the traditions of the royal line from which they sprang, and the political instinct which apprised them that, unless their strength was at least equal to that of their overlords, the struggle against these could only end in the absorption of their own dominions in a united France. While, for reasons to be given below, the endeavour of the Dukes of Burgundy to advance and consolidate their princely power in the Netherlands met with goodwill and cooperation on the part of the nobility and clergy, its chief adversaries were the great communes of Flanders, and in a less degree those of Brabant. This conflict was in itself inevitable, for the political and social development of the chief Flemish towns only typified on a large scale what had taken or was taking place in other provinces. The terrible blow inflicted at Rysbeek with the aid of France upon the communes, and upon Ghent in particular, was not absolutely mortal, and although their prosperity in the 15th century never again reached the height to which it had previously attained, yet their importance in the whole body politic was still paramount. As early as the 13th century, Bruges, practically a port by means of its control of Sluys, had become a world's fair, and Ghent in eastern and Ypres in western Flanders had grown with amazing rapidity into great industrial centres of population, surrounded by many other flourishing towns, of which the names are now in part forgotten. With their activity and wealth had grown a sense of power, and an impatience of external control, for which the Middle Ages no complete parallel could have been found on the hither side of the Alps. The civic governments, which in this earlier period asserted their authority against that of the counts, were purely oligarchic, and it was only gradually that the artisans, since the organization of the trades as guilds had been elaborated and was for a long time controlled by the patriciates, came to essay a trial of strength with them. The determining factor is to be sought in the irresistible ascendancy of the trade of the weavers and of the minor trades connected with it, when the cloth industry of Flanders was at its height. When the patricians in their turn had thrown themselves upon the support of the French crown, le Leathes, the massacres known as the Matins of Bruges began the great democratic revolution which triumphed in the utter overthrow of the chivalry of France on the field of Courtrai, 1302. The honours of that day belonged to the trades of Bruges, assisted by those of Ypres and Ghent in defiance of the prohibitions issued by their patrician authorities. And during the entire epoch of the political ascendancy of the communes, their self-government was striving to establish itself on broad popular foundations. The elder Artevelde was the Pericles of Ghent, whose extraordinary self-confidence was mainly due to the hope of an effective political alliance with England, based on free commercial intercourse with her, as the chief provider of the raw material of Flemish industry. After his death, evil times began for Ghent, which had become the chief of the 3 members of Flanders, die Drie Leden, and had charged itself with the executive on behalf of the towns and other districts of the country at large. The visitations of heaven seemed to descend upon the land in the form of tempests and inundations and the Black Death. The Anglo-Flemish alliance was a thing of the past. Bruges, whose jealousy of Ghent was ineradicable, was inclined to support the manoeuvres of the territorial prince, and in many of the communes a reaction set in towards oligarchical government. But Ghent stood firm, and when the banners of her crafts had been unfurled for the critical struggle, and the White Hoods once more streamed forth from her gates, Bruges, Ypres, Courtrai, and all the other Flemish towns once more fell into line for the final struggle. With their overthrow at Rysbeek, 1382, the political greatness of the communes came to an end, but the resistance of Ghent was only slowly extinguished. Yet to Philip the Good, as to his father, notwithstanding the part which he played at Paris, and to his grandfather before him, and his son after him, the Flemish communes were, as Comines says of Ghent in especial, a thorn in the flesh. Not that he was unaware of the fact that his European position depended upon the prosperity of the Flemish towns even more than upon that of the Dutch, who always regarded the ally of the Gabeljaus as their friend, or upon that of Brussels, his favourite place of residence. He sought to arrest the decay of Ypres, and his commercial policy towards England was dictated by the interests of Flanders. But he was resolute in asserting his political supremacy at any cost, and the first occasion on which he showed himself conscious of the fact that the destruction of his subjects was his own loss was when he had crushed the last resistance of the Ghenters at Gavre, 1453. Until the peace of Arras, he mainly, though not entirely as Ypres learnt to its cost, confined himself to sowing discord between the towns. But afterwards, when the communal militia had deserted him at the siege of Calais, the conflict first broke out between him and Bruges, 1436. Patched up by the grant of the 2 new charters, it burst forth again in the insurrection known as the terrible Whit Wednesday, 1438, and after meeting the Duke's forces in the open field, the city, which was suffering from the devastations of a pestilence, was in the end forced to give way. Bruges was only saved from destruction by the intervention of the foreign merchants, but while the new charters were revoked or modified, the trades were deprived of their cherished right of unfurling their banners without waiting for the display of the dukes, in other words, of the right of taking up arms without his summons, and the sinews of future resistance were cut by the abolition of the communal contribution to the trades. Mondgeld. The turn of Ghent came a little later. On her refusal to pay a salt tax to which Bruges and Ypres had submitted, a conflict began which lasted for 4 years, 1449. After the Duke had twice stopped the ordinary administration of justice, the whole body of the people took the power into its hands, appointed 3 captains, hoofdmannen, and at the sound of the bell assembled under arms on the Vrijdagsmarkt. The Duke retorted by a decree of blockade and outlawry against Ghent. Bruges and the other towns jealously held aloof, and though the Ghenters appealed both to the French suzerain and to the government of Henry VI of England, they had to fight out the contest virtually alone. In the city, a ruthless terrorism maintained an unreasoning enthusiasm till a long and sanguinary campaign ended within sight of her towers by the carnage of Gavre, 1453. The settlement which ensued established the ducal authority as paramount in every important function of the administration of the city, abolished the most cherished guarantees of its previous independence, and among other humiliations inflicted on its representatives, that of confessing the guilt of the suppressed rebellion in the French tongue. Some of the privileges of the prostrate city were indeed renewed in a new charter. The powers of the royal bailiff were restricted, and no mention was made of the obnoxious salt tax. But the victory was not the less complete, and was followed by the revocation of the charters of other towns, although they had abstained from supporting Ghent. End of section 42. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 43 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 13, The Netherlands, by A. W. Ward, Part 2. The overthrow of the greatness of the Flemish communes was due in part to the anarchical spirit which more and more took possession of them as their public life passed into the ochlocratic stage, and which could not but impair their military discipline and defensive strength. What had here, and the state of things was not very different in Brabant, remained of the authority of the territorial prince was confined to the influence exercised by his baillie upon the administration of justice, and, when possible, upon the choice of magistrates and upon legislation. The patriciate, the poorters at Bruges and Ghent, to which the linéges corresponded in Brabant, still ordinarily determined the choice of the magistrates or aldermen, but in any season of agitation this power was sure to be swept out of their hands with all the judicial, financial, and other functions of government. Not unfrequently such outbursts of popular fury were provoked by the venality of the ruling classes, and the fear of their recurrence naturally inclined the patricians towards the ducal authority, unless when their advances were blindly repelled by the harshness of the sovereign, as in the later days of Charles the Bold. The real holders of power in the Flemish communes were now the working population at large, divided on a system varying in the several towns into trades or handicrafts, ambachten. In Brabant, these trades had before the accession of Philip effected a compromise with the linéges. In Holland and Utrecht their authority was great, but not overwhelming. In Liège, as has been seen, it was paramount. In the 3 great Flemish towns, the great mass of the trades ordinarily asserted their power by the votes of their representatives, and on critical occasions by the organised resort to arms under their banners in the market-place, Wappingé. By itself each trade formed not only a military, but also a social and religious unit, with its common purse for purposes of business, pleasure and charity, and often with a chapel and a hospital of its own. In the course of the 14th century, the great craft of the weavers had effected its predominance in each of the three cities and became omnipotent at Ghent. Next to them came the fullers, with whom they had many a sanguinary conflict. At Ghent there were, besides these two great crafts, 52 smaller crafts, and in one of them even the Poorters, who constituted a guild without political power, had to inscribe themselves if desirous of becoming eligible for a magisterial office. At Bruges there were 4 great crafts: weavers, fullers, shearers, and dyers, and the famous muster of October the 10th, 1436, included 48 smaller, from the butchers and bakers to the paternoster makers. All of these were combined into 8 members, with a 9th consisting of the 4 free trades of merchants, while the Ghent trades made up 3 members only. Each member, elsewhere called nation, was presided over by a grand dean, and these officers were always, however its composition might from time to time vary, included in the representative committee, called Collatie at Ghent, of the entire commune. The approval of this committee was doubtless asked by the commune when in moments of supreme excitement Hoofmannen, or captains, were chosen by or for it, a term which seems in the first instance to have meant merely the heads of a porters' guild. The absence of any durable league or alliance between the several communes was due to the narrow jealousy which they cherished towards one another, and which has already been illustrated in the case of the relations between Bruges and Ghent. In 1423, Ghent successfully thwarted the attempt of Ypres to divert to herself the water transport of wine and cereals. Half a century later, the Yprois joined the Ghenters in ignoring the apprehensions of Bruges as to the sanding up of the Zwien. To this pernicious jealousy was added the ill will of the large against the smaller steden, and the tyrannous arrogance of the towns towards the rural districts. Nor was it till 1438 that Duke Philip restored the rights of the Vlige, les Francs, of Bruges as a 4th member of Flanders. The economic decline of Flanders in the 15th century has been obscured by the glowing descriptions of luxurious life in which the court chroniclers of Philip and Charles abound. The great industry which had filled the famous cloth hall of Ypres steadily declined, till about the time of the death of Mary, a city population, which had formerly amounted to something like 100,000, had fallen to about 1/20th of that total. Ypres, like some other of the Flemish towns, had suffered from special causes, but there was one which fundamentally affected them all. The fabrication of cloth in England had endangered the chief industry of Flanders already at the close of the 14th century, and, profiting alike by the instruction derived from the Flemish immigration, which the troubles of the 15th century had superadded to earlier immigrations in the 12th and 14th, and by the facilities of export offered by the Hanseatic merchants, she gradually drove Flemish cloth from the staple at Calais. The crucial question whether it were better to attract to the Flemish market the sale of this exported English cloth, or to exclude it altogether from competition with the native industry, was settled by a sort of compromise in favour of protection. But the repeated prohibitions of the importation of English cloth, 1436-64, remained ineffectual, and the cloth industry was paralysed in the Flemish cities, though it maintained itself for a considerable time in the open country. Ghent was able to some extent to fall back upon its resources as a staple of corn, and at Bruges, where the banking business of Europe was in the hands of foreign merchants, a busy traffic continued to be carried on. In the struggle pertinaciously maintained by the latter city, from the close of the 13th century onwards, against the transference of her foreign trade to Antwerp, interest in the end prevailed over habit. The English merchant adventurers, who had set up a house at Antwerp early in the 15th century, by the middle of it had transferred themselves thither in a body. While the great transmarine trade was thus drawn away from Flanders, proper to Brabant, and the depopulation of the former, which assumed alarming proportions under Charles the Bold, had begun already in the last years of his predecessor, the prosperity of the northern Netherlands continued to increase. Navigation, with the great fishing and other industries, flourished, and little troubled by the remote wars of Charles the Bold, the Hollanders and their neighbours took consolation for his exactions in the cheapness of comforts which they came to reckon among the necessaries of life. In the struggles of the dukes with the communes, the nobles ranged themselves readily on the side of the former down to the close of Philip's reign, notably in Flanders, where Courtrai had never been forgotten. Only very gradually under him, though more abruptly under his successor, the modern notion of the sovereign throned in majestic isolation superseded the feudal conception of the prince among his peers. To a large extent the change was doubtless due to the influence of the most splendid of contemporary Western courts. The pictures of its magnificence and luxury drawn by Jacques du Clarke, and the elaborate episodes of feast and tournament with which Olivier de la Marche loves to intersperse his narrative, bear out the assertion of Comines that in the prodigality of enticements it surpassed any other court known to his experience. In the court guide composed by Olivier during the siege of Neuss, where Charles displayed in the midst of war the stately ceremonial in which his pride delighted, he details the official system and the elaborate etiquette which became the model of many generations. But the completeness of the external machinery furnished no safeguard against the venality and corruption inseparable from despotic rule, or against a dissoluteness of manners usually fostered by formal restraint. The lasciviousness that pervaded the court of Charles VII of France and made that of Edward IV a seminary of pleasant vice readily found its way into the surroundings of Philip the Good, who had a large family of bastards and mistresses by the score. The extravagant delights in which the nobles might share when not engaged in warlike service impoverished many and ruined some, and Charles the Bold's relations with his nobility were strained to the utmost by the military burdens which he imposed on them. Numerous defections followed, and suspicions of treason on the unfortunate field of Morat. Only a handful of his nobles fought by his side at Nancy, and hardly any held out by his daughter in her hour of distress. Of the relations between the dukes and the clergy, it must suffice to say that they were largely determined by considerations of interest, and drawn closer by the unpopularity of both prince and priesthood in the towns. Duke Philip contrived to place his illegitimate brother John in the see of Cambrai, while two of his own bastards held the great ecclesiastical principality of Liège. Notwithstanding the Church's acquisition of landed property, which here, as elsewhere, legislation sought to stay, the secular arm occasionally appealed to the spiritual for its aid against civic recalcitrance, and now and then supported the clergy when at issue with the towns. Yet such was the perversity of Charles the Bold, which left no section of his subjects to lament his downfall, that he, who at the beginning of his reign had protected the churches of Liège from sharing in the general doom of the city, was at its close generally hated by the Netherlands clergy for having overtaxed them as he had their flocks. The principles and policy of the Burgundian dynasty found their most skilful agents in the highly trained lawyers who, after studying in France, at Louvain, or in the university founded by Philip in Franche-Comté, held high judicial office in the Netherlands. The ground had been in some measure prepared for them, at all events in Flanders, though it was precisely here that the judicial innovations of this period met with the most stubborn resistance. The so-called audiences of the Count, based to some extent on the ancient usage of conveying quiet truths to him, led the way to the establishment of the Count's Council, which in 1385 Philip the Bold transformed into the Chamber of the Duke's Council in Flanders, subdividing it into a judicial and a financial chamber. The latter remained at Lille, whence Philip the Good extended its operations to Namur, Hainault, and the towns on the Somme, while the two financial chambers of Holland and Zeeland, and of Brabant, were united by him at Brussels in 1463. The judicial chamber, on the other hand, which came to be generally known as the Council of Flanders, was, after many shiftings of place, finally brought back to Ghent in 1452. The Council of the Counts of Holland and that of the Dukes of Brabant having been alike reformed on the acknowledgment of Philip's sovereignty. In each case the substance of the reform lay in the introduction, by the side of the great lords and officials previously composing the council, of trained lawyers devoted to the maintenance of the ducal authority and inclined to stimulate its self-consciousness. In order, however, to make this authority really supreme, and to avoid the possibility of any appeal to the Parliament of Paris, Philip, in 1446, without putting an end to the Privy Council, which ordinarily attended him, established a Grand Council, attached to his own person and entrusted with supreme judicial as well as political and financial functions. The centralising process was carried to its final stage by Charles the Bold's settlement of 1473, which maintained the Grand Council as a council of state for the whole of his dominions, but transferred its financial functions to a chamber finally fixed at Malines, absorbing into this the Brussels Chamber of Accounts. Charles also established a central judicial court at Malines, which he sought to surround with all possible external dignity, frequently presiding in person at his sittings. But it remained unpopular, by reason of its slow Roman procedure and the use of the French language to which it adhered, nor did it survive his fall. As a matter of course, both Philip and Charles had from time to summon the states of the several lands, for there was no other way of obtaining the extraordinary aids, Baden, required more especially for their wars. In the meetings of these states, the attendance of the nobles gradually slackened, and, notably in Holland, only the larger towns were regularly represented. For the rest, no town or state was bound except by its own vote. It was again no innovation when, in 1428, Philip caused his settlement with Jacqueline to be confirmed by a meeting of representatives of all the lands whose allegiance she had formerly claimed. And it was only a step further when, after two previous meetings in 1463-4, he, in 1465, formally called upon all the states of the Low Countries assembled at Brussels to recognise his son as his successor and lieutenant general, and at the same time obtained from them a supply enabling him to carry on effective war against Louis XI. Charles the Bold thrice assembled these States General, but they do not appear to have regularly comprised representatives of the whole of his Netherlands dominions. Thus this all-important institution never passed beyond an initial stage under either of the last two Burgundian dukes, though Philip had faithful servants who advised him to trust those trusted by his subjects. Indeed, an outline of the constitutional system to which the occasional convocation of the States General pointed has actually been preserved, dating from an earlier period of his reign. After Philip had, like his father before him, found the communal militia of the Flemish towns untrustworthy in foreign war, he had for his military needs fallen back on the feudal services upon which the first two Burgundian dukes had placed a precarious dependence. But the forces which he employed for the overthrow of the liberties of Ghent and which his heir led forth against Louis XI on behalf of the League of the Common Good, already comprised a considerable element of mercenary soldiers, Picards and English in particular. The Bande d'Ordonnance of Charles the Bold, a modified imitation of the new French model, were partly recruited among the nobility, partly made up of Italian heavy infantry and the indispensable English archers, and a select bodyguard was formed on a similar basis. In 1471 he raised a permanent force of 10,000 men. The towns had to equip contingents at their own expense, but under officers named by the Duke. He improved his artillery and paid attention to the fighting qualities of his navy. Though Charles was both an unskilful and an unfortunate commander, he was the creator of the standing army which proved so formidable under the rule of his descendants. Much of his military expenditure was unavoidable, since the superiority of regular troops over feudal levies was already proved, and he deserves credit for his consistent maintenance of discipline, more especially as it only increased his unpopularity. It has frequently been assumed that the progress of art and literature in the Netherlands must have benefited by the patronage of an open-handed dynasty and a sumptuous court. But, although the Renaissance owed not a little to the goodwill of Philip the Good and his family, they either used its culture as a political expedient or, in Voltaire's phrase, treated it as a passe-temps. The triumphs of a late and rich variety of the Gothic style, attested by so many municipal and ecclesiastical edifices of the 15th century, are due to the towns, although in so many instances their decadence had already set in. The case was different with the sister art, which in Flanders was emancipated from Byzantine models, introduced by the Crusades, by the great painters to whom the miniaturists had formed a characteristic transition. When Hubert van Eyck died in 1420, he bequeathed the completion of the masterpiece of the School of Bruges to his younger brother John. Within 14 further years, the latter, who was soon made a member of Duke Philip's household, perfected a form of art that clothed its simple ideals of faith and devotion in the golden splendour of the age of its origin. Its latest great master, Memling, carried far beyond the borders of his native land the purest and profoundest pictorial expression of the mystic depth of religious sentiment. Leaving aside other forms of art, among which something might be said of the attention paid by both Flemings and Walloons to that of music, we find that already under the house of Dampierre, the French literature patronised by the counts, and the Flemish that was dear to the people, had gone far asunder. In the latter part of the 14th century, French historic prose, as it were, annexed the Netherlands as part of its proper domain. Froissart, the chief prophet of the last phase of chivalry radiating from the court of the Burgundian dukes, and the exemplar of a whole line of chroniclers devoted to their dynasty, was himself a native of Hainault, and spent the last quarter of a century of his life in retirement in Flanders. After him, it became indispensable that every important court or great noble household should possess its indiciare, or historiographer, and the House of Burgundy fostered a series of such literary officials who placed on record every step in its advance, inflated its pride, and enhanced its fame. The list includes, besides Enguerrand de Monstrelet, on the whole a fairly candid writer, Jacques Lefebvre de Saint-Remy, who in the main borrowed or abridged from him, the graphic Jacques du Clercq, Georges Castellan, by his literary gifts as well as by his masculine outspokenness, the most notable of Froissart's successors, and Jean Molyneux, whose turgid artificiality and euphuistic affectations render him a fit narrator of the decay and downfall of Burgundian greatness. All these, except Monstrelet, were officials of the ducal house, which was abandoned by Comines the one narrator of the great struggle who writes in the spirit of practical statesmanship. Edmund of Dinter, who came into the service of Philip the Good from that of the Dukes of Brabant, furnished a long pragmatic history of the Jacqueline troubles and the complicated course of events in Gelderland. Against the influences of a French-speaking court and its literary mouthpieces, the native language and literature had to rely upon a power of resistance strengthened by movements springing from the heart of the people. Thus, though the so-called chambers of rhetoric, whose members went by the name of Rederijkers, derived their title from France, the institution itself was clearly a continuation or renewal of the old confraternities or guilds devoted to the performance of religious plays which flourished in various parts of the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. The Rederijkers, whose activity cannot safely be asserted to have begun much before the 15th century, abandoned the domain of ecclesiastical tradition, thereby rendering collision with the Church inevitable sooner or later, and, as at the same time the critical spirit asserted itself, and the influence of the Renaissance enlarged the choice of materials, in their dramatic allegories or moralities, Spelen van Zine, paid increasing attention to the treatment of their subjects and the form of their plays. Connecting their performances with the festivals that formed so material a part of the popular life of the Netherlands, they at the same time more and more acquired the character of literary associations whose activity extended to a wide variety of forms of composition. The most ancient of the Belgian chambers, the Alpha et Omega of Ypres, seems to date from a time rather before the beginning of the 15th century. The famous In Lief de Bleurglend of Amsterdam was not instituted till 1517. Their number ultimately grew to an extraordinary extent, more especially in the southern Netherlands, and the elaborate arrangements for establishing an organic union among them culminated in the meeting of deputies of all the chambers at Malines in 1493 on the summons of Philip the Fair, and the setting up in 1503 of a supreme chamber at Ghent. But this late effort of a centralising policy was vehemently opposed, and its practical result was small. The Reformation found the chambers instinctively sensitive to impulses moving the heart of the people, with what consequences is well known. The popular religious movements noticeable in the Netherlands up to the close of the 14th century had on the whole remained ominously out of touch with the organisation of the Church. On the other hand, the Beguines and Beghards and Lollards had little or nothing to say against the doctrines of the Church of Rome, and neither the Wyclivites nor afterwards the followers of Huss seem to have attempted any propaganda in the Low Countries. The beginnings there of mystical speculation, of which the revered Johannes Ruysbroek, born near Brussels in 1283, can in his age hardly have been a solitary representative, may possibly be traceable to the teachings of the Master Eckhart at Cologne. To Ruysbroek's teachings both Tauler and Gerard Groot were listeners. They became a profound source of personal inspiration to many generations. Nor has their echo died out to this day. To Gerard Groot and his friend Florentius Radvenzoon, unlike him an ecclesiastic by profession, was due the establishment of the Fraternus at his native town of Deventer, which became the model of a series of similar foundations, intended as the homes of the pious followers of God resolved to lead a common life of prayer and labour, unencumbered by any hierarchical organisation and free from any system of irrevocable vows. A happy accident suggested that some of the young members of the Deventer settlement should contribute towards its support by clubbing together their earnings as copyists of manuscripts of the Scriptures and the Church Fathers, to which work they had as pupils of the Latin school in the town been encouraged by Groot. Hereby he had from the very outset of his endeavours blended the pursuit of learning and the furtherance of education with a life of piety and devotion. While extending and consolidating the system of the Fraterhusen, Florentius also carried out a cherished earlier design of his friend by the foundation, at Windesheim der Zwolle, of a convent of canons regular. The half-century of the reigns of Philip and Charles witnessed a continuous extension in almost every part of the Netherlands, as well as in many districts of northern Germany, both of the houses of the Brethren of the Common Life and of the convents called the Windesheim congregations. The Church had come to recognise the agency of the Brethren as useful and praiseworthy. Among those who extolled their labours was the Minorite Johannes Brugman, the greatest popular preacher of his age in the Netherlands, and they were favoured by Duke Philip's brother, Bishop David of Utrecht. The value of the Brethren's labours in the transcription of manuscripts has not been overestimated, but these labours belong to a period that was passing away, and were only slightly supplemented by use of the new invention of the printing press. On the other hand, the work of education had always formed a chief purpose and essential part of the existence of the fraternity. The very large numbers of scholars attending its schools signally contributed throughout the Netherlands to lay the foundations of an enduring literary culture, and the fact that the teaching and training of these scholars was everywhere impregnated with the spirit of religious devotion determined the significance, to the most illustrious as well as to the humblest of them all, of the advance of the new learning. They met it less in the spirit of an enthusiastic humanism than in that of a steady demand for serviceable law, such as already gives so much substance to the writings of Cardinal Cusanus, a pupil of Deventer in its earlier days. But a new educational epoch began with Alexander Hagius, who in 1474 was appointed head of the school at Deventer, and died near the close of the century, leaving behind him nothing but his clothes and his books, and a name which may fairly be called that of one of the great schoolmasters of the world. The list of the scholars trained at Deventer by him or in his time, and that of his Paris fellow student Badius Ascensius, Bade of Esch, includes, besides its chief and incomparable glory, the name of Erasmus, those of Conrad Mutianus, the pride of Erfurt in her brightest days, and Hermann von dem Busch, whom Strauss calls the missionary of humanism. Johannes Stintheim, who taught with Hegius at Deventer and was himself a member of the Brotherhood, rendered a signal service to education in the Netherlands and in Germany by the successful revision of the Latin grammar, which had held its own for centuries. The schools of the Brethren were not seminaries of that narrower humanism which made the study of the classical tongues the sole method and all but the supreme object of education. They encouraged the reading of the Bible and the use of the service books in the vulgar tongue, cherished the careful use and even the study of the vernacular, and thus brought about the beginning of a new educational movement which on the Upper Rhine was to lead to results such as it could hardly expect to command on the Lower. Many links connect the labours of the Brethren and the great movement which in the 15th century strove to quicken the religious life of the German people by bringing learning and education and literature and art into living harmony with it. Such a link may be found in the life of Rudolf Agricola, who died in 1485, and, although apparently not a pupil of the Brethren, was a native of the neighbourhood of Groningen, where one of their seminaries was placed. The last years of his life were spent at Heidelberg and Worms. He was a man of 3 tongues, but it was in theological rather than in philological study that he found the crown of his labours. Of a very different character were the relations, in the Netherlands, between the Renaissance and university studies. The complete separation of academical from municipal government at Louvain, and the special attention devoted there to legal studies intended to prepare for the service of the central government, went some way towards estranging that university from popular and provincial interests. But the part which she was long to play in the history of the intellectual culture of the country was determined by the identification of her interests with those of church and clergy. The most illustrious of the earlier students and teachers of Louvain, Pope Adrian VI, in a sense typifies both her influence and that of the Brethren school in which he had been previously trained. In matters concerning the church, he thought with vigour and honesty, but for poetry he had scant sympathy to spare. Especially in consequence of the influence exercised by the monastic orders, Louvain's academical character was even more conservative than that of Cologne. For the rest, the relations between church and people in the 15th century were in the Netherlands affected by the general causes in operation throughout Western Europe. The deep religious feeling of the people remained proof against the excesses alike and the shortcomings of the clergy, against a corruption which led even Philip the Good to approve of the attempt to divert the administration of charity into lay hands, and a licence of life on the part of both seculars and regulars, which defied repeated attempts at reform. Few protests against the doctrines and usages of the Church are noticeable in the course of the 15th century. A more lasting influence was, however, being quietly exercised by a school of religious thinkers, to which in the latter half of the century two notable Netherlanders belonged. The theology of John Pupper of Goch in the Duchy of Cleves, who is believed to have been educated in one of the Brethren schools, and who for nearly a quarter of a century presided over a priory of Austin canonesses founded by him at Malines in 1451, rejected the pretensions of mere outward piety and dead formalism. There is no proof that his writings, which were read by few, were known to Luther, but they must have come under the notice of Erasmus. The step to the assertion of the universal priesthood of Christian believers was taken by a bolder thinker, John Wessel Gersewert, who, born at Groningen about the year 1420, was educated in the school of the Brotherhood at Zwolle, but afterwards studied in most of the chief universities of Europe. He was honoured by both Luther and Melanchthon, but he never took orders, and his academic distinction is his chief title to fame, Magister Contradictionum. He enjoyed the patronage of Bishop David of Utrecht, but his favourite residence seems to have been the Frisian convent of Advert, to which a species of high school was attached. Lover of truth as he was, and in one respect at least, viz., as to the doctrine of the Eucharist, even further advanced than Luther, he disliked any appeal to the passions of the people, and had as little thought as Bishop David himself of an open rupture with the Church. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey DeSena, Coeur d'Alene. Chapter 13, The Netherlands, by A.W. Ward, Part 3. 2. When the death of Charles the Bold at Nancy was ascertained, Louis prepared to seize those parts of the ducal dominion which were nearest to his hand and indispensable for the future of the French monarchy. While keeping in view the ultimate acquisition of them all, he proclaimed his anxiety for the interest of Charles' daughter and heiress whom he had held at the font. But the project of a marriage between Mary, now close upon her 21st year, and the Dauphin, a boy of 8, was full of difficulty, more especially as the suit of Maximilian had already reached an advanced point. This prince's father was naturally not less anxious to preserve the cohesion of the Burgundian inheritance than Louis XI had been prompt to impair it, and from him no revival was to be apprehended of those questions as to male or female fiefs which had of old divided the Netherlands. All the more important was the attitude of the country itself towards the French intervention. Almost simultaneously with the prompt mission of the Count of Caen into Burgundy, Louis had dispatched to Picardy and Artois the High Admiral of France, the Bastard of Bourbon, accompanied by Comines, to demand the surrender of all fiefs of the French crown, and in the first instance of the towns on the Somme. His plans were vast, but according to Comines, the reverse of vague. Namur, Hainaut, and other parts near his borders were to be made over to some of his French vassals, and Brabant and Holland to German princes whom he would thus bind to his alliance. The French fief of Flanders he must have intended to secure for his crown, of which it would still have been one of the brightest jewels. The towns on the Somme were one after the other, some by golden keys, open to him, and the defection of Philippe de Crèvecoeur placed in him possession of the Boulonnais. Mary's letter of January 23rd to the Ducal Council at Dijon, protesting against the French encroachments on the Duchy of Burgundy and of the Franche-Comté, held out no prospect of armed resistance on her own part, and indeed any attempt of the kind was out of the question. At Ghent, where she was detained whether she would or not, and in the other towns of Flanders and Brabant, the confirmation of the tidings of her father's death had been received with general feelings of relief and joy, and throughout the Netherlands it was resolved to make the most of the opportunity. By the beginning of February, the 4 members of Flanders, the 3 estates of Brabant and Hainaut, and the deputies of the states of Holland were assembled at Ghent. In the hands of these representatives of the Vierlanden, who explicitly took it upon themselves to act on behalf of the country at large, the executive remained till the Austrian marriage, and the united action imposed upon the Lady of Burgundy the grant of the Great Charter of Netherlands liberties, and of the special charters which supplemented it. The importance of the promises comprised in the Grote Privilegie of February 10, 1477, lies not so much in its sweeping invalidation of all previous ducal ordinances antagonistic to communal privileges, or even in the assertion of principles more or less indigenous to all the Low Countries under Burgundian rule, as in the announcement of a definite machinery for the future government. It was, no doubt, of moment to provide that no war could be declared and no marriage concluded by the ducal sovereign without the consent of the states, to establish the necessity of their approval for fresh taxes, to confine the tenure of office to natives, to insist on the use of the national tongue in all public documents, to secure to the several provinces the control of the government's commercial policy and a check upon the use of its military force. But the chief political significance of the new constitution was directly constructive. While abolishing the central judicial court or parliament of Malines, it reorganized the Grand Council attached to the person of the sovereign on a broad representative basis. It was to consist, in addition to the princes of the dynasty, of the chancellor and 23 other members named for life by the sovereign, nobles and trained lawyers in equal proportions, and assigned on a fixed scale to each of the provinces of the land. Every precaution was used for ensuring a paramount regard on the part of the council for the privileges and usages of provinces and towns, and every facility provided for the assembling on their own motion of the states of the whole of the ducal dominions, the States General. The great privilege was supplemented by several special applications of its principles to the needs of the particular provinces. These were the Flemish privilege, obtained on the same day by the 4 members of Flanders, upon whose unanimous consent it made any future constitutional change depend, while no Flemish business was to be transacted except on Flemish soil and in the Flemish tongue. The great privilege of Holland and Zeeland, February 17th, which contained similar provisions and granted full liberty to the towns to hold parliaments of their own, in conjunction with the other states of the Netherlands or not. The great privilege of Namur in May, and the joyeuse entrée granted to Mary on the occasion of her being acknowledged at Leuven as the Duchess of Brabant, May 29th, which, while returning to the usages confirmed at the accession of Philip the Good, added new liberties and doubled the measure of restrictions upon the ducal power. That fear of France, rather than any affection for the Burgundian dynasty, or even any warmth of feeling toward Mary herself, had induced the representatives of the Vierlanden to come to terms with her, was shown by military preparations upon which they simultaneously agreed. In place of the ducal army, which had ceased to exist, 100,000 men were to be levied, of whom Flanders contributed more than 1/3, and the rest in proportion, raised by means of half-obsolete feudal obligations or as communal or rural militia. This army, though its numbers were helped out by a system of substitutes, proved inadequate to its purpose. but the fact of its levy not the less shows that the mind of the Netherlands had been made up to resist the French advance. Meanwhile, Mary, still uncertain in which direction to turn for her preservation, had sent an embassy to Louis XI, apparently just before her relations with the Flemish towns had been settled. She had little personal advice to depend on. Her stepmother, the high-spirited Duchess Dowager Margaret, still relied on delusive hopes of English support. Mary's kinsman, Adolf, Lord St. Ravenstein, and brothers of the Duke of Cleves, was both loyal to her and popular with her subjects, but as yet chiefly intent upon securing her hand for his own son. The time for taking the matronly advice of her former governess, Jeanne de Comines, Dame de Halavine, had not yet come. Very naturally, therefore, she fell back upon the counsel of men who had been faithful to his father's interests in his last and worst days, and who still sat on a privy council, though differing in their worst policy from the majority of its members. The Chancellor Hugonet, to leave out his other titles, and the Sire d'Imbecor, Count of Merem, the former a Burgundian, the latter a Picard by birth, persuaded the youthful Duchess to allow them to negotiate with France. They were animated by the spirit common to lawyers and nobles in the heyday of the Burgundian rule, and shared by the Church. William de Cluny, proto-notary of the Holy See, was afterwards arraigned for the complicity with them. Towards France they were attracted by a sympathy which needed no stimulus of sordid interests, whether or not they had from the first resolved that the end must be the acceptance of Louis XI's marriage scheme, and the reabsorption of the Burgundian in the French dynasty, while they detested a policy of concessions to the several portions of the crumbling monarchy of Charles the Bald, was resolved to secure a party in Flanders. The agent whom he had first, in spite of the Comines' warning, sent to Ghent for the purpose, no other than the notorious Olivier de Dain, had indeed been obliged to depart discomfited and had only partially redeemed his credit by cleverly bringing into his master's power the city of Tournai, always well disposed toward France. Louis, however, when Mary's embassy reached him at Peronne, was at particular pains to show courtesy towards the Flemish towns in the person of the distinguished Hoofdman of Bruges, a member of the great patrician family of Groothuisse. Little importance attached to the ambassador's offers of the cession of all the possessions given up by Louis in the Treaty of Peronne, and the recognition of his suzerainty at Artois and Flanders, and as to the real notice of the transaction, the question of a marriage engagement between Mary and the Dauphine, they declared themselves to be without instructions. While, therefore, the embassy returned to Flanders to report, Louis seemed to have, by private communications with Hugonet and d'Imbecor, secured their adherence to the marriage scheme. At Arras, of which he took possession in March 1477, he received a deputation from Ghent, and, playing the kind of double game which his soul loved, revealed to them the confidence reposed by Mary in the privy councillors detested by the city. Thus, on the return of the civic deputies to Ghent, the storm broke out. The city was already in a condition of ferment. Some of the partisans of the regime had been put to death, and the agitation which had spread to Ypres and as far as Mons was increased by the claims put forward at Ghent on behalf of the restoration of Liégeois independence by the Bishop of Liège, urged on by William of Arenberg, Sire de la Motte, the Boar of the Ardennes, and the terror of all who respected the ordinances of either God or man. Distracted by her fears, Mary seems actually to have countenanced Hugonnet's final proposal that she should quit Flanders and place herself under the protection of the French king, when, at the last moment, Ravenstein produced her to reveal the design. He immediately informed the representatives of the Vierlanden that the deans of the trades of Ghent, and on the same night, March 4th, Hugonet, d'Imbecor, and de Cluny were placed under arrest, a rumour having been spread that the liberation was to be attempted, and the news having arrived of the resolute advance of the French forces, new disturbances followed, and Mary issued an ordinance naming a mixed commission of nobles and civic officials to try the accused with all due expedition, March 28th. She afterwards interceded in favour of one or both of the lay prisoners, for de Cluny was saved by his benefit of clergy, and at a later date expressed her sympathy with the widow and orphans of d'Imbecor. The extent of whose share in the councillors' schemes remains unknown. After being subjected to torture, both were executed on April 3rd. They met with short shrift at the hands of their judges, but they cannot be said to have been sacrificed to a mere gust of democratic passion. And Mary and her council, and the other estates of the Netherlands assembled at Ghent, were with the city itself and the sister Flemish towns, one and all, involved in the responsibility of the deed. There was now no solution left but war, and at Eastertide, Louis XI advanced from Artois into Hainaut. At the same time, no doubt could remain as to the way in which the question of Mary's marriage must be settled. An English engagement such as the Duchess Dowager desired was hopelessly impeded by the disagreement between the factions at Edward's court, one of which favoured the claims of the Duke of Clarence, while the other supported Earl Rivers, the brother of Queen Elizabeth. At Ghent there was for a time a strong wish that Mary would bestow her hand upon Adolf of Guelders, the friend of the towns, who had been liberated from prison on Charles's death, and proclaimed Duke notwithstanding Mary's protest. He had entered himself as a member of one of the trades of Ghent, and had been named commander of the Flemish levies against France. But instead of gaining Mary's hand, he was destined to fall fighting in her service before Tournai, June, leaving his children Charles and Philippa as hostages in her hands, though the former had been proclaimed Duke in Gelderland. Of Mary's kinsmen of the Cleves family, 2 were still talked of for her hand, the Duke's son and subsequent successor John, and Philip, the son of his brother Adolf zum Ravenstein. Philip had been brought up with Mary, whose father was said to have at one time favoured the idea of their future union. Agreeably, it was rumoured to Mary's own wishes. But after the English project had come to naught, the Duchess Dowager transferred all her influence to the only remaining suitor, the selection of whom promised high political advantage, and the choice actually fell upon Archduke Maximilian of Austria. The vigilance of the Emperor Frederick III had long prepared this match, and even the catastrophe of Nancy had been unable to balk his purpose. Now, while at Bruges, Mary was seeking to satisfy a clamorous demand for the suppression of the pretensions of Lefranc. The imperial envoys arrived to urge upon her the acceptance of the Austrian suit, April 18th, and Mary formally accorded it. On May 21st, Maximilian, who had been delayed in the slackness of the response made by the Estates to the imperial appeal for support of his enterprise, the Wittelsbachs were jealous about Hainaut and Holland, while the King of Bohemia remembered the Luxembourg connection, at last started on his expedition, and after passing through Louvain and Bruxelles, where he was well received, at the head of a body of nearly 8,000 horsemen arrived at Ghent. At 6 o'clock on the following morning, his marriage with Mary was solemnized by the Bishop of Tournai in the presence of the Count of Chimay and the Hoftman of Bruges, Mignonke, of Guelders, and his sister bearing the tapers before the bride. He had not come a day too soon. Part of Hainaut was already in Louis's hands, and the Brabant and Flanders were alike threatened. But now that the political situation had so decisively altered his disadvantage, he paused. Mary, in securing the protection of which she stood in need against the contending influences around, and the popular bodies confronting her, had at the same time gained for the Netherlands the alliance of a house not less resolved upon withstanding the encroachments of France in the west of the empire than it was upon resisting Hungarian ambition and the Turkish danger in the east. In no other conditions could the House of Austria command support from the princes of the empire or continue to hold authority there. With England also, the Austrian marriage at once placed the Netherlands government on close terms of friendship. At first, things went smoothly with the Archduke Maximilian in the Netherlands. Born in 1459, he was but a boy in years, and little else than a boy in mind, notwithstanding the completeness of the education which he afterwards professed to have received through the care of the old Weisskoning, and the solemn purposes which he ascribed to himself as the dear hero Thevedank. But at no time of his life was he wanting either in courage or in elasticity of disposition. On September 18th, Louis was found ready to conclude a favourable truce at Leathes, having enough on his hands in consequence of the reconciliation of the Swiss to the House of Austria, and the menace of an English as well as an Aragonese invasion. And though in 1478 the campaign recommenced with much show of ardour, it only ended in another truce, July. The Flemish army under Maximilian's command, reinforced by Swiss mercenaries and English archers, had driven the French back upon Arras. Tournai had been retaken, and Louis promised to restore all towns taken by him in Hainaut. But already there were signs of impatience in Flanders. Maximilian had immediately on his marriage sworn to respect the privileges of Ghent and Bruges, and loud complaints were now heard of the misconduct of the German and other foreign soldiery, while Ghent was wroth at the imposition of a war duty on small beer. This led to an outbreak in which 3 of the trades were involved, and which, if Molinet is to be believed, had some curiously Catilinarian characteristics. It was quenched chiefly through the exertions of Jan van Daderselle, a loyal Flemish noble, who now or afterwards was named Bailly of Ghent, and who in the following year, 1479, so effectively reorganized the Flemish forces, of which he was named Captain General. That Olivier de la Marche describes these well-disciplined levies at the largest army he ever saw put into the field by Flanders. Town and country had combined to furnish it forth, and not less than 500 nobles served with it on foot. With this truly national force, the young Archduke gained his first victory at Gaunagaster, near Terouanne, August 1479. But it could not be followed up, and the capture of the Holland herring fleet caused renewed discouragement. Though in 1480 Maximilian gained possession of Luxembourg, and in 1481, mainly through his general Count Adolf Nassau, reduced Gelderland, where the insurgents had actually entered into alliance with France. The principal struggle made no progress, and the Archduke refused to be led away by the daring schemes of the Duchess Dowager for an Anglo-Burgundian invasion and partition of France. His position was already growing difficult, and though the popularity of Mary, who in June 1478, after the death of their first infant, had borne him a son, seems to have been on the increase, ill will accumulated against her German consort. Maximilian's, doubtless reluctant, consent to place himself up to a certain point under the guidance of the members of Flanders, and to allow the communal authorities of Ghent to interfere as to appointments in his household, had no conciliatory effect. In October 1481 a grievous catastrophe occurred in the murder of Jan van Tarsela, whose services to the House of Burgundy had not ended at Gaunagaster. The arrest by Maximilian's orders of persons unsuspected of complicity in this dark crime, while others actually suspected of it were left untouched, led to an open quarrel between the ducal government and the Ghent magistrature. Such had been the jealousy of the Archduke excited in the Ghenters, that after the birth of his third child, Margaret, February 1480, they had attempted to secure the control of both her and her brother Philip, and though it had finally been arranged that the children were to reside in the several chief provinces in succession, the Ghenters refused to give them up to Brabant when the first term of 4 months was at an end. In September 1481 a third son was born, but he survived for a few months only. His mother's death soon followed. On March 27, 1482, the results of a neglected fall from her horse proved fatal to the Duchess Mary. Pitiable was the decease of one so young, and so full of life and happiness. From a political point of view, it threatened to prove disastrous to those whom she left behind her. In accordance with the declaration put forth immediately before their marriage, Maximilian's authority in the Netherlands had come to an end with the life of his consort, and his claims to its continuance must be based on his parentage of their 2 surviving children, and Philip the young heir in particular. But these children were in the power of Ghent, where, as throughout Flanders, Maximilian was profoundly unpopular. Moreover, the feeling was widespread that apart from his personal prowess, the advantages looked for from his union with the Duchess Mary had proved illusory. Neither the Emperor nor England had come forth as allies against the French invasion, and at home all was disturbance and disorder. Holland and Zeeland were once more torn by the old faction feuds. In Gelderland, Arnhem was ready to give the signal for renewed revolt. Utrecht had driven out its Burgundian bishop. Meanwhile Flanders was exposed to the full force of the French advance. Her trade and industry were all at a standstill. Ghent and her sister towns had no desire for annexation to France, but neither did they wish to bear the burden of a war which must end either thus or by covering the hated German prince with glory. They therefore resolved to force him into a peace with France, which would leave them free under the nominal rule of his youthful son. In the 3 years' struggle which ensued before Ghent lay at Maximilian's mercy, he was obliged to all intents and purposes to rely upon himself. Lower Austria, with parts of Styria, and the adjoining duchies, were in the grasp of King Matthias Corvinus, and the Emperor had to depend on the scant sympathy and goodwill which he could find among the electors at Frankfurt. A loud cry arose in the Austrian dominions for the presence of the valiant and vigorous Archduke, but instead of giving way, as so often afterwards, to his natural impetuosity, he resolved, so far as his hereditary interests were concerned, to bide his time. While in Holland and Zeeland, as well as in Hainaut, Maximilian was at once acknowledged as guardian of his son and regent on his behalf. Marburg, Flanders and Brabant refused to concede this position to him, except under the control in each case of a council named by the province. Yet on every side faction was raging. At Liège, William de la Marck savagely murdered the bishop and thrust his own son into his place, defying Maximilian and the nobles of Brabant and Namur so long as he knew himself supported by France. Nor was it till 1485 that, after new outrages, he fell into the Archduke's hands and was righteously put to death at Maastricht. New troubles had begun at Utrecht. In Holland, the leaders of the government set up at Hoorn by the Hoeks were put to death by the kabeljauws, and the town pillaged, and Haarlem only escaped similar treatment by payment of an onerous fine. In the midst of this confusion, Maximilian had to allow the states of the Netherlands assembled at Alost, with the exception of Luxembourg and Gelders, to open a formal negotiation with Louis XI, November, with whom they had seen for some time in secret communication. Nor was he able to refuse his assent to the basis on which in December 1482 the Peace of Arras was actually concluded, viz. The marriage of his daughter Margaret to the Dauphin, with Artois and Burgundy for her dowry. It was further settled by this peace that Philip should do homage to Louis for Flanders, so that the old relation of vassalage against which Charles the Bold and his father had so long struggled was restored, and a pretext for fresh intervention was established. But the Flemish communes, satisfied with the restoration of free commercial intercourse with France, would probably have been prepared to sacrifice Namur and Hainaut into the bargain, and Louis, now near his end, seemed to have lived long enough to master the House of Burgundy. Maximilian, who had been left out of the Council of Four, appointed with Ravenstein at its head to carry on the government of Flanders with the estates on behalf of Philip, was powerless and unable to obtain the annual pension granted to him about this time except by compliance. In March 1483 he finally accepted the Peace of Arras, and without any interposition on his part, his daughter was transferred into the guardianship of the French king, and on June 23rd solemnly betrothed to the Dauphin. Soon after this, Maximilian was able to strengthen his personal position by a successful intervention against the Hoek revolt at Utrecht. On returning to his capital, Bishop David had been brutally insulted and imprisoned at Amersfoort, and Ingilbert of Cleves had been set up in his place. At the head of a force of 12,000 men, commanded by a staff of celebrated captains, the Archduke laid siege to Utrecht, which capitulated in September and was condemned to pay a heavy fine. Bishop David once more held his entry into the prostrate city, and the spiritual ruler of his see. He died peacefully as such at Wyk in 1496, but Maximilian was acknowledged as the administrator of its temporalities. It was in the course of this successful campaign that he received the news of the death of Louis XI. Though this event could hardly lead to the undoing of the Peace of Arras, it could not but reassure him as to the future relations between France and the Flemings, for he was not aware how much of her father's spirit survived in Anne de Beaujeu, under whose control the government of Charles VIII was carried on during the first 8 years of his reign. He now declared the powers of the Council of Flanders to have determined, and a storm of protest and charges ensued, in the course of which the Flemings invoked the authority of Charles VIII, which Maximilian refused to acknowledge. Toward the end of 1483, after the French government had ingratiated itself with the great Flemish towns by renouncing for 10 years the appellate jurisdiction claimed by the Parliament of Paris, negotiations for an alliance ensued between the states of Flanders and Brabant and the Assembly which, under the name of States General, met at Tours in 1484. But the popular entente of earlier days was not to be renewed between the decaying communes and a people over which the power of the monarchy was already paramount. Meanwhile, the quarrel between Maximilian and the Flemings became more acute. The Knights of the Golden Fleece at Termonde declared his headship of their order at an end, though he might still preside over its meetings during his son's minority. Bruges refused him admission if attended by more than a dozen companions, and sent to the block several persons who had laid a plot on his behalf. Rumours of a similar plot were rife at Ghent, and Maximilian had clearly accepted the challenge of a people resolved upon completely throwing off his authority. He began by sending the faithful Olivier de la Marche to lodge complaints with the French government against the communes, and succeeded in provoking so much distrust in Flanders that, though a French as well as a Flemish army took the field in 1484, no decisive blow was struck. The Flemings, however, flooded Brabant, where the Archduke's appeal for a support of the dynasty was very coolly received, and Count de Romont, the commander of the Flemish levies, proclaimed himself Lieutenant General of Duke Philip against his father. In January 1485, Maximilian, by taking on Oudenarde, showed his determination to make himself master of Ghent, but after defeating the Ghenters under their own walls and capturing their great banner, he was obliged by a mutiny for pay among his troops to retreat, while the French under Crèvecoeur de Gairdner entered the city. Soon nothing remained to the Archduke but Brabant and Hainaut. Fortunately, however, for him with the Ghenters the powers that were could never be in the right, and such a storm of popular indignation was raised by the misconduct of the French soldiery that Crèvecoeur in his turn retired upon Tournai. The French faction were now at the mercy of their adversaries. On June 21st, Maximilian held his entry into Bruges, which had set the example of recognizing him as Marburg. At Ghent, William Rynn and another leader of the French faction were decapitated, while Coppenole said to be in actual enjoyment of a pension as a member of the royal household, and the rest only saved themselves by flight. On June 28th, Maximilian, while confirming the privileges of Ghent and Bruges, was by the former also recognized as Marburg and declared a general amnesty, with, however, some important exceptions. On July 6th, Duke Philip was delivered into his father's hands at a village near Ghent, which they hereupon entered at the head of 5,000 men, instead of the stipulated 500. Before night the trades were under arms on the Vrijdagsmarkt, and in the morning a terrible conflict must have ensued, had not Maximilian listened to counsels of moderation and delay. Sending his son out of Ghent, he returned for a final settlement, and the end was the complete submission of the city, which was carried out on July 22nd. 23 ringleaders were executed, many more sent into banishment, and a heavy fine was inflicted. Many of the old charters were destroyed, and the entire constitution of the city was subjected to revision by a commission. After taking Philip to Malines, there to be educated under the superintendence of the Duchess Dowager, and judiciously declining an offer of the Liégeois to put him in possession of their city, Maximilian at last departed to Germany. He left the Netherlands under the military guardianship of Philip of Cleves and his other captains. When, in the summer of 1486, Maximilian returned to the Netherlands as Roman king, the glamour of this new dignity ensured him a good reception in Brabant and the other provinces through which, as Marburg, he accompanied Duke Philip on a sort of progress, and he was more than ever intent upon taking vengeance on France. But though he openly broke the peace of Arras by occupying Oman, which was again taken by Crèvecoeur with Terouanne in the following year, these campaigns were of no real importance. His chief designs were concerned with the future of Brittany, a vital question for France. It was the fear of a war no longer defensive and of measurable proportions which, together with the slow rate of his military progress in the Low Countries, notwithstanding the oppressive presence of his large bodies of alien troops, German and Swiss mercenaries in particular, led the renewal of agitation in Flanders against the Austrian regime. Of what advantage had it proved to the economic interests of the good towns? In 1478 the intercursus had indeed been concluded, which placed commerce and navigation between England and the Netherlands on a new footing of security, and King Richard III had granted to the Netherlands merchants in England the lower tariff of duties enjoyed by the German competitors, a privilege taken away again by his successor. But, for reasons already stated, the English trade had more and more passed to Brabant and Holland, and Flanders found her industry and commerce increasingly dependent upon her relations with France. Stirred up by the return of Adrian Velan, Lord of the Rasenhin, who had fled from the city at the time of the execution of William Rynn, the Mordaunt Langeais at Ghent, as Molinet calls them, complained more loudly than ever of imposts and military oppression, and Maximilian was fain to summon the states of the chief provinces to Ypres, while at the same time he met the deans of the trades in person at Bruges and promised, sincerely or not, to enter into peace negotiations with France. But the Ghent democracy, brooking no delay, sent forth a force which seized Courtrai, obliging it to take the oath to Duke Philip and Ghent, and holding it against Philip of Cleves. On February 1st, 1488, the trades of Bruges in their turn took up arms, and the carpenters occupied the gate towards Ghent. Then ensued the strangest and most humiliating episode in the whole history of Maximilian's experiences in the Netherlands. The marketplace was turned into a fortified camp, and for the better part of 4 months the Roman king was detained, first in his own lodging, then as an actual prisoner in the Kranenburg, a house by the market, afterwards when his soldiery had been driven out of the city in the fortified mansion of Ravenstein. Bruges itself, afraid of Antwerp and plied with advice by Ghent, whence at one time several thousands arrived before the gates and later Coppenole appeared to proclaim the peace of Arras, passed gradually into a state of terrorism, during which a series of executions of the king's followers took place under his very eyes. In the midst of these proceedings, the Bruchelines, set forth their levies against Maximilian's garrisons in other towns, seizing Middelburg and putting several nobles of his party to death, while the Ghenters on their own account committed similar excesses. Maximilian, although he at first gave fair words to the trades and afterwards made a pathetic appeal for consideration, bore himself throughout with courage and dignity. At last, after Pope Innocent VIII had issued his censures at Bruges, it became known there that the Emperor in person was marching upon Flanders for the delivery of his son. Hitherto the states assembled round Duke Philip at Malines had transacted in a very businesslike way with the other states at Ghent, but by the middle of May it was understood that now or never an arrangement must be made with the captive king. He was liberated on condition that he would withdraw from Flanders within 4 days of his deliverance, and that he approved, as did his son-in-law, the King of France, the solemn league and union entered into on May 1st by the states of several of the provinces for the sake of peace and good government and for the maintenance of the Treaty of Arras. He had thus yielded everything, but though he had sworn a solemn oath and accepted a heavy pecuniary payment, it was felt that the nodus materiae lay in the question of hostages, nor was it till Philip of Cleves had arrived in Bruges in this capacity that the king was at last allowed to depart. On May 24th the emperor arrived at Louvain at the head of a well-appointed army, and Maximilian, as a prince of the empire, not, quote, for his own quarrel, unquote, felt himself compelled to take part in the punitive campaign against Flanders. On both sides the necessity was put forward of protecting the rights of Duke Philip, and after the Germans and Walloons had seized Dines, Ravenstein protested that he must take up arms in defence of his liege lord, even against the emperor. Henceforth the hostage became the guiding spirit of Flemish resistance to Maximilian. In September 1488 he was received with acclamation at Brussels. Soon Louvain and the smaller towns of Brabant fell into his hands. Flanders had likewise remained unreduced. While Maximilian was operating on Leithes and in Zeeland, Ypres was occupied by French troops, and the siege of Ghent, begun by the emperor in person, had been abandoned. By October Frederick III had returned to Germany, and in the last days of the year Maximilian followed. In vain he had assembled the loyal states at Malines. For the time his field of action lay elsewhere. The Duke of Brittany had died in September, and the struggle with France would have to be resumed on a perhaps more favourable field. But his present task was to reconquer Austria. Maximilian left behind him as Governor-General with full powers Duke Albert of Saxony, Albertus Anamosus, founder of the Albertine line, who in the organisation and conduct of armies was unsurpassed by any German commander of his age. With resources inferior to those which had been at Maximilian's disposal, Albert had in the first instance to suppress a fresh outbreak of the Hoeks in Holland, who, under the leadership of young Francis von Brederode, after surprising Rotterdam, organised a petty warfare in the style of the Gueux of later days. But the states of Holland resolved on putting an end to this Jonker Fransen war, and the rebel fleet was finally all but annihilated at Boershaven, July 1490. Brederode himself dying soon afterwards of his wounds. Several of the other Hoek leaders died a violent death at Delft, but one of them threw himself into Sluis, which was in the hands of Philip of Cleves. In 1489 Albert restored the authority of Maximilian in Brabant, where the Peace of Frankfurt, concluded for temporary purposes with France by the Roman king, was eagerly welcomed, for Bruges and Louvain had suffered unspeakably from war and pestilence. But it was some time before, at Montier-les-Tours, Maximilian's Mambonnier over Flanders was likewise acknowledged, and Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres undertook to sue to him for pardon, a commission being appointed to ascertain and restore the privileges enjoyed by them under Philip the Good and his successor. The ink, however, was hardly dry upon the so-called Treaty of Flanders, when, during Albert's temporary absence in Germany, the communal insurrection broke out afresh. At Bruges, Georges Picanet, elected Hoofdman, held out for a time against famine, and Engelbert of Nassau, by whose soldiery he was ultimately killed. At Ghent in May 1491, a cordwainer named Remus, after admitting some of Philip of Cleves' adherents, slew the Grand Dean, and Coppenole was put in his place. A strange conflict ensued between this demagogue and one Arnaud Leclerc, a labourer who had been named Hoofdman by a body of 5,000 peasants previously organised under arms by Coppenole and his brother, both of whom were in the end put to death. Then a deputation of nobles waited upon Duke Philip at Malines. The usual penalties were once more inflicted, the wearing of white hoods was prohibited forever, and a peace of Ghent was once more proclaimed, June 1492. Meanwhile, Albert had on his return been occupied with a rising in Kennemerland, Friesland, and Texel, stirred up by emissaries from Alkmaar, where followers of Brederode had seized the power. The insurgent peasants bore banners of Our Lady and certain saints of local repute, together with a strange ensign consisting of a loaf of rye bread and a large lump of green cheese. Arnaud Leclerc at Ghent had borne a plough in his banner, and we remember the Bundschool. After much debate, they were admitted into Haarlem, which had itself been disaffected, but on the approach of Albert, the peasant host, left to itself, was massacred at Heemskerke. Haarlem, Alkmaar, and the smaller towns all humbled themselves before him, and the Landsknechte, with the art treasures of Haarlem stuck in their hats, prefigured their comrades of the Sacco de Roma. It remained for Albert to finish his task by the reduction of Sluis, where Philip of Cleves, whom the death of his father during the siege made Lord St. Ravenstein, still held out. The slow progress of the siege, even after in July English vessels sent by Henry VII had arrived to take part in it, finds its explanation in the tenderness invariably shown by the House of Burgundy and by Maximilian to his wife's kinsman. In October, Ravenstein very leisurely surrendered Sluis, and 3 years later he was formally acquitted of any imputation against his honour. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey DeSena, Colleen. Chapter 13, The Netherlands, by A. W. Ward, Part 4. Meanwhile, Maximilian had, toward the end of 1490, made the great cast, and married by proxy Anne, the heiress of Brittany. Shortly before this, he had concluded a close alliance with Henry VII, mediated by Ferdinand of Aragon. For Flanders this was all the more important since in 1486 Bruges had sought to gain English support by granting free importation of English cloths, and in 1488 had entreated the new king to aid her against the emperor and concluded a new commercial treaty with this object. Although this had been a fortunate year for Maximilian, he could not expect that his successes would be crowned by the tame submission of France to such a provocation. In November 1491, Anne of Brittany surrendered Rennes, and in the following month she gave her hand to Charles VIII. But Margaret of Burgundy was still detained in France, and nothing had been said as to the restitution of her dowry. Yet in the Netherlands there was little sympathy with the insulted regent, and early in 1492 the French court provided him with a difficulty in the shape of a pretender in Gelderland. Charles of Egmond had in 1487 been taken prisoner at Bethune and carried off to France. The Geldrian towns eagerly came forward to pay the ransom demanded by the French government, but without its support they had not sufficient resources to place Charles in the seat of his ancestors. His struggle against the Burgundian authority accordingly proved long and arduous. At first Maximilian showed himself willing to take the unusual course of referring the question to the government of Gelderland, to the arbitration of the empire. Then a truce was concluded in 1497, with a view to a partition of the duchy. But soon afterwards war broke out again, Maximilian taking the field in person. In 1503 Philip, now King of Castile, consented to a compromise at Roosendaal, which left Charles in possession of the Nijmegen and Romande districts. But he played fast and loose with the treaty, and as the ally of France by 1514 at last succeeded in possessing himself of the entire duchy. His later struggles, which only terminated with his death in 1538, and in the course of which he actually sought to make over his duchy to France, must be left unnoticed here. The recovery of Artois, whose capital Arras was surprised by the Landsknechte after the fall of Sluis, would altogether, with his reconquest of Franche-Comté, have encouraged Maximilian to attempt to secure the whole of his daughter's dowry, notwithstanding the pacifications concluded by Charles VIII's government with the kings of England and Aragon, November 1492 to January 1493. But the unwillingness of the Netherlands to continue the war, added to his other cares, induced him to accept Swiss mediation for the conclusion of a truce with France. followed in May 1493 by the Peace of Senlis. The territorial question was settled as nearly as possible on the uti possidetis basis, so that Artois and the Franche-Comté remained with the House of Burgundy, though Arras was ultimately to revert to France in exchange for certain towns now occupied by her. Margaret, all obligations between her and King Charles having been cancelled by the treaty, returned home joyously, calling out "Vive Bourgogne" to the people who flocked round her at Saint-Quentin, and receiving at Valenciennes a popular welcome. After narrowly escaping a design of the Landsknecht to seize her in pledge for outstanding pay, she took up her residence at Namur. In 1494, the year after that of his father's death, Maximilian returned to the Netherlands. His immediate purpose was to superintend the transfer of their government to Philip, now 15 years of age, and also to settle affairs in Gelderland. But the Eastern question was now uppermost in his mind, as was shown by his solemn assumption at Antwerp of the insignia of the Crusading Order of St. George, and by his appeal to all Christian potentates to follow his example, October and November. Flanders was tranquil. Crèvecoeur lay dead. Ravenstein was among those who paid their respects to the young duke on his solemn entry into the great mercantile city. The presence there of another visitor, the pretended Richard Duke of York, which gave rise to an unseemly fracas, reflected little credit on the discretion of the House of Burgundy. He was the protégé of the Duchess Dowager, and Maximilian was quite ready to risk a quarrel with England on the chance of the dethronement of the faithless Tudor. Henry VII replied by removing the staple for English wool, tin, and other products, to Calais, stopping all intercourse between his subjects and the Netherlands, and expelling all Flemings from England. The Burgundian government retorted April 1494 and January 1495 by prohibiting the importation of English cloth, and for 2 years there was a complete cessation of commercial dealings between the two countries. Finally, Duke Philip was prevailed upon to promise not to admit any enemy of England into his dominions, and in February 1496 the Magnus Intercursus proclaimed on both sides freedom of trade, i.e. the right of trading without special license or pass, and that of fishery. Though there was nothing novel in this famous treaty, it offered a solid foundation for the establishment of satisfactory mercantile relations, but time could hardly fail to be on the side of the English, to the sale of whose cloth the Netherlands were now open, with the important exception, however, of Flanders, where the restrictions were still maintained. Even here it soon became difficult to confine the sale to the staples of Antwerp and Bruges, or from 1501 to Bruges alone, to limit it to large pieces and to prevent the wearing of it by natives. And Philip's well-meant endeavours to revive the sunken prosperity of Bruges were seen to be hopelessly out of date. After, in 1502, the Magnus Intercursus had been solemnly renewed, Henry VII, angered by the refusal of the Netherlands government to assist him in laying hands on the fugitive Earl of Suffolk, Edmund de la Pole, brought about a fresh stoppage of trade between the two countries, which lasted until 1506. It was not only in commercial matters that Duke Philip and his advisers showed a disposition to emancipate themselves from his father's control. Maximilian had placed at the head of the Privy Council, composed of 14 members, Count Engelbert of Nassau, the faithful servant of 3 generations of the House of Burgundy, but the leading voice in it was that of William de Croy, Seigneur de Chèvres. He and those who thought with him resented as strongly as the Flemish and Brabançon towns the continuance in the land of the German soldiery, to whose chief commander, Albert of Saxony, the ducal treasury had pledged Haarlem and several other important places pending the payment of a heavy debt. The influence of de Chèvres and the great nobles in general was accordingly in favour of maintaining peace with France, although in the Gelder's difficulty above all she showed so little regard for Netherlands' interests, and Philip on the whole inclined to follow these pacific counsels. In May 1494, Maximilian had at Kempten intervened in a dispute between Groningen and the royal districts of West Friesland, encroached upon by the city. His decision had been in favour of Groningen, and though he was anxious to keep the peace, further encroachments on her part induced the Schieringers of the Westergau in their straits to invite the redoubtable Albert of Saxony to assume authority as governor. The end came 3 years later, when Albert was once more offered the governorship by the terrified towns of Sneek and Franeker, and his lieutenants subjugated the land by a series of manoeuvres, crafty and cruel like those of a campaign against savages, and ending with a battle of artillery against pikes and the capture of Leeuwarden, June to July 1498. Maximilian now bestowed the whole of Friesland, including Groningen, upon Albert with the title of hereditary governor, potestat, reserving to himself the right of redeeming West Friesland on the payment of 100,000 florins. The greater part of his own debt to Albert, which amounted to more than treble this sum, had been taken over by Philip, but an ugly suspicion remains as to Maximilian's motives in the transaction. After Albert, who had been detained by the Gelders' War, had himself arrived in Friesland, the rough insolence of one of his sons drove the country into rising once more against his yoke, and he was laying siege to Groningen, which this time had joined hands with its former adversaries when death overtook him at Emden, September 1500. Edzard of East Friesland, to whom Groningen and the Ormelanden now did homage, summoned Charles of Egmond to his aid and was supported by a native rising under a peasant known as the Great Peer, who afterwards rejoiced in the title of Admiral of the Zuiderzee. At last, in 1515, Duke George of Saxony agreed to dismiss the, quote, black band, unquote, of soldiery, formerly in Egmond's service, which had carried fire and sword through the land, and to accept the redemption of the country on payment of the sum agreed upon between his father and the Roman king. Charles, who in this very year assumed the government of the Netherlands, at last solved the Frisian problem by the reduction of the country, followed by the submission of Groningen to the imperial authority. Slight indeed had been the importance of that problem on the horizon of Maximilian's speculations. The great matrimonial plan, which he seems to have devised in part as early as 1491, was fully carried out within 6 years. In August 1496 the Infanta Juana was wedded at Antwerp to Duke Philip, and on Palm Sunday of the following year his sister Margaret, after intrepidly encountering many dangers on the way, gave her hand at Bourgogne to the Infante Don John. Soon, however, a tragic succession of deaths, those of Don John, his posthumous child, Juana's eldest sister Queen Isabel of Portugal, and her son Don Miguel, left Juana heiress apparent of the United Kingdoms of Castile and Aragon, 1500. In the same year, her eldest son Charles was born at Ghent, and the city, with no foreknowledge of what she was afterwards to suffer at his hands, was loud in her rejoicings. But vast as was the prospect now opened before Philip, he was, so far as the conduct of the Netherlands affairs was concerned, brought little nearer to the schemes of Maximilian's foreign policy. An interview between father and son arranged by Ravenstein and others in May 1496 seems indeed for a time to have made Philip swerve from his policy of friendliness towards France, and soon afterwards he dismissed from his council Francis von Busleden, provost of Liège, supposed to be an active adversary of the Austrian influence. But already in 1497 he helped to thwart the exertions of Maximilian in Gelderland, and on the accession of Louis XII in 1498 crossed the endeavours of his father, who had actually invaded Burgundy, by opening negotiations with the new French king. In the Treaty of Brussels, Philip promised homage for Artois and Flanders, performed in 1499, and personally renounced all claims on the Duchy of Burgundy in return for the restoration of the Picard towns reserved at Senlis, while Maximilian, after taking Franche-Comté, gradually became inclined to treat in his turn for peace with France. Thus it was that during the first years of the new century father and son came to cooperate in the scheme for a marriage between Philip's son Charles, Duke of Luxembourg, and Claude, the elder daughter of Louis XII, which was to transfer both Brittany and Burgundy to Philip as the dowry of his future daughter-in-law. The purposes of this extraordinary design being purely dynastic, except that Maximilian seems honestly to have counted on its success for French aid against the Turks, it could not find much favour in the Netherlands, where in February 1505 the States General at Malines showed little willingness to grant a large beta demanded for the Turkish war by the Roman king in the absence of his son. Involved in a network of manoeuvres, besides being obliged to nurse his Spanish expectations, Philip was in these years constantly away from the Low Countries. In 1501 with his consort in Spain, where their succession was assured in Castile, and, should King Ferdinand die without a male heir, in Aragon, and negotiating on his way out and home with King Louis in France. In 1503 in the Empire. It was on their second voyage to Spain that King Philip and his queen, once more on kindly terms with one another, were obliged by a fearful storm, January 1506, to land at Southampton, and placed for a time in the power of Henry VII. The goodwill of that prince, highly understanding with Ferdinand, had, together with his personal liberty, to be purchased by a commercial treaty. Philip had a heart for the Flemings, and for Bruges in particular, and in the negotiations which followed her interests were eagerly pressed. But so also were the divergent interests of Antwerp. The so-called malus intercursus was inevitably to advantage the English trade, which it freed from oppressive tolls on the way to Antwerp or Bruges, Middelburg or Mons, while it left the sale and use of English cloth absolutely free, except to a certain extent in Flanders. The unpopularity of the compact there was no secret to Philip, and notwithstanding the representations of DeSena, he had not yet ratified it, when the news arrived of his death at Bourgogne, September 25, 1506. Evil rumours accompanied the tidings, for the young king's light and profuse ways were odious to the Castilians, agreeing better with the preferences of the Low Countries, and the traditional habits of the Burgundian house. Philip the Fair had something of his mother's docility in council, and of his father's high spirit in the field, and was not wholly without the popular fibre which commended each of them to the respective lands of their birth. But, so far as can be judged from this short career, he gave no proof of the profound conscientiousness and high aspirings that make it difficult to deny the epithet of great to his eldest son, notwithstanding all his failures. 5 months after Philip's death, the unhappy Juana gave birth to a third daughter, and then sank into hopeless insanity. Maximilian showed himself from the first perfectly prepared to enter on a second course of regency, this time on behalf of his elder grandson, now a boy of 6 years of age. Personally, he was as unpopular as ever in the Netherlands, where it was perceived that neither his authority in the empire nor his influence in European affairs corresponded to his still expanding ambition, and where a strong feeling survived in favour of maintaining friendly relations with France. It was therefore a judicious as well as a necessary step on his part when, after accepting the offer made to him by the States General on the motion of the States of Holland and Brabant, October 1506, he empowered his daughter Margaret to receive in his stead the oaths due to him as guardian of his grandchildren and regent, and on her being proclaimed as such by the States General at Leuven, April 1507. He appointed her his sole Governor-General in the Netherlands. The office, which Margaret had originally been intended by her father to hold only temporarily, she filled with honour and credit during 8 eventful years, 1507 to 15. After her troubled experiences in France, she had in 1501 bravely gone forth to serve the impartial interest by becoming the bride of Duke Philibert, called the Fair, of Savoy, and, once more a widow, had escaped the doom of being united to Henry VII of England. She was now, though saddened by her sufferings, prepared to devote her remarkable talents and even higher gifts of character to the service of her house. Her correspondences with her father, occasionally grotesque in form, since neither had really mastered the language of the other, proved her candour and courage, her moderation more especially in the early years of her government, and her spirit of self-sacrifice throughout its course. She began by promptly declaring the so-called malus intercursus invalid, thus putting pressure on Henry VII, who had no mind for the stoppage of commercial relations, besides being desirous of influencing the political actions of Margaret's government, and at this moment himself posing as a candidate for her hand. A commercial treaty drafted on the lines of the Intercursus of 1496, but with the English cloth trade clauses left out, was at once returned with her signature, and on these terms trade was carried on between the two countries during the remainder of Henry VII's reign. Maximilian might therefore look forward hopefully to the explanation of his relations with England, which he invited Margaret to lay before the States General early in 1508, when notifying to them the proposed marriage between Charles and Mary Tudor. Not long before this he had inquired of her whether the Netherlands was to be regarded as included in his present war with France. Margaret knew how even the Gelderland trouble was insufficient to counteract the desire of the States for peace with France, and therefore persuaded her father by concluding a truce with Charles of Egmont, which left Gelderland provisionally in his hands to conciliate his French ally, whose cooperation he needed for his project of vengeance upon Venice. The ill-omened League of Cambrai, concluded in December 1508, was, as a matter of fact, in large measure Margaret's work. Soon Maximilian was wrapped up in its progress, but in the ensuing 4 years he by no means left his daughter to carry on her government without his supervision. Not only was he extremely sensitive of any supposed want of deference by her to his supreme authority, but he was constantly intervening in the matter of appointments in church and state, from the bishopric of Cambrai to the aldermanship of Lefranc. And through all goes the call for money, culminating in July 1510 with a demand for an annual pension of 50,000 crowns, for which Margaret was obliged to tell him the time had not yet come. Her task of mediating between the states and the requirements of Maximilian's complicated Italian policy was a very arduous one. With the advent on the scene of Henry VIII, a new chapter may be said to begin in the political activity of Margaret, to whom the alliance between him and her father was mainly due. The variations of Maximilian's European policy in these years of surprises were little to the taste of the Netherlanders, and occasionally ran a risk of conflicting with their interests. Thus, when he had been tardily introduced to take the side of the head of the Hansa in her quarrel with John, King of Denmark, the latter, in 1507, or rather later, sought to strike a blow at Lübeck's commercial supremacy in the Baltic by inviting the Holland merchants to make the Sound one of their trade routes. The Lübeckers insisted on the Holland and Friesland vessels confining themselves to the passage of the Great Belt, as leading more directly to their own city. Hence the outbreak of hostilities between the Hansa and the Netherlands, many of whose ships were taken up by the Trave as prizes, and in 1511 the capture of the entire Dutch Baltic fleet by the Lübeckers and Wismarers. Strong pressure was put by the States upon Margaret to induce the Emperor to equip a fleet for the protection of the interests of Holland in the Baltic. In the end, though, the Peace of Malmö, 1512, maintained Lübeck's ascendancy there. It secured free navigation for the Netherlands vessels, except when carrying contraband of war. But to the schemes of the Emperor-elect, as he now called himself, against France, with which was curiously mixed up a project for a marriage between Charles and Louis XII's second daughter Renee, the provinces turned a deaf ear. Not even against Charles of Egmont, though Holland and Brabant were dreading his approach, would they grant aids unless assured of a general peace. With the exception of Antwerp, Malines, and Hertogenbosch, Margaret wrote, "The states were d'honnêtes et mauvaise nature," that nothing short of the Emperor's own presence could manage the business. But even this expedient seems to have failed, and when, in April 1513, he concluded an offensive alliance with Henry VIII against France, the Netherlands were declared neutral. They took advantage of their neutrality to supply the French with arms and ammunition, but at the same time allowed Henry, after he had commenced the siege of Terouanne, June 1513, to levy both foot and horse in the country. Maximilian approved, but he held no independent command, and the capture of Tournai following on the brilliant victory of Galnagaster was treated by Henry as an English acquisition. But, though for a time it seemed as if Margaret's programme of a close alliance against France of England, Spain, and the Austro-Burgundian interest would carry everything before it, Henry was at last estranged by the delay of the marriage between his sister and Prince Charles, due in part at least to the DeSena influence, and finally entered into an alliance with Louis XII, to whom the English princess was now wedded. As the project of marriage between the French king and Charles's sister Eleanor was now likewise abandoned, Charles was, in his turn, left in a humiliating position, and though the Netherlands were, ex post facto, admitted to the new French alliance, all cordiality between the English and Burgundian courts was at an end. The commercial relations between the two countries had, meanwhile, made but little advance. The duties levied upon English trade, especially in Zeeland, had again been raised, and a commission summoned to Bruges in 1512 had effected nothing. Thus, Margaret's foreign policy had proved unsuccessful before, January 15, Charles assumed the government of the Netherlands. And in the course of the year she found herself virtually excluded from the more intimate counsels of the nephew, over whose interests she had so tenderly watched in his younger days, and for whom to the last she was ready to make any personal sacrifice. Charles, who in 1520 fitly recognized her services by assigning to her as her own domain the loyal city of Malines and the adjoining territory, was during the first years of his government still entirely under the influence of DeSena, who, in the course of this very year, contrived to send away Adrian of Utrecht to Spain in the interest of the prince's succession. The death of Louis XII on January 1, 1515, and the accession of Francis I had offered an opening for the advancement of those friendly relations with France which DeSena and the Netherlands statesmen were so anxious to cultivate. And even after the death of Ferdinand of Aragon a year later had left to Charles the inheritance of the Spanish monarchy and its Italian dependencies, he continued, in spite of Margaret's action, to follow the same policy. Nor was it until the imperial succession loomed largely on the horizon that the 3 generations, Maximilian, Margaret, and Charles were reunited in their efforts for a common end. A heavy price was paid by the Netherlands for the preservation of the greater part of the monarchy of Charles the Bold. Like the House of Burgundy into which he had married, Maximilian, so popular at Nuremberg and Augsburg, showed scant regard for the rights and usages of provinces or towns in its dominions, though it was only exceptionally that he ventured on such an act as the decapitation of the Burgomaster of Dort, who had upheld a meeting of the states on their own motion, as allowed by the Grote Privilegie. Philip the Fair went the logical length of limiting his renewal of the famous charter by a reservation which rendered his acceptance nugatory. That these sentiments had descended to Charles V was shown by the chastisement inflicted by him in 1540 upon his native city of Ghent, the most far-reaching, though not the most sanguinary of any to which in the course of her history she was subjected. In the face of these experiences, the gradual growth of the practice of summoning the States General, long resisted by Charles, but resumed during the Governor-Generalship from 1531 of his sister Maria, Queen Dowager of Hungary, seemed of little account. The sufferings of the country of Holland in particular, in the period preceding that of the rule of Philip the Fair, were unforgotten by the next generation. In 1494, a new valuation of income, verponding, was made throughout the Netherlands, in order to rectify the modus under which the contributions of the Bedes had hitherto been assessed on the several towns and villages, and this had to be again revised in 1514. A most distressful state of things was hereby revealed in many parts of the country, more especially south of Utrecht and Gelderland, where there had hardly been a break in the presence of the German soldiery. The number of the homesteads here had dwindled, the cattle had on many pastures diminished by half, along coast navigation and fisheries had declined. In some of the Zuiderzee ports, the stillness was beginning to set in from which, owing to natural causes, there was to be no later awakening. What wonder that under Philip and afterwards during Margaret's governorship, all classes in the Netherlands should have been practically unanimous in their desire for peace, and that even the Guelders' War, upon a successful termination of which the achievement of political unity depended, was held a burden. And what favour could the endeavours expect to find, which, set on foot by Maximilian, were carried out by Charles V for establishing in a new form an organic connection between the whole of the provinces and the empire at large? The states took very coolly to the inclusion, in 1512, of the so-called Burgundian Circle. Gelderland and Utrecht were afterwards added to the Westphalian, in the system of circles established as it were incidentally 12 years earlier, and persistently declined to acknowledge the right claimed by the emperor of taxing the provinces for imperial purposes. On the other hand, the imperial diet held fast to the pretension, as was shown at Nuremberg in 1543 and in 1548, just a century before the political bond between the united provinces and the empire was finally severed. The entire group of the, quote, Burgundian hereditary lands, unquote, was included as the Burgundian Circle in the nexus of the empire. It was in this shape that, with the proper safeguard of a reservation of the privileges and liberties of the several provinces, the undivided Netherlands were, by the pragmatic sanction of 1549, settled upon Philip, then intended by Charles to succeed him on the imperial as well as on the Spanish throne. Although, notwithstanding the Guelders' War, the Netherlands recovered something of their prosperity during the governorship of Margaret, the downfall of the trade and industry of Flanders was irremediable. Public feeling in England continued to favour the Netherlands, just as of old the Flemish towns had upheld the English alliance. But no substantial change took place for many a long year in the mercantile relations between the two peoples. In consequence of the decline of the Venetian and Genoese trade after the discovery of the Cape route to India, Antwerp, where the Portuguese and Spaniards found the facilities and the security they required, and whither they were followed by the other foreign quote-unquote nations from Bruges, gradually became the chief commercial port of Europe, while not a rivulet from the current of trade could be turned back into the sands of the Zwijn. Before the middle of the century, the proportion of the total exports of the Netherlands, estimated at between 6 and 6.5 million of pounds Flemish, assignable to Antwerp was reckoned at 80%, that to Bruges at 0.5%. While Antwerp had supplanted Bruges, the advance of Amsterdam was beginning to emulate that of the great Belgian city, and the mariners of Holland and Zeeland were in the North Sea and the Baltic learning to play their destined part of the carriers of the ocean. The great religious movement, the eve of which this summary has reached, found the intellectual life of the Netherlands in a condition of stillness sufficiently accounted for by its political experiences. But the stillness was not stagnation. University studies were in fetters, but in the schools education was largely in the hands of men anxious to prevent any divorce between theological and grammatical teaching. Among the people at large, publications against the sale of indulgences, an abuse with which the Netherlands had been familiarized during the previous half-century, circulated before the date of Luther's theses, and the Book of Appeal, Bible, had spread very notably in its Latin form even before, sometime after a version of the body of the Old Testament, the first Dutch New Testament appeared in 1523. The activity of the Windesheim convents continued till the advent of the Reformation, when the Fraterhausen themselves, many of whose members adopted the doctrines of the Reformers, fell into disuse. For the rest, although Erasmus had reason enough for remembering the monks of his native land, the monasticism denounced by him is not so much of a local as a general type. So too was the disregard by the secular priesthood of one, at least, of the laws most conspicuously imposed upon their lives by the Church. Yet in the Netherlands, formerly a seed plot of attempts to purify land and morals, which too often took a fanatical form, and thus came to be branded as heresies, the Reformation had few immediate precursors. John Wessel, as has been seen, died in a convent. The Austrian friars at Dort had been influenced by Hendrik of XIII, appointed by the prior in 1515 after being a pupil of Staupitz and a fellow student of Luther. Nor do we meet with many inquirers upon whom the free spirit, which had formerly likewise had its brotherhood and sisterhood, might be thought to have descended. The only heretic of this sort whom Jacob van Hoogstraten, himself of Brabantsson origin, tracked to his death in the Netherlands before the Reformation was Herman van Rijswijk, burnt in 1512. The share of the Netherlands in the history of the Renaissance, on the other hand, is, insofar as it has not already come under the notice here, comprehended in a single name, Erasmus. The ducal court, as has been seen, was not indifferent to intellectual abilities of many sorts and kinds. The examples of his father and half-brother were, in a sense, bettered by Bishop David of Utrecht, and a fresh impulse was given to the patronage of learning and its appliances by the English consort of Charles the Bold. The relations between Maximilian and the Renaissance were neither perfunctory nor casual, and justify the warmth of feeling toward him on the part of scholars, poets, and artists, which was one of the truest foundations of his popularity. But no traces remain of his having found leisure to encourage a similar devotion in the Burgundian lands, except that among the statues for his own mausoleum, originally meant to be erected at Vienna, he gave orders for 2, one of them, very likely his own, to be cast in the Netherlands. What he left undone was not supplied either by his son Philip, careless of most of the graver interests of life, or by his daughter Margaret, who, poetess as she was, needed all her strength for the business of her life. Thus, amidst depressing influences, the care of learning and letters, arts and sciences, was in the main left to the population itself, and chiefly, of course, to the towns. And from the midst of one of these, trained under influences which more than any other strengthened the popular and civic life, came forth Erasmus, a born citizen of the world of letters, of which he became the glory. His early education, as has been seen, he received at Deventer, under Alexander Hegius, but after this he had to learn by bitter experience how evil is the corruption of that which is good. For it may be taken as proved that the Collationary Brethren, in whose house he and his brother were placed to be prepared for the assumption of monastic vows, and whom in his celebrated letter he described as so many decoys for the monastic orders proper, were brethren of the common life under another name. A few years after he had been liberated from the cloister, he began his cosmopolitan career, and the Netherlands could no longer more than transitorily claim him as their own. And when at the height of his fame he had, by the Emperor's desire, fixed his residence at Louvain, there was, probably, no place in the world which swarmed so thickly with his enemies, who hated him at least as bitterly for his actual learning as for his supposed heresy. But cosmopolite as he was, more especially in the years preceding this date, he was such rather in the sense that all countries were after a fashion alike to him, than that, notwithstanding occasional rhetorical flights, he identified himself with any. His position towards peoples as well as princes was a European one, and has not inaptly been compared to that of Voltaire in the 18th century. And though the Renaissance was not his movement, nor that of any one other man, yet his influence over its course was incomparable, even in Germany by the side of Reuchlin, and in England as developing the work of Collet. His earlier publications were mainly linguistic and literary, but it would not be difficult to show that in all, or nearly all of them, the educational purpose proper to the Renaissance movement in his native land maintained itself. In his Education of a Christian Prince, designed primarily for the use of the future Emperor Charles V, he advances political doctrines in harmony with the progress of the constitutional life of his own native land, and effaces the futile distinction between political and Christian morality. Thus, too, there is a real continuity between the whole of these writings and his great biblical and patristic labours, from which, of course, his one late excursion into the field of dogmatic controversy stands apart. It was not by chance that he was led to theological inquiry, as he had of his own choice addressed himself to ethical problems. He believed that a new era was dawning for the Church and the Christian religion, and that to hasten its advent was eminently a concern of his. But he had made up his mind that a calm and reasonable progress, in which scholar and statesman should go hand in hand, was the only way by which victory could be secured and a real enduring reformation accomplished. Had he thought differently of his task, he would probably in many ways have proved ill-suited for the leadership of a great popular movement. But in truth, he had no desire in his heart to be reckoned on either side. He was content to stand by himself, herein a true representative of the Renaissance, whose supreme purpose it was, after all, to vindicate to every man the right of remaining true to his individuality by means of self-education and self-development. Whether or not, from this point of view also, he was in some respects a typical product of his native land, the Reformation as it presented itself to the Netherlands, and as they gave admittance to it with consequences so vital for their future history, was not the Reformation of Erasmus. End of section 45.
Section 46 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 45, The Early Tudors, by James Gairdner, Part 1. That which gave the death blow to feudalism in England was undoubtedly the Battle of Bosworth. The Normans, after their invasion and conquest, had drilled and disciplined the English people with so thorough a comprehension of the capabilities of the Saxon population, and so full an appreciation of their solid merits, that the sense of subjugation was soon effaced, and a harmonious system established which time could not entirely destroy. The courtesy of the upper classes and the respectful subordination of the lower alike contributed to the strength of an English nationality, which, as it became more and more entirely insular, became more and more unique, so that even the decay and demoralization which followed the loss of continental possessions in the 15th century were accompanied by a compensation which was very real, though but little appreciated at the time. With the loss of France, England was released from a burden which she was quite unable to bear, and when a century later she lost Calais also, she was all the more able to negotiate effectively with Scotland, and lay firm the foundations of a united kingdom, which a future age was to build up. The expulsion of the English from both Normandy and Gascony in the days of Henry VI had led naturally to mutual recriminations among the nobility and gentry, who looked upon France as a playground to which they had an obvious right. These feelings mixed themselves with the great dynastic struggle of the Wars of the Roses, and the House of York owed not a little of its popularity to the fact that their party was not responsible for disaster abroad. But when Edward IV taxed his subjects severely for a new invasion of France, which was to revive the glories of the Black Prince and of Henry V, and when instead of prosecuting his claims in the field, he listened to a seductive offer of an annual tribute from Louis XI, and returned home from a bloodless campaign, it was already clear to discerning minds that the reconquest of France was a dream and an impossibility. Edward, indeed, though an excellent soldier when events compelled him to act, was constitutionally indolent, nor did he win the hearts of his people by pocketing what seemed very like a bribe from an enemy, after impoverizing his own subjects for the purpose of making war. But he was anxious to bequeath to his children a quiet succession, untroubled by serious difficulties either abroad or at home. Unhappily, he was no politician, and failed to foresee the clouds which darkened the horizon in both quarters just before his death. England might have done very well without France, and even the quarrels of the nobility might have been left to settle themselves, had they not shaken the throne itself. But the security of the throne depended on the support of great families with large landed possessions, who could put large forces of their retainers into the field at need. Warwick the kingmaker had been the great ally of Edward IV. And of his father, and it was to him more than any other man in England that Edward owed his kingdom. It was by Warwick also that he was afterwards driven out of it, and that Henry VI. Was reinstated there for a time. Edward's own brother Clarence was won over by Warwick to assist in driving him out, and though afterwards he changed sides again, and helped in his brother's restoration, mutual distrust still remained, and Clarence was ultimately put to death as a traitor. Strange to say, Edward seems to have retained his confidence in his younger brother Richard, who after his death proved a worse traitor still, for he supplanted Edward's 2 sons, and then murdered them after getting himself proclaimed king as Richard III. But a conspiracy was formed between confederates both in England and in Brittany, where Henry, Earl of Richmond, lived in exile, by which it was arranged that he should invade the kingdom, and after winning the crown by the defeat of Richard in battle, should marry Elizabeth, eldest daughter of Edward IV., thereby uniting the claims of the House of York to those of the House of Lancaster. 1. Henry VII, 1485 to 1509. It was thus that the Earl of Richmond, after the victory of Bosworth, became King Henry VII. He indeed claimed the throne in his own right by a Lancastrian title, but as that title seemed open to some objections, he could not have hoped to win it apart from the pledge he had given to marry the heiress of York. Still less could he have retained it without actually marrying her. During nearly the whole of his reign he was troubled with Yorkist conspiracies, and it was with great wisdom that in his second Parliament he procured the institution of the Court of the Star Chamber, a court of evil repute in later times, but of great value in that day for the correction of irregularities in the administration of justice, caused by the excessive power of local magnates, partial sheriffs, and corrupt juries. The name of this court was derived from the chamber in which the Privy Council had been accustomed to sit at Westminster, and the Act only delegated to a committee of that council powers which had been always exercised, when thought fit, by the council as a whole. An Act was also passed to make murderers always amenable to prosecution by the Crown, without waiting, as had been usual, a year and a day, during which the next of kin might prosecute. The responsibility of coroners and townships was also increased in all cases of slaughter. The king, moreover, with the Pope's assent, imposed some restrictions on the privileges of sanctuaries, especially in cases of treason, and on those of the clergy when convicted of crime. But faction at home was unhappily reinforced by movements outside the country, for foreign princes joined continually in the game, and Ireland afforded, especially at the commencement of Henry's reign, a basis of operations against England, of which these princes were not slow to take advantage, for Ireland had been a stronghold of the Yorkist party, where in past times Richard, Duke of York, proscribed in England, had ruled as the king's lieutenant in defiance of the very authority he professed to represent. It was not a country which a Lancastrian king could hope to reduce very speedily to obedience. Yet we shall see that, notwithstanding the most unpromising commencement, Henry's success in this matter was far beyond expectation. The first rumour of disturbances after his accession arose out of the escape of Viscount Lovel and of the 2 brothers Stafford, from sanctuary at Colchester in the spring of 1486. The leaders, however, still lay hid, and it was not until the beginning of 1487 that some far-reaching plots developed themselves. Lovel fled to Flanders, a hotbed of conspiracy against Henry, and a boy named Lambert Simnel was set up in Ireland, first as the son of Edward IV, the murder of the two young princes in the Tower being held doubtful by some, afterwards as the Earl of Warwick, son of the ill-fated Duke of Clarence, whom Henry, just after his accession, had lodged in the Tower to prevent any rising in his favour. Then John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, who had attended a meeting of the Privy Council at Sheen on February 2nd, escaped to Flanders also. He was probably the originator of the whole conspiracy, for he was the eldest son of the Duke of Suffolk, by Elizabeth, sister of Edward IV, and had been nominated by Richard III as his successor on the throne. His hopes had thus been blighted by Henry's accession, and having prepared a fleet, he now took counsel in Flanders of his aunt, Margaret, Duchess Dowager of Burgundy, another sister of Edward IV, how to dispossess Henry of the kingdom. He then went to Simnel in Ireland, whose pretensions he recognized, though he had the best reason to know their falsehood, as a means of clearing the ground for himself. Simnel was crowned in Christ Church Cathedral, Dublin, in the presence of the Earl of Kildare, then Deputy of Ireland, and of his brother the Lord Chancellor, and of nearly all the judges, nobility, and bishops of the land. Supported by Lincoln, Kildare, and a body of German mercenaries under one Martin Seward, the Pretender invaded England. But he was defeated at Stoke-upon-Trent, June 16, 1487. His leaders, including Lincoln and Lord Thomas Fitzgerald, were slain, and he was himself taken prisoner. So ended the first great crisis in Henry's reign, and he was stronger now than he had been, not only by the death of Lincoln and the overthrow of the conspiracy, but because his Queen Elizabeth in the year preceding had borne him a son, to whom, in respect of his old British descent, he gave the name of the fabled King Arthur. As a further counterpoise to faction, he now caused the Queen to be crowned, November 25th. But at this very time he had also to appeal urgently to Parliament. It was his second Parliament, for aid in the shape of taxation for the defence of the realm. The continual danger of invasion made it an object of supreme importance to him to study carefully the aims and policy of foreign princes, for his own security upon the throne depended quite as much on what was done abroad as on anything that he could do at home. The Spanish sovereigns Ferdinand and Isabel were anxious to draw him into a war with France, and the marriage of Prince Arthur to their daughter, Catherine of Aragon, was already arranged in 1488. Henry was unwilling to make war upon a country whose government had really assisted him to obtain the crown, but he had been scarcely less indebted as an exile to the Duke of Brittany, and France was menacing the independence of that duchy. Henry endeavoured to mediate, while a band of volunteers under Lord Woodville crossed the Channel unauthorized, and shared the disastrous defeat of the Bretons in the Battle of St. Aubin, July 28, 1488. Henry strongly disowned responsibility for this expedition, but ill feeling had been already aroused both in France and England, and on April 1, 1489, he fully committed himself to the defence of the duchy by a treaty with the Duchess Anne. Moreover, a state of war between England and France had existed when he came to the throne, and he had only suspended it by a truce, which he from time to time renewed, till circumstances were at last too strong for him. The treaty for the marriage between Arthur and Catherine was fettered with conditions which really obliged England to make actual war upon France for the benefit of Spain. This was the understanding from the first, and it was distinctly expressed in the treaty which Henry's ambassadors negotiated at Medina del Campo in March 1489. Henry was making preparations, though he was anxious to put off the event to the last. In February, Parliament granted him a very special subsidy of 1/10 of the annual value of lands, and 1/80th part of the whole value of man's goods. The levying of this impost created disturbances in Yorkshire, in attempting to suppress which the Earl of Northumberland was slain. But resistance was at length put down. Henry did his best for some time to assist Brittany without engaging otherwise in hostility with France, but his efforts were all thrown away. In December 1491, the Duchess Anne married Charles VIII, and the first step was taken towards the union of Brittany with France. Next year, in fulfilment of obligations alike to Spain and to Maximilian, King of the Romans, Henry crossed the Channel and besieged Boulogne, October. The season was late, and he was quite unsupported by his allies, but he fulfilled his treaty obligations to them, and moreover, finding Charles VIII quite willing to pay him an annual tribute of 50,000 francs, he followed the example of Edward IV and made a peace very profitable to himself. The Treaty of Etaples, November 3rd, 1492. After having taxed his subjects highly and drawn benevolences from them for an energetic war. However unpopular this result might be in England, it certainly strengthened Henry's hands in dealing with foreign powers. He was no longer under special obligations to Spain, and France had consented to buy his friendship. The prince who was most dissatisfied with the result was Maximilian, King of the Romans, to whom Henry had already rendered very important aid, and who seemed to consider him bound to fight his battles in France, though he had himself been by no means a steady and faithful ally. Maximilian's animosity from this time was persistent, yet it was perhaps not more injurious to Henry in particular than it was inconvenient to other powers, when in 1495 Spain, Venice, and the Pope would have been glad to draw England into a league with Maximilian against France. Maximilian's infant son Philip, called Archduke of Austria, was to govern the Netherlands when he came of age. But the council, which meanwhile governed in his name, had very little respect for his father, who in fact was at one time not allowed the guardianship of his own son. Much more influential was Margaret, Duchess of Burgundy, widow of the young prince's grandfather Charles the Bold, who, being a sister of Edward IV, and having sustained considerable loss of revenue by the accession of Henry VII, laboured arduously for his overthrow. She harboured at her court disaffected Yorkists who fled from England, and assisted their conspiracies against the new king. Her nephew, John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, who supported Simnel and was killed at the Battle of Stoke, 1487, had first escaped oversea, and held conference with her. And notwithstanding the disastrous failure of that rebellion, the refugees at her court had ample facilities for the formation of fresh conspiracies. It is questionable, however, whether the new impostor who now appeared on the scene received his original stimulus from her. Perkin Warbeck, a native of Tournai, was a young man who had been much in the Low Countries and in Portugal, and having finally taken service with a Breton named Pregnant Maino, landed in Cork in 1491, arrayed in fine clothing belonging to his master. The Irish took him for a prince of royal birth. If not Warwick, the son of Clarence, he must be a bastard son of Richard III. But after he had denied both characters, they persuaded him to personate Richard, Duke of York, the younger of the two princes murdered in the Tower, telling him he would be supported by the Earls of Kildare and Desmond, who were both, in spite of recent professions of loyalty, wholly bent on the king's destruction. He remained some little time in Ireland, learning to speak English fluently, and to play the part assigned to him, when Charles VIII, knowing that Henry was preparing to make war on France, invited him to his court. There for a brief time he was honoured as a prince, but on the conclusion of the Peace of Etaples 1492 he was dismissed and went to Flanders, where Margaret received him with open arms, acknowledging him as her nephew. Next year, when Maximilian visited the Low Countries, Henry sent an embassy to him and to the Archduke Philip to remonstrate against the countenance given to the pretender, but it produced no result, the counsel of the young Archduke replying that Margaret was free to do as she pleased within the lands of her jointure. Thus it was clear that the government of the Low Countries intended to allow conspiracies to be matured in those parts against Henry VII. He met this by forbidding commerce with Flanders, and removing the mart of the merchant adventurers from Antwerp to Calais, September 18, 1493. This was a step quite against his ordinary policy, for no king was ever more studious of the interests of commerce, and though aimed at the Flemings, it produced inconveniences on both sides, thus leading to a riot in London, as the German merchants of the Hanse had certain privileges by charter, which enabled them to carry on the traffic forbidden to Englishmen. Perkin, however, soon afterwards repaired to Maximilian at Vienna, where at the funeral of the Emperor Frederick III a place was assigned to him corresponding to his pretensions. Next year he returned with Maximilian to Flanders, where he was recognized as King of England. But Henry had intelligence of those implicated in the conspiracy at home, and a number of arrests were made, the most startling of which was that of Sir William Stanley. To him King Henry had owed not only his crown but his life, when it was in serious danger at Bosworth, in reward for which, among other things, Stanley had been appointed the King's Chamberlain. Yet he had sent over to Flanders to encourage Perkin one Sir Robert Clifford, who, turning informer, revealed his intrigues to the King. Stanley was beheaded on Tower Hill, February 16, 1495. This disconcerted for a time a plan for the invasion of England which had been formed in the Low Countries and was nearly ripe for execution. On July 3rd, however, Warbeck appeared with a little fleet off Deal, and some of his followers landed, but were presently taken, sent up to London, and hanged. Perkin himself had wisely refrained from landing, and sailed to Ireland, where he attacked by sea the loyal town of Waterford, which Desmond's followers at the time besieged by land. After 11 days, however, he was compelled to withdraw with loss, and later in the year he found a better asylum in Scotland, which had long been prepared to receive him. Influenced no doubt by Maximilian and by Margaret of Burgundy, James IV of Scotland had committed himself to Perkin's cause before he came, and now not only acknowledged him as Duke of York, but gave him in marriage his cousin Catherine Gordon, daughter of the Earl of Huntly. In September 1496, when the young man had been nearly a year his guest in Scotland, James invaded England with Perkin in his company. But it was a mere brief border raid from which the Scots returned in 3 days on hearing of a force sent from Newcastle to oppose them, and all that came of it was that the truce was broken, that Henry now made preparations to punish a neighbour whom he had been anxious to conciliate. He assembled a great council, which, anticipating the action of Parliament, promised him £120,000 for the war, and authorised the raising of £40,000 in loans. Parliament met in January 1497. 2 15ths and tenths were imposed, to be levied in May and November following. But the first attempt to collect the money in Cornwall met with serious opposition. A lawyer named Thomas Flammock told the people that they were not bound to pay, as the king had a right to the services of his feudal tenants for military purposes without burdening his subjects generally. Flammock and a blacksmith named Michael Joseph became the leaders of an army of malcontents which marched on towards London. They were joined at Wells by Lord Audley, but were refused admittance into Bristol. At last they encamped upon Blackheath and actually overlooked London, but here at length they were defeated with great slaughter, June 17th, and the survivors delivered themselves up as prisoners. This result was not obtained without the aid of a force under Lord Daubeney, which had been raised to proceed against Scotland, but was hastily recalled to meet the Cornishmen. Henry's troubles made him the more anxious to come to terms with James, if he could only be got to deliver up Perkin, or even to cease to countenance him. But just at the time when he dispatched Bishop Fox to Scotland to make these demands, July 1497, James was sending off Warbeck by sea from Ayr with view to his landing among the disaffected population in Cornwall, and getting them to aid his pretensions. Before sailing, however, Warbeck had received a message from a turbulent Irish chieftain named Sir James Ormond, which induced him to take Ireland on his way. This was a mistake, for both Kildare and Desmond were now reconciled to the king, but he landed at Cork and was received warmly by an old friend, John Walter, or John o' Water as he is called by the chroniclers, who had lately been mayor. Sir James Ormond had by this time been killed in a private encounter, and Perkin wasted precious time, while the loyal citizens of Waterford not only dispatched across the Channel news of his arrival and design of invading Cornwall, but did their best first to seize him, and afterwards, when he sailed in September, to intercept him on his passage. He not only escaped capture, however, but landed at Whitesand Bay near the Land's End on September 7th, and speedily drew after him a very considerable following. On September 17th he appeared before Exeter, and for 2 days attempted to storm the town. Failing here, he went on towards Taunton, where, hearing that an army under Daubeney was advancing to meet him, he stole away in the night, and riding hard across country 1 or 2 companions, took refuge at Beulah Sanctuary in Hampshire. The sanctuary being soon afterwards surrounded, he surrendered on promise of the king's pardon, and was brought back to Taunton, where the king had now arrived. He was compelled to confess his imposture before his wife, who had accompanied him to Cornwall, and who was sent for from St. Michael's Mount, where he had left her. The king, pitying her misfortunes, sent her with an escort to the Queen, while he himself followed slowly to Westminster, where he arrived in the latter part of November. With him came Perkin, whose career was now virtually finished, and the king seems at this time to have had no other thought than to expose him to public derision as a rebuke to factitiousness. Misled by the Duchess Margaret, it is quite probable that Maximilian and some other foreign princes had believed in Perkin, but it is clear that most of them valued him merely as a pawn by which to gain their own ends with Henry VII, and this was really his whole significance. In England he had never the courage to play his part effectively. At Deal he refused to land. In Northumberland he only pitied the ravages committed by his Scottish allies. In Devonshire he stole away from his own followers in search of an asylum, and now the Londoners flocked to see him as he were a monster, while he was made to repeat his confession in public, and conveyed on horseback through the streets, one day to the Tower and another day to Westminster. His life was spared for 2 years longer. His dismissal from Scotland, though certainly not a concession to English demands, is commonly considered to have cleared the way for a peace between the kingdoms. Oh, no doubt it did so, but not at once. Owing to the Cornish rebellion, James had for a time escaped retribution for his infraction of the truce in the preceding year, and just after sending Warbeck away, he proceeded to besiege Norham Castle on the Tweed. The Earl of Surrey, however, whom Henry had some years before appointed lieutenant to the north, hastened to its relief, and James was obliged to retire. Surrey then advanced into the borders, destroyed some fortresses, and took the castle of Ayton, where, September 30th, 1497, by the mediation of the Spanish ambassador, Pedro de Ayala, another 7 years' truce was arranged between the two countries, with a stipulation to which both kings afterwards agreed. The matters in a dispute between them should be referred to Spanish arbitration. Spain had a very deep interest in promoting friendly relations between England and Scotland, in order that the former country might still be a check upon France, and Ayala was a most efficient instrument in the reconciliation. Next day, an unfortunate incident on the borders threatened for a moment to disturb the new settlement. Some Scotchmen visiting Norham Castle in armour created suspicion. Haughty words led to blows, and the Scots fled. The English, too, killed a number of Scots, apparently in some raid which followed. But both sovereigns were so anxious to preserve the peace, the matter was satisfactorily arranged by Bishop Fox, who was sent to James at Melrose, and who there apparently concluded with him a long talked of project for his marriage with Henry's daughter Margaret. Henry had now seemingly surmounted his most serious difficulties, but there were still troubles in store for him. Before relating these, however, something must be said of his remarkable success in the pacification of Ireland. How, it will be asked, had that country, after supporting Lambert Simnel with such strange enthusiasm and unanimity in 1487, became so loyal 10 years later that hardly the slightest Irish encouragement was then afforded to Perkin Warbeck? This result was certainly due to a patience and sagacity on the king's part, characteristic of that politic governance for which he bore so high a name among princes. Even after the victory of Stoke, he could not afford to punish Simnel's adherents in Ireland, who were virtually the whole Irish people. In 1488, the year after Simnel's coronation, he sent Sir Richard Edgecombe to Ireland to receive the submissions of Kildare and the other Irish lords, and administer oaths of allegiance. It required great adroitness in the envoy to succeed in such a mission. They took the oath, however, and Kildare was continued as Lord Deputy. But now Yorkist plots were brewing in England, and in order to be safe as regards Ireland, Henry desired to win Kildare over to a personal interview with him. He sent him a private message promising great favours if he would come, with renewal of the dignity of Lord Deputy for 10 years. He also wrote to him on July 28, 1490, expressly desiring his presence within 10 months. But all this was nothing to Kildare. He allowed the time granted him to expire, and then not only wrote himself but induced a number of the Irish lords to write in his excuse to the king that his continued presence in Ireland at that time was absolutely indispensable. The king, however, they declared, might rest assured of the earl's complete loyalty. Henry could not well have remained satisfied with this assurance. Next year Kildare and his cousin Desmond encouraged Perkin Warbeck, and in 1492 the king made a complete change in the government of Ireland, appointing Walter Fitzsimmons, Archbishop of Dublin, as Lord Deputy in Kildare's place. Some Irish feuds broke out, and there was fighting in the streets of Dublin, but at last, in 1493, Kildare was induced by a promise of pardon to go over and seek the king's presence. He and some Irish lords who went with him were invited by the king to a feast, at which Simnel served them with wine, and witnessing the shame on each of their faces when they saw their cupbearer, Henry remarked sarcastically, "My master, you will crown apes some day." Kildare received his pardon on June 22nd, but was not restored to his old office. After some other changes, the king, September 11, 1494, appointed his second son Henry as Lord Lieutenant, a mere honorary title, with Sir Edward Poynings as his deputy. Poynings was a good soldier, but found desultory warfare with Irish chieftains unsatisfactory, and tried to secure their loyalty by money payments. He then opened at Drogheda on December 1, 1494, the Parliament which passed the celebrated Acts called by his name, whereby for the next 3 centuries all legislation submitted to the Irish Parliament required first to be approved by the English Council. Other enactments in this Parliament were conceived in the same spirit as laws passed in England, to put down armed retinues and the war cries of hostile factions. But having established a new system of government, Poynings was recalled in January 1496. In August the 6th following, Kildare, who had curiously regained the king's confidence by his frankness, was reinstated as deputy. From that day he held the office till his death, and was faithful both to Henry and to his son. The king seems to have believed from the first that nothing but a little personal intercourse with him was required to make him a loyal subject, and he was right in the belief. Warbeck's imposture being now at an end, the king did not at first care to keep him in very close confinement. But on June 9, 1498, the year after his capture, he created some alarm by escaping at night from the king's court, where he had only been watched by keepers. He got no further, however, than Sheen, where he again took sanctuary and prevailed upon the prior to intercede for him. He was placed in the stocks for several hours, one day at Westminster and another day in Cheapside, after which he was shut up in the Tower, where he remained the greater part of next year. But meanwhile the king had been disquieted by a new impostor, a young man named Ralph Wilford, who suddenly appeared in Kent, first telling people privately that he was the Earl of Warwick just escaped from the Tower, while one Friar Patrick, for whom he was accompanied, confirmed the story and at last declared it from the pulpit. Both the young man and the friar were soon apprehended, and the former was hanged on Shrove Tuesday, February 12, 1499. A few weeks later it was observed that Henry seemed to have grown 20 years older, and was spending much time in religious observances, while also accumulating money, of which he had an unequalled store. That he was brooding over danger to himself is hardly doubtful. Later in the year, Warbeck managed to corrupt some of his keepers, with whom he formed a conspiracy to kill Sir John Digby, the lieutenant of the Tower, and liberate himself and the Earl of Warwick, who, having been a prisoner from boyhood, and knowing nothing of the world, gave too easy an assent to the project. Warbeck was tried and hanged at Tyburn in November, with his old associate John a Water, Mayor of Cork. The Earl of Warwick was arraigned at Westminster before the Earl of Oxford, as Constable of England, confessed the indictment in his simplicity, and was beheaded on Tower Hill. Warwick's confinement had been all along justified only by the danger of leaving him at liberty, but his execution was felt to be nothing less than a judicial murder. One thing, however, was made clear to Yorkist intriguers. Neither counterfeit Warwicks nor any other counterfeits would avail them now. If they took further action, it must be in their own names. End of section 46. Section 47 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 45, The Early Tudors, by James Gairdner, Part 2. The year 1500 was a year of jubilee at Rome, and in England a period of domestic peace seemed to have begun. Henry was much stronger now in his relations with foreign princes. The stoppage of trade with the Netherlands, owing to the support given to Warbeck there in 1493, had been long since ended. From the first it had been found intolerable, especially on the other side of the Channel, and on February 24, 1496, a commercial treaty was concluded in London between the two countries. This did not, indeed, prove a complete settlement, and was followed by further treaties in July 1497 and May 1499. But a better understanding was growing up, and in 1498 the English merchants returned to Antwerp, where they were received with a general procession. On May 8, 1500, Henry VII with his queen crossed to Calais, where they remained until June 16th. On June 9th they had a meeting with Archduke Philip, in which most cordial relations were established, and marriages proposed between the two families, which however did not take effect. This meeting seems to have quickened the anxiety of Ferdinand and Isabel of Spain at length, to give effect to the long talked of match of their daughter Catherine, which they had repeatedly delayed until they should be convinced of the stability of Henry's throne. She was sent to England in 1501, landed at Plymouth on October 2nd, and after travelling slowly up to London, entered the city on November 12th. She was received with a vast amount of pageantry and scenic displays, and a marriage took place at St. Paul's on Sunday the 14th. Amid the rejoicings which followed came ambassadors from Scotland to negotiate another marriage, that namely of James IV with Margaret, the treaty for which was concluded on January 24, 1502. Next day the marriage was celebrated by proxy at Richmond, but on April 2nd following, to the inexpressible grief of Henry and his queen, Prince Arthur died at Ludlow, and next year, 1503, on February 11th, died his mother the Queen, leaving Henry a widower. In the following summer he conducted his daughter as far as Northamptonshire on her way to Scotland, and she was married to James at Edinburgh on August the 8th. Meanwhile a new danger for Henry had sprung up. Edward de la Pole, the brother of the Earl of Lincoln, who had supported Simul, had succeeded on his father's death to the dukedom of Suffolk, but as the family estate had suffered seriously from his brother's attainder, he arranged with the king on the restoration of a part of the property to bear the title of the Earl of Suffolk only. In 1498 he killed a man in a passion, but after being indicted received the king's pardon. In the summer of 1499 he escaped over sea to Calais, and was going on to the court of Margaret of Burgundy in Flanders, when ambassadors on their way from Henry VII to the Archduke Philip persuaded him to return. He was with the king at his meeting with Philip in 1500, but in August 1501 he escaped abroad again, together with his younger brother Richard, relying on a promise which Maximilian, King of the Romans, had made to Sir Robert Curzon, that he would help him to obtain the crown of England. Sir Robert had been captain of Hames Castle, but had a desire to go and fight for Maximilian against the Turks, and he obtained leave of the king to give up his post for that purpose on August 29, 1499. This date must have been just after Suffolk's first flight, and there is reason to suspect that leave to give up his post was granted to him on an understanding that he would act as a spy on Suffolk for the king, and ascertain whether the factious Duchess Margaret was disposed to encourage him as she had encouraged Simul and Warbeck in Flanders. In fact, he simulated flight like one out of favour with his king, but the Duchess Margaret had already been obliged to apologize for the countenance she had given to Warbeck. It does not appear that she was prepared to encourage Suffolk. At all events, it was by convincing the Earl that he would receive no support from foreign princes, even from France, Spain, Portugal, Scotland, or even from Philip, who was no less an ally of Henry than were the others, that the king's ambassadors persuaded him to return. This, however, was just before the judicial murder of Warwick, an act which aroused a great deal of resentment in England, and Curzon, when he reached the court of Maximilian, gave expression to the general feeling about the murders and tyrannies of the King of England, and it was then that Maximilian declared himself willing to help Suffolk to obtain the crown. The Earl reached Maximilian in the Tyrol, and was most kindly received, but he was put off with repeated excuses on account of the enmity between England and Maximilian's son Philip. He was sent to Aachen for aid, and various schemes fell through. Maximilian, in truth, since the day he promised to help him, had been drawn by overtures from Henry, and though he still had the will to some extent, his means were not equal to his will. Meanwhile, several friends of Suffolk in England were imprisoned, and the Earl himself, along with Curzon and other fugitives abroad, were denounced as traitors at Paul's Cross, November 7, 1501, and excommunicated on the strength of a papal bull. Suffolk ran into debt at Aachen even for the necessaries of life, while of course all his property in England was confiscated. But on June 20th, 1502, a treaty was made at Antwerp between Henry and Maximilian, in which the latter was promised £10,000 for his war against the Turks, on condition that he would not harbour any English rebels, even of ducal dignity, to which Suffolk still laid claim, and the money was paid to him at Augsburg on July 28th, the day on which he confirmed the treaty. Aachen, however, was a free city of the Empire, and Maximilian was slow to fulfil his pledges and procure Suffolk's banishment. And now, notwithstanding Henry's treaties with foreign princes, some would have been glad to get Suffolk into their hands, in order to use him like Warbeck as a check upon England. Spain demanded his surrender from the city of Aachen under the spacious guise of friendship to Henry, but was refused. In the spring of 1504, however, the Earl had hopes of assistance from Duke George of Saxony, hereditary governor of Friesland, who apparently desired to get him into his hands only as a means of bargaining for Henry's assistance against the town of Groningen, which still withstood his authority. The Earl obtained a passport from the Duke of Guelders to enable him to pass through his country to Friesland, and was permitted to depart from Aachen, leaving his brother Richard as a hostage to his creditors for payment of his debts. But notwithstanding his safe conduct, the Duke of Guelders caused him to be taken and confined at Hattem, so the Duke of Saxony was foiled of his prize, and it was feared that the Duke of Guelders would make use of him in the same way, to bid for Henry's assistance in his quarrels with his neighbour the Archduke Philip, who since the death of Queen Isabel in November 1504 was called King of Castile, in right of his wife Juna. Guelders, however, appears to have got nothing out of Henry, when in July 1505 King Philip's forces captured Zutphen and Hattem. Suffolk thus had a new custodian, but peace being immediately made between Philip and Guelders, the former did not like to retain the fugitive in the teeth of his treaties with Henry, who was at that very time advancing money to him for his prospective voyage to Spain. He accordingly sent Suffolk back to Wagingham, where he was again in the Duke of Guelders' hands. Suffolk tried to escape, and then implored Philip to reclaim him, which apparently Philip did indirectly after receiving the last instalment of Henry's loan, whereupon Suffolk, coming into his hands again, was shut up in the castle of Namur. But early in 1506, Philip and his queen Juna, having set sail for Spain, were driven by tempest on the coast of England. Henry at once saw his advantage, hospitably received them at his court, and wrung from Philip not only the surrender of the unhappy Suffolk, whose life he promised to spare, but a very important commercial treaty with Flanders, which settled some long-standing tariff disputes in a way that the Flemings continually resented afterwards as unjust and one-sided. Meanwhile, the deaths of Prince Arthur and the Queen had given rise to new marriage projects. As soon as the former event was known to Ferdinand and Isabel, they sent a special ambassador to England, empowered to demand repayment of the first instalment, all that was yet paid, of Catherine's dower, and that Catherine herself should be sent back to Spain, with Henry III to conclude a new marriage for her with his second son Henry, soon afterwards created Prince of Wales. This last was clearly their aim, and as early as September 24, 1502, a draft treaty for the new marriage was drawn up in England, but it was not concluded until June 23, 1503. Application was made to Rome for a dispensation, both by Spain and by England, but its issue was delayed first by the deaths of two popes within 1 year, and then by the necessity of special inquiry into the case. A brief ante dated December 26, 1503 was at length sent to Spain for the satisfaction of Queen Isabel on her deathbed, and a bull, almost verbally the same, was afterward issued with the same date, but owing to continued disputes between Henry VII and Ferdinand, The marriage did not take place during the life of the former king. The fact that Catherine remained in England gave Henry a great advantage over Ferdinand in these diplomatic squabbles. When Henry found himself a widower in 1503, a shameful suggestion was brought forward that he might himself marry her instead of his son. It was probably meant only to alarm the Spanish court, and Isabel tried to meet it by offering him as a bride her niece, Juna, Queen of Naples, the younger of two dowager princesses who bore the same title and lived together at Valencia. After some time Henry asked for this lady's portrait, and when on Isabel's death he sent 3 gentlemen to Spain to ascertain what hold Ferdinand still had upon Castile, he commissioned them also to visit the princesses and to report rather too minutely on her personal quality. Offers were further held out to him of a French match, either for his son or for himself and Maximilian, and Philip encouraged him to look for the hand of Maximilian's daughter, Margaret of Savoy. When Philip went to Spain, Margaret was left as regent of the Netherlands, and since his marriage with her would have given Henry the government of that country, this scheme was more than once the subject of negotiations, but she could not herself be induced to agree to it. A more repulsive match was for some time talked about, owing to Philip's early death, September 25, 1506, namely with his widow, the mad Queen Joanna of Castile, which Henry could only have contemplated as a means of obtaining the control of her kingdom. But another project was afterwards set on foot, which tended the same way, and excited the most serious jealousy in Ferdinand. As Philip's son Charles, heir alike to the lands of the House of Austria, the dukedom of Burgundy, and the throne of Castile, was but a child under tutelage of his grandfather Maximilian, Henry won the emperor over to an alliance, and a treaty was concluded at Calais, December 21st, 1507, for the marriage of Prince Charles to the king's second daughter Mary. Bonds were taken from various princes and towns in the Netherlands for the fulfilment of this treaty when the prince should come of age. And on December 17, 1508, the Sieur de Bergues, who came over at the head of a distinguished embassy, married the princess by proxy. On the 21st, a rich jewel of the emperor, called the fleur de lis, was given in pawn to Henry for 50,000 crowns of gold. King Henry, who had been subject for some time to attacks of gout, died on April 21st, 1509. He had made his will on March 30th, leaving large bequests for masses and charitable objects, with strict injunctions to his executors to make restitution for wrongs done in answer to all complaints. He was buried, according to his direction, in the gorgeous chapel he had himself built in Westminster Abbey. During his life he had amassed, it was said, as much gold as all other kings in Christendom put together. A more distinct and apparently well-founded statement is that at his death he left in bullion 4.5 millions, besides abundance of plate and jewels. Doubtless he had studied to keep a large reserve for his own security, and he made rebellions pay their own expenses in fines. But he had permitted agents, of whom the most notorious were Sir Richard Empson and Edmund Dudley, further to fill his exchequer by extortions, found it generally on antiquated processes of law, for which at the last he expressed remorse. The two great ministers, Cardinal Morton and Sir Reginald Bray, who had paved his way to the throne, had died long before him. They had no doubt given much judicious counsel during the anxieties of the first part of his reign, but in his latter years he was strong both at home and abroad, his friendship being sought after by all European princes. Henry VIII, 1509–19. It was a new world altogether when Henry VIII, in his 18th year, succeeded his father upon the throne. With full exchequer and an undisputed title, the young king was at the commencement of his reign liberal and generous, and being handsome in person, highly accomplished, and fond of manly exercises, he was abundantly popular. The old king, just before his death, had desired to atone for past severities, and had issued a general pardon, which his successor at once renewed, excepting from it, however, among others, those instruments of extortion, Empson and Dudley, who were arrested the very day after his accession. By his father's dying advice, moreover, the unfriendly policy towards Ferdinand of Aragon was dropped at once, and the king married Catherine on June the 11th. He was crowned with her on the 28th at Westminster. Dudley was found guilty of constructive treason at the Guildhall of London on July 18, 1509, and Empson at Northampton on August the 8th. The treason in both cases consisted in their having written to friends to come up to London armed, in anticipation of the old king's death, to help them to maintain their influence. Both Empson and Dudley were attainted in the Parliament, which met in January 1510, and both were beheaded on Tower Hill on August 17th following. The bonds which they had wrung from many on various legal pretexts were one by one brought into Chancery and counselled. It is noteworthy that Dudley during his imprisonment composed a treatise called The Tree of Commonwealth, in which he pointed out the chief dangers of the time, including that of the cruel administration of penal laws, in which he himself had taken so much part. The first 2 years of the king's reign were peaceful and happy. There were no events to chronicle but court pageants and tournaments, Christmas revels and May games, and when on January 1st, 1511, Catherine bore to the king a son named Henry, a new stimulus was given to these displays. But though a household was appointed for the royal infant, he died on February 22nd. That same month the king received a request from his father-in-law Ferdinand of Aragon for the aid of 1,500 archers to make war on the Moors of Barbary. The men were easily found, and were placed under the command of Lord Darcy, but the expedition was unfortunate, for they had scarcely landed at Cadiz when they found that Ferdinand, pressed by France, had been obliged to make a truce with the Moors, and their services were not required. The men, too, were ill-disciplined, became intoxicated with Spanish wines, had frays with the natives, and returned home in ill humour. Another expedition of 1,500 archers, sent under the command of Sir Edward Poynings to the assistance of Margaret de Savoy and the Burgundians against Guelders, was at first more satisfactory, for with their aid some places were captured and destroyed. August. But when after these successes siege was laid to Venloo, and continued 29 days, Poynings began to feel that their allies were making undue use of the detachment, and had obtained leave to return home. Hereupon, the river being swollen by heavy rains, the Burgundians raised the siege, and retired for the winter, wasting the country round about. Shortly before this began a misunderstanding with James IV of Scotland, on account of acts of piracy stated to have been committed by his sea captain, Andrew Barton. The king sent out against him Lord Thomas Harold, eldest son of the Earl of Surrey, with his younger brother Edward, soon afterwards knighted and created Lord Admiral. In the Downs, Lord Thomas overtook Andrew Barton, who after a fierce fight fell into his hands, mortally wounded. His ship, the Lion, being captured of her crew by the Englishmen, who after a further chase also took the bark Jenny Perwin, the Lion's consort, and brought them both to Blackwall on August the 2nd. The Scotch prisoners appealed to the king for mercy, confessing their offence to be piracy, and were sent out of the country. But James was exceedingly angry, and demanded redress for Barton's death and the capture of his 2 ships. In this year 1511, King Henry VIII was also first drawn into continental politics. In 1508, the leading powers on the continent had combined against Venice in the League of Cambrai, but France, the prime mover in the game, very soon alarmed her confederates, and especially Pope Julius II, by her successes in northern Italy. Pope Julius thereupon made friends with the Surgeonary, and in April 1510 sent a golden rose to Henry VIII. The surrender of Bologna to the French in May 1511, and the attempt in which Louis XII secured the concurrence of the Emperor Maximilian to set up a council at Pisa, enraged the Pope still more, and drew other princes to his aid. The Holy League was proclaimed at Rome on October 4th between the Pope and Ferdinand of Aragon, and Henry joined it on November 13th, promising to make active war against France in the following spring. The recovery of Gairdner, which had now been lost to England for 60 years, was the reward held out to him by the treaty. Accordingly, in May 1512, while the French seemed still to be making head in Italy, having on Easter Sunday cut to pieces the papal and Spanish forces at Ravenna, an expedition was dispatched to Spain under the Marquess of Dorset for the invasion of Gairdner, in the hope of its being supported by Spanish troops. It landed in Biscay on June 7th, but it was even more unfortunate than Lord Darcy's expedition. No preparation had been made in Spain for its reception, not even by way of supplying the soldiers with victuals, or with carriage for their ordnance. They were exposed to the weather, and the diet and wines of Spain disagreed with their English habits of body. Moreover, while hundreds died of diarrhoea, the force was kept idle for months, expecting the Duke of Alva to join it. But Alva was engaged in Ferdinand's work in the conquest of Narvaez, in which he succeeded perfectly, and the only effect of the English expedition was to hamper the French in Italy, where they soon completely lost their footing. Dorset's troops at last mutinied, and at a council of war on August 28th resolved to return home, without leave, in fact against orders. The king was very indignant, but was unable to punish where so many were in fault. It had been arranged that while Dorset sought to recover Gairdner, English ships were to keep the channel as far as Brest, and the Spaniards the sea thence to the Bay of Biscay. Sir Edward Howard was appointed admiral of the English fleet on April 7th, and after cruising about the channel and chasing French fishing boats, he accompanied Dorset's fleet as far as Brest. He then landed on the Breton coast, burning towns and villages ruthlessly over a circuit of 30 miles, and returned home. But the Spanish fleet did not come to join the English until September, when it was really useless, and French ships were meanwhile got ready both in Normandy and Brittany, and placed under the command of the redoubted Brigand de Bordeaux, summoned hastily from the Mediterranean. Thus, by August, when another expedition sailed from England for Brest Harbour, the French had a pretty fair squadron there, and on the 10th a fierce action took place between the two fleets. The Regent, the largest vessel on the English side, grappled with her chief opponent, the Cordelier, called by the English the Great Clarke of Brest, till by some means both vessels took fire, and were totally consumed with the loss of nearly all their crews. Sir Thomas Canaviet, commander of the Regent, was among the victims. The king at once determined to repair the loss of the Regent by building a still larger ship called the Henry Grace de Deux, or the Great Harry, which was launched 2 years later. In April 1513 Sir Edward Howard again sailed to the entrance of Brest Harbour, intent on avenging Canaviet's fate. He found drawn up in shallow water a line of French galleys, which rained shot and square bolts upon him from guns and crossbows. Putting himself in a row barge, he faced this tremendous fire, and boarded Pregent's galley, while his men cast the anchor onto the galley's deck. But the cable was either let slip or cut by the French, and Sir Edward, left in the hands of the enemy, was thrust overboard and perished. The attack was foolhardy, but Howard's gallantry retrieved the honour of the English nation. For several months preparations had been made in progress for an invasion of France by the king in person. It may have been in order to prevent any possible conspiracy at home, that the unhappy Earl of Suffolk, whose brother Richard de la Pole was now in the French king's service, was beheaded on April 30th, notwithstanding the promise given by Henry VII that his life should be spared. The first portion of the invading army went over to Calais in the latter part of May, and the king himself landed there on June 30th, having left the queen behind him as regent in his absence. Siege was laid to the fortified city of Treoraine on June 22nd, but it still held out on August 4th, when the king joined the besiegers. On the 11th he left the camp and had a meeting with the Emperor Maximilian between Treoraine and Aire in very foul weather, of which indeed there had been much already. Next day the Emperor visited the trenches and returned for a time to Aire. He was afterwards content, instead of joining the king under his own banner, to serve his company at the king's wages under the banner of St. George, for he was always glad of money, while his great military experience was unquestionably of service to the king. On the night of the 11th, Lion, King of Arms, arrived with a message from James IV, setting forth various complaints against England, and requiring Henry to desist from the invasion of a country which was James's ally. To this an appropriate answer was next day returned by Henry. On the 16th the king removed his army to Gairdner in order to defeat any attempt on the part of the French, who were mustering south of Treoraine and victualling the place. They were presently descried, and after a brief encounter took to flight, leaving in the hands of the English some most illustrious prisoners, among whom were the Duke of Longueville and the renowned Chevalier Baynard. The engagement received the name of the Battle of the Spurs, from the speedy flight of the French. A week later, on the 23rd, Treoraine surrendered. The fortifications which had made it so formidable were then blown up, and the invading army passed on to Tournai, which likewise surrendered a month later on September 23rd. These conquests were not valuable to England unless she had an interest in Belgium. But Henry looked forward to the marriage of his sister Mary to young Charles of Castile, which, as we have seen, had been arranged in Henry VII's time. The city of Treoraine, as belonging to the House of Burgundy, was made over to the Emperor, whose soldiers ruthlessly destroyed it by fire. On the way to Tournai, Henry paid a visit to Margaret of Savoy at Lille, which was within the territory of Flanders, and after the capture of the city she returned the visit, bringing with her the young prince then in his 14th year. Yet another meeting was held at Lisle, where on October 17th it was arranged that the marriage should take place at Calais in the following year, in presence of the Emperor Margaret of Savoy, Henry VIII, and Queen Catherine. Provisions were also made for the defence of Artois and Hainault in the winter, and for the further prosecution of the war next year. The ungracious declaration of war by the Scotch king had not been unexpected. Notwithstanding his treaties with England, James had formed a new league with France in 1512, and had given most unsatisfactory answers as to his evident preparations for war to the English ambassador West, Bishop of Ely. Before embarking at Dover, Henry had accordingly conferred the command of the north upon Thomas, Earl of Surrey, who conducted the Queen back to London, and thence in the end of July proceeded to his charge. Even in August the Scots made a raid into Northumberland under Hume, the Lord Chamberlain of Scotland, in which they came off so badly that they themselves called it the Ill Raid, for they were met by Sir William Bulmer and driven home with great slaughter and the loss of all their booty. But on the 22nd James himself entered Northumberland with as large an army as he could collect, won Norham Castle after a 6 days' siege, and razed it to the ground, after which he took some other fortresses. Hearing of this at Durham, Surrey advanced with the banner of Sir Cuthbert to Newcastle, where he ordered musters from all the northern counties to be held on September 1st. On the 4th he dispatched a herald to the King of Scots, reproaching him with his bad faith, and offering to give him battle on the Friday following, September 9th. James awaited his attack on ground very well chosen. The deep river Till lay between the armies, but Surrey bade his vanguard with the ordnance cross it at Twisel Bridge near its junction with the Tweed, while the rear crossed at another point, threatening to cut off the retreat of the Scotch army. Hereupon the Scots made an onslaught which for a time was successful, but the fortune of the day changed, and the invaders were disastrously defeated. The king and the flower of the Scottish nobility was left dead upon the field of Flodden. In reward for this victory Surrey was some months later created Duke of Norfolk, and his son was made Earl of Surrey in his own right. The success of the English arms in France and in Scotland produced important results both abroad and at home. The disgrace which had attended Dorset's expedition to Spain was now more than wiped out. It was clear that even as a military power England had to be reckoned with, but the belief still generally prevailed that she was an easy dupe. She had been doing the work of Ferdinand in Spain. In France she had been winning conquests for Maximilian, and by more than one treaty she had been subsidizing that needy emperor, really to keep him true to his engagements as to his grandson's marriage with Mary. Henry's military successes compelled scheming politicians to change their tactics. His father-in-law, Ferdinand, did not relish them at all, for he had already made secret overtures for peace to France, nor had he ever loved the project of an English princess marrying Charles of Castile, which would have afforded Henry opportunities for interference in Spain. And although in October 1513 his ambassador at Lisle made a treaty with the emperor and Henry for continuing the war against France, the year could scarcely have run out before he had persuaded Maximilian to join him in coming to terms with the enemy and leaving England in the lurch. Thus, in the spring of the following year, the war was really between England and France only, and Admiral Pregnant burned the small fishing village of Brighthelmstone, Brighton, while Wallop committed similar havoc on the coast of Normandy. End of section 47.